showing up in his debut. It was the same place for Khalil.
Yo.
However, I don't take that and I'm like, Furia's doomed.
Day 4
I take that and see that
of
these players have much higher heights.
America
If they can
Kickoff.
achieve that while also applying the fairly fundamentally sound Valorant they
And
showed
it's
us,
MIBR versus Furia, and then we have the huge height match.
Of what's going on
At least for the
MIBR,
NS side
because on the flip side of that,
of
you got a bunch of great players, but
100
no
tiers,
real
100
standout
tiers
performer, and that was kind of the thing that shot
against
them in the foot
Sentinels.
their series against C9.
Yeah, I feel like for MIBR, they have all these players that are so consistent, and then we
Stream
have,
is doing
you know,
great.
an RGL
Thank you.
Meister that is going, you know, really good, positive scoreline, but he's also their IGL. He is also their controller, and it kind of feels like that's not how you want your team to be performing. You can't just have a bunch of stable players. You need to have that standout player, and I feel like for MIBR, I just don't know who that is right now. I feel like there's just a bunch of stable players, but I don't see a star player or someone who's going to go
But do you need
beyond.
do you feel like you need
when
a
you're
star
against
player?
MW, I think you do.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
They need an MW.
I mean, it took Osboss to take down MW in that last matchup. I think if they don't have a standout who can go out there, be getting them these opening picks, perform to the level of the individuals we know from Furia, it's going to be a very tough matchup for them today.
Yeah, completely fair. I did feel as if JZZ had some great moments in that series
but that's
too.
the thing, it's always just
It's
always
moments. It's moments. And we don't need moments. We need consistency.
Yes.
We need a rhythm to be formed here. It makes again, I'm excited for this matchup purely because we got to see something different here. We need to see some innovation, especially if people are high on Furia here. Well, let's go ahead and hear some predictions though. Where do you guys want to fall on this one? Mimi, what do you think?
Furia 2-0.
Furia 2-0?
I liked a lot more of what I saw in their debut. I think MW's in great form, and I thought they were very fundamentally sound.
Yeah, that's fair.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be really close games. I think they're going to be used to each other's playstyle. Obviously, they come from
Always
that same
plays
region.
in these regional matches.
Exactly. They have these regional matches.
I don't
They're very
know.
familiar, but I also
I have a
think
good feeling for
Furia's
MIBR.
going to take it on top 2-0.
It's fair. To be completely honest, something in my gut, and I got a gut, is telling me MIBR, and I don't know why, but we'll see.
Yeah, same.
Honestly, anything is possible here. It's VCT America's. The parity between these teams is just so minuscule.
But then we would have like MIBR against Cloud9 again, probably, because I think Energy is gonna easily beat Cloud9.
Or die for all of our teams. You got Furia, you have MIBR, you have Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. That is going to be coming
Yeah,
up.
that's
And I may or may not go out into the crowd. It's going to be incredible. Surely nothing can go wrong, folks, because you're here to join VCT Americas. This is the kickoff, and it starts right now.
Let's go. We should have two like very good like confrontation like matches. I still think MIBR should win.
Forte também para jogar esse contra nós o jogo. Acho que vai ser um jogão.
Acho que vai ser bem da hora jogar contra a MBR, porque são brasileiros e é sempre da hora jogar contra brasileiro. Também vai ser interessante porque a gente vai jogar contra o nosso ex-IGL, né, que é o Mazin. Ele foi pra MBR, vai ser da hora jogar contra ele.
Contra pelo ladinho, RGL tá por lá, consegue punir. Tem mais um, JZZ, excelente trabalho. Pune ele, sobra somente o Zepa. Somente ele eliminado pelo RGL. Mais um ponto brasileiro na nossa mesa, Liang.
Eu acho que é uma Fúria que tá jogando muito adulta. Eles estão bem, com uma sinergia boa, o Havok e o MW, eles estão jogando muito bem juntos.
Havok, Fliazzi, todo mundo junto! Foi no meio das pernas do parceiro e olha aí!
Oh, fuck me, man.
Riot Games Arena! I said Riot Games Arena! Let's kick off this Monday. Let's bring our first team to the stage. It's MIBR!
Brasil original, leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que vai à luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das vitórias, responsa é com nós mesmos. Quando me perdi, me encontrei comigo mesmo. E tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é minha família longe. Torcedores vaiam, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer é obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra nós não é mais opção. Hoje mesmo busco o que é nosso sonho. Nossos sonhos, nossas glórias, nossos sonhos.
Now let's bring out their opponents in the Battle of Brazil. Make some noise for Furia!
Oh man. Today we also have the beginning of the VCT EMEA groups. It's gonna be hype as fuck too.
MIBR and Furia ran into some brick walls in their opening bouts, but now they're here fighting a familiar opponent, and they have to end the run for their fellow countrymen here today.
Heretics, Food Esport,
Carmen
Carmen Corp, Giants,
These regional matches are always extra special.
BBL,
These guys have
Navi,
played
Koi,
against each
Team
other before.
Liquid.
They've played with each other before, so it always adds something. We're into our map select though, and it looks like we're getting split Breeze into Lotus. Mirna, what do you make of it?
Yeah,
And then
I'm not
there is
surprised
the
about
Gentle
split
Maze
pick. I think
Vitality
MIBR looks
Fnatic side.
comfortable against C9 against that. However, I do think that this is a little bit of scary territory because if you're a team that's comfortable on a map, that wins a map, the other team is going to watch it. They're going to follow you. They're going to see how you played. And I think we were talking about innovation earlier, and I feel like maybe there's something that could be easily countered on that.
We talked about MIBR somewhat lacking a star in their last match, and they'll absolutely need one on Breeze because MW Zera was dominating there, even in the loss against Furia. I thought they looked good.
Do we have
on
the
that
maps?
map, and I'm a little
Did
worried
they draw the
that MIBR could
maps?
just get
Or did I
outfired
miss
there.
it?
I think the concern would be like if MW just decides to press him, you know, and
I think
he
I
feels
missed the
comfortable
map
enough
though.
to do that, which if he
going
does,
to.
and he's going to, and that is going to be the thing that
It's
this
fine.
MIBR team needs to shut
Apparently
down.
it's
But
split.
you can also say that, but you also got to worry about Havoc and a lot of the other weapons that are over on Furia, so it's going to be a crazy one. But let's go ahead and see what we're getting for the agent selects here as we get Astra locked in immediately out of the gate for the IGL.
Split to start here. We haven't
Astra,
seen this one
see,
yet from
like,
Furia, but
people play
MIBR
Viper a
win
lot,
over
but
Cloud9.
like,
Ran this double
I think
duel
Astra
solo
is,
side. If I'm on Furia,
can
what
be
I'm
a
looking
really
at
good
here is on my attacking
agent
side,
for
how I can
split.
play slow and bait out that Sky utility. Once they lack that Sky utility,
Because you
even
don't
with
need the
double
wall
dodge,
every round,
retakes
I
are
think.
near impossible.
Yeah, like
And
the
they are
Sky
playing
feels
double
so limited
controller
in
with
getting
Astra
information out,
Viper
especially
on
when you
split.
have that
I think
Viper,
that's
you
too
have that
much.
wall, you have the ability
I think both agents are too
to
passive.
Sky is
Like,
okay, but I feel like in this meta, in this current meta, you
Raze,
don't want your
Sky
wall,
is
bait it.
good
Bait
on-
the Sky, bait everything out of it, and the Viper can probably get
He's
into
good
the
on,
core. So I'm a
split.
bit scared. I don't personally think Sky is that great.
Yesterday we saw the Sovereign
Split,
split, and I think that comp with a Sky would have been way better.
You're less reliant on those early flashes for information. You're more often
Because like you have everything with Sky. You have flash, you have proxy engage with the dog, like a proxy entry,
with the double controller, with the cipher. Those are tools that are
and you have the prowler with her ultimate, and then you have the little utility with the heal. So if you don't have the Sage or
early map control space, being able to get, you
or
know,
healing
using those
agents,
lines
it's
to
really
move out those
good.
lines, using the operator in certain spots.
And we
the
see
double
MIBR
double.
going for no Sentinel
but
comp
Arsene is
again.
rocking in the jet. This is very Brazil. Double duelist versus double duelist. It is gonna be
Viper
exciting.
kinda acts as a controller, as a sorry, a sentinel.
in Americas was playing this last year. Every other region was straying away from it. We love some double dueling.
There's probably some EMEA co-streamers just like, what?
But,
Why are you doing this?
No, I mean, I think the double duelist
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense, especially now that we were just talking about Sky and how limited the util is. I think it's good early to get some aggressive information on both sides. On that defensive side, you do want to get the line, you do want to poke in deep and kind of see what information you can get without actually using the util and wasting it. So I guess it makes sense, and both these teams have such explosive playstyles when it comes together. So I think it's going to be really, really fun to watch.
Artsid struggled in his debut. He's playing Jet now. I really want to see more.
I honestly think Omen is better in both of these comps. Like, instead of Astra, if you're gonna go double controller, you should go Omen, especially if you go raise Jet, because your raise Jet is gonna dash on site. And like every exec basically, like double satchel and dash in. And your Omen can follow up with his TP, like on the B pillar or in like main, he can like he can TP Heaven and shit like that. So and it's like it's a less predictable agent. So if you want a more snappy style, right, I think Omen is better than Astra in those comps. It's also an extra flash, since now like Sky flashes don't reset.
Or you can just have like these constant rotations back and forth to support your
Because if the Sky die in this comp, or she uses the two flashes, then you don't have any flash.
Can you speak to it?
Yeah, I feel like.
What are some of the pitfalls?
No, because when you have double duelists, you feel like you're more inclined to take space aggressively, or you feel like you're.
And Astra without info is like
doing that much.
It's weird to me, because you want the info for like to trigger your shit,
Furia is actually utilizing a lot of their
your pull or your stun and stuff like that.
We talked about how they have Unw's era. They have performers that are constantly taking those first picks, and I feel like on both sides you need to have that ability to be able to go for it.
And what you're really giving up as well is that Cypher, like what you're mentioning. If you're rotating and taking space on defense, you're almost always having to leave a gap, leave a timing. And when you're playing solo Initiator Sky, your util gets stretched so thin because you give up space to fight one side with that Sky Flash, then you have to go back, use another Flash or Dog to re-clear. You've used almost all your util. You have to be so intentional about when.
And that's why I prefer the Omen
you will just get strung out on
in that comp.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I think Omen is better than Astra.
But the problem with this setup is, again, you don't have that much to go off of. So, for example, you have like the Cypher cam to hold, and you go traps, and you have trap setups towards that mid or towards that A main choke or B main choke. But it feels like without that Cypher, you don't really have that much to play off of when it comes to trap. You have a contact and maybe a nade and a suck, but other than that, like it's a little bit tougher.
So those are the pitfalls. What are the strengths? Why are teams in this?
Because I'm hearing a lot of bad girls. Okay. Oh, so MW just goes.
MW hold W.
Okay, MW hold W, go play. Okay, I totally vibe with that. Hey, you know, that could very well be the difference maker here, as we have noted out time and time again, and we gotta stress that. They need to shut him down if MIBR want a chance.
Another big strength of this comp is it can be hard to go for hard hits when you're playing on split without this kind of composition. When you have double dive, though, you can split up how your two dive agents are entering, be able to break crosshair placement, and kind of just send those two alone into the site while everyone else is stalled by util. If you have players who are talented individually and can win those fights on the dive, then you can just take over games. It's high risk, but it is very high reward.
100%. Like when you stop that second wave of util coming at you and you have two players already entering into
I mean, they are clearly gonna play like skill and aim.
Brute force their way into any situation.
Very Brazilian of them. Both teams,
kind of have the ability to do.
as I say, Brazilian seems to value way more like mechanical skill and like skill checks and stuff. Whereas Americans, like North Americans, prefer to play more control and tactical style.
Spam chat with MIBR. We'll see what the results will be. Curious to see what the community thinks about this as well, especially considering that we're getting a very, intense, high-octane composition here from both teams.
going to be interesting to see. In my mind, I feel like that Furia is a clear favorite here, but I think arguments can be made for MIBR. There were some good moments in their match versus Cloud9. Playing to this style with the double duelist is good for them. I think they played the comp quite well when they were rocking on split against Cloud9.
Yeah, I think they understand the fundamentals of the comp. I think their rotations and the way that they play together makes sense. They understand the philosophy of like filling in the gaps and filling and rotating and all that. However, again, like we said, for me, when you have that double duelist comp, you need to be looking for that firepower, and I'm just so unsure. But, you know, consistency is key. Hey. And I feel like MIBR has 5 consistent players.
I'd take some consistency any day of the week. Unfortunately, what wasn't consistent was the mouse that had a problem on the stage. Unfortunately, that bad boy broke. So we're getting that thing swapped out, and then we're going to get this thing going. So sorry about that, folks. Stick with us for a little while. We'll entertain you, I think, maybe. But let's go ahead and see the poll. And where are we? That
So people seem to value Furia way more.
Okay, wow.
Honestly, that's pretty close to how I think this match is going to go.
We'll see, we'll see.
65-35.
My money is on MIBR.
Furia's a favorite, but not by a ton.
I don't know, I think they showed a lot and they were really close to beating Cloud9.
I don't know, like my gut's just saying MIBR only because I like to be analyst Alex for a second. I liked what I saw from MIBR because of that consistency.
Yep.
I competed back in the Stone Age. And for me, that was always the most important thing was I don't care if you're a star player, I just need you to be consistent. That's
show up on time,
But what if I were to tell you Furia has a
be reliable,
consistently a star?
and
I think in skilled matchups, people remember flash plays and shit, but what he's saying is so like, being consistent is way better.
You also have that opportunity to be able to nullify those high-impact players as well if you are MIBR. And as I keep saying, it will be very difficult. Just given what we know about MW already.
And I feel like we're painting a grim picture for MIBR, but that's not totally real. What Valen was talking to us about last night, the league is so close. The best team and the worst team really are not that far apart. We saw it last year with Crew being 0-9 and still having close matches against the best teams and then going on to champions. I think that Valorant as a game, and also America's as a league, is so much about form on the day and reads on the meta and what you have.
So G2 is playing it with geniuses.
What they think about
and they all say the same thing.
Yeah, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think we're also kind of like skipping a little bit over the fact that they got a map. MIBR got a map
in the upper market.
I think that's a good kind of
That's interesting.
to being confident.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You guys pooped on me.
I just want everyone to know that when Alex went into his analyst mode, he put a fake hat on. So I want everyone to just know that.
I put a fake hat, but it was a really pretty hat. I want everyone to know this.
Yeah, it was nice.
By the way, as you can see, we're still dancing on the stage here, but earlier we actually posted something on the social medias for you guys to give us some hot takes, and we figured since we have a little bit of a delay, so let's go ahead and dive into it and have some fun with this one. Let's see what the first hot take is. I am excited. Okay, hot take. Crew goes on a run.
Like outside?
Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, the players look like they work out.
Yeah. I mean, so long as they're, stretching beforehand, that's very healthy for them. Crew will go on a run. Do we like that?
What does a run mean? Define a run.
Well, yeah, because a run here would only be winning and then getting those points, right?
They've been on a run before.
A run in this tournament is not super big, but I don't think that's going to happen per se.
That's an extremely spicy take. I wouldn't
say extreme. It's medium. Medium.
Okay. I say extreme.
We'll say it is a spicy, but not extremely spicy take.
I feel like we should have all learned our lessons about clowning on Crew going on a run. Let's just say that. That's all the more I have to say about this.
Crew goes on the 0-9 team goes on a run. Legendary clip. Saw it on Shorts the other day.
That's exactly what Josh does. Wow.
All right, here's the next one. Oh, this is from our boy Ravish. Okay, it's Sadak could get a team of diamonds and still win VCTNA. I responded to this because I was like, we got to put that on the show.
Put me in. Send it to
Shout out to Ravish, man.
Yo, I'm ready to go.
What do you think? Gets a couple diamonds, rolls up and wins
Every morning in the mirror, I wake up and I tell myself, do not doubt Sadak. Do not doubt Sadak.
Okay.
Do not doubt Sadak. And the affirmations have worked? Yes.
Yeah.
Is this a hot take, though?
Nope, mild.
Nope, mild.
Chat, is this a hot take? Go ahead, spam away. I actually want to know. I can't see chat, but...
Yeah, we should just have a team of 5 Sadoks.
Yeah.
Sudok's doubters are going to be crying when he brings his premier team to VCT and wins.
Maybe we should make that a poll. I would like to make that into a poll. That'd be really fun. But the good news is, folks, we're ready to go with our first match of the day. Thank you so much for sticking with us. And let's send it over to your casters. They hate Mondays, but they, in fact, love lasagna. It's, of course, Valorant's very own...
That's a Garfield reference. Loon.
Start. Yes, definitely. We could definitely start the game, and the desk set it up very well. It's the battle.
I
for
got
Brazil.
it, Loon.
There's a lot on the line now for both MIBR and Fury here, Riven.
Yeah.
You know, because GB mentioned there was a couple of roadblocks that both of these teams have hit last season, but now this time it's not necessarily a roadblock, but a dead end if they lose this series for the journey towards Madrid.
Right, you've only had a little bit of time to warm up here, and we do see the desk was kind of worried about how much have they warmed up. What are they going to change from the first maps? Well, since they're going against each other, and since there is history between these teams, they feel like they're going to bring the historical comps back. We're going back to double duelist, and there is a lot of comfort here between what they're going to play against each other. They realized, okay, yeah, same region, they know what it's like to play domestically against these players. They're not going to change. Let's bring what we're tried and true at, and it is the Jet, Raze, the Sky, Astra, and Viper. So I feel like it's a pretty level match as we get into this one. Interesting to see the votes coming in from social media as well, saying Furia is ready to just stomp this game. We start off on split, and it is going to be MIBR on defense with Furia attacking. A few ghosts, a frenzy there for Havoc as they look to enter onto B with just a few lurkers around the map here. Still a lot of decisions Furia could make.
There's that first pressure. Double duelist coming in. First contact for JZZ with the second one into MW0. Pain Shell to push some players back. A great hold to start things off. And that's the beauty of it, of playing.
And they are running mid, and no one's looking mid.
Focus on. Yet this time they wanted to focus on JZZ, but he was ready for that.
And the Spike is waiting.
Lay out the map once again. With the Viper still up.
Oh, they were making a lot of footsteps in the sewer water, in case someone was AIM.
This solid defense at MIBR.
But
not too much left
Fury,
on the side. Just
yeah, MIBR was not like pulled away. They are looking more mid now.
Used a dog earlier on from Conan to try to drone towards the middle and didn't see anybody. So
See the flash for the Sky. The MIBR Sky. This could be huge. Okay, good trade. Should go, yep. MIBR.
No, interesting. We didn't really see the use of the double
No plant. 2 people die. That's very good for MIBR. Good start. So the maps are split. Breeze.
Into MIBR. Great hold from Heaven.
And then Lotus. So we're gonna see a lot of Viper, I guess. A lot of Viper. I don't know if people play Viper or Lotus. I think they do, it's such a strong agent. Probably like Viper Omen.
Going back to that dive into sight just yet on this save round.
Putting a lot of importance on NW0 this round.
We have a shotgun on the Sky, and she's gonna play mid here. Shotgun is really strong mid.
Artzine trying to push forward, and they actually have a really good angle right now for Liazzi just around the corner.
And we see no armor on the Furia side. People really are scared of the Outlaw meta. And we see no Outlaw in MIBR again. Like, people respect the Outlaw, and then on the other side, people expect the respect for the Outlaw, so they don't buy an Outlaw.
I gotta say, Furia's patience is very surprising right now.
And it's also a small map, so
every chance they could. Little it be, little it A. Second round, little it be, little it A. Even tempting.
People play very dry ecos.
So much to think of, but this push on ramp from MIBR allows B to be a little bit more sure that the hit could be coming in. There's a rotation back, it looks like, coming in from JZZ.
30 seconds left.
There is a call B main.
Thinking it's going to be a very big hit
Oh, that's a huge timing.
There you go. FRZ just around the corner, but the guns are too good. Already the flank came from behind from JZZ. It was an opportunity for timing there, but that window shut down right away.
4-4-1, classic.
Right now for Furia, seeing if they can fake out MIBR by
Four people alive still, and the only one who died is the one that didn't buy anything.
Little play, super cheeky.
He only had a sheriff, so.
And finally, they find MIBR because of that push onto ramp, knowing that the rotation had to go to B.
And we have a nope for Ardzin, so they are not playing a bonus. They are playing that fucking round. They wanna win, like. And he might get a pick if Liazi is a little too in a push-free mode. We have a dog that sees nothing.
But from that balcony, JZZ is just ready to rain down with the FAMAS and probably a nade if they do come in. Really good positioning by MIBR. Fury is left to find nothing on these peaks and on the utility.
And that's the thing for MIBR. After using that dog, the one that's trying to find the most information, look at on that radar. Everybody's jiggle peeking, trying to jump spot, trying to find information as Furia, again, the beauty of that double duelist are looking for a perfect timing to explode. Now all grouping up towards this A site, and with the orb coming up, there is that execution, and
Big
it's on the A
exec.
site. MIBR is ready to play the retake.
But they don't have Heaven.
Both duels, 3 in.
Spawn nobody towards the hell, but Mazin does see MW0 towards the back of the site. Gets the first blood, not given a chance for Fury to go for a plant. Couple players fall again, but the advantage is for MIBR. Spikes down out in the open, and the last 2 players of Fury are just stuck at the ramp behind the smoke.
MIBR just taking each situation as it comes. Doesn't seem like they're flustered here. They have util every time to push back Furia. And now towards Heaven, Liazzi. Havoc will try to do what they can. Havoc's a few away from. A few kills here would be really nice to get the showstopper in to make.
They're gonna save.
Kind of push MIBR back. It does not seem like they're moving. Cemented in place on this defense.
Gotta save.
Oh my gosh.
Because
having to play retake on these rounds, they're meeting Furia right on the hits to the site, and MIBR is coming out on top.
It's actually quite nice because that's also something that MIBR has done quite well on Split yesterday against Cloud9, where when we first looked at the game, yes, double duelists, very good on the dives, and they were getting a couple of openings, but C9 was starting to read that. The strength that they had for MIBR was the actual positioning that they had on the defensive side to prevent C9 from really coming in and getting plants. And I thought MIBR in that last round was going to play that retake, but they flashed out of that smoke and really fought well against
Raise ultimate soon.
Position that Fury is trying to get.
They could fight for Norm.
Furia's by here. They're pushing themselves through into this round. Right down into the pockets. Getting a little bit of lint for this purchase as well, I think. Already a rotation.
What's a force buy?
Might get caught on vents here.
We might see a 5-0 start.
Hold the space and see what
And a timeout for Furia.
Thought could give a lot, denied right away by Snakebite on the ground, but FRZ
That's
decides to push forward.
good. No revenge.
Earlier allows MW0 to move forward. Only 80
He has 8
The pinch comes in
HP.
towards the A main. Works out as JCZ falls, and an opportunity for Furia to go for a plant up for A Heaven as well.
What a buy! And they're upgrading weapons as they come into MW again!
Looks the wrong corner though. RGL with the backstab on the rotate from the spawn. Player disadvantage for MIBR as 2 players remain. Has a little bit of money to work with that it could do some damage if it catches.
That's a huge force buy.
This might be an opportunity for a retake. But a nice smoke comes out, a flash to peek out. RGL's clearing the corners.
They're gonna save.
Seeing nobody. The discipline coming out from Furia at the pulse plant. You can definitely see the siege coming out from MIBR, and Furia's going to be able to score first with a much lower buy in round number 4.
What a hell of a buy too.
They saved Europe for MIBR.
They find the stinger from MW0 to help pick up another one, and no, MIBR was
But the adaptation from Furia to like MIBR's defensive setup on A was like big. Because not only they adapted like from one room to the other, but then they also like had way less weapon. Their jet is lucky though.
It was too little, too late.
Their jet could have like easily died being spammed behind the wall. And then it's a 3v3 or 3v4.
Really only seen the dive into sight once so far from Furia. All right, still guns around.
We have a
MIBR
showstopper
has the
for
money to
JZZ,
to
so
buy again, but
and
this
he's
is gonna
playing
give
B
us
this
dueling
time.
operators from our Jets. One shot from
Spike
MWZ
starts on A, so
too.
Glass cannon as well for him.
it's walking sewer.
Now they know he's got it. That's even worse. So MIBR is going to hold on to those corners without peeking.
And they are walking back towards A.
Artzine's trying to do the same thing as MW0. Of
course.
That's what Furia likes to do. Just have MW0 try to walk out and get a pick.
Arzin should
Now
win
there,
that
get one to
fight.
rotate perfect, and then there's that nice little
That's
paper
why
jump
they
from Khalil.
jump
Now as you see
pick.
Furia, okay, the off is there towards the A site. Showstoppers to come out towards B main, connects onto the Yahtzee. That smokes down.
They find the two lurks, so
Great call. It's going to make it so much harder to get in. MW02 with the operator is shooting from afar, right? To dive in is going to be tough. Maybe switch up the gun. Teamwork here. Freeze the crowd as they start to make their way into sight. MW0, however, stays on ramp. I don't think they know it just yet.
I mean, they're waiting the wall to come out so he can position themselves. The wall comes down but gets hit by a flash, so he can't get the angle. Arzine just saw one crossover for a plant. There's that peek, and he was ready for it. The Sixth Sense out
good
of Arzine.
hold. Oh,
MW0
that.
has to try to get something done
They
with
still
the top.
think he's
The
amp
top
or
of the dome,
something.
one
Now they
crossover
know
with
his
the counter
site,
JZZ,
so
and
they
then
know it's
wins
two
that
people's
clear
site.
matchup against
Player
Arzine.
standing.
Also, with that, becomes the last player standing as his teammate falls. Looking back up towards the window, misses
Oh,
that
that's
shot as
a
well.
huge miss. One
Senses
bullet.
the push out from main, but it's the wall bang instead from MIBR as they have a clean retake.
Yeah, they do. Nearly a flawless until those last few kills.
And
came
another
in.
hope
You see
save.
MIBR
So
not
not a
doing the
5-0,
trick the
but
second time in
a
row
solid
here as
4-1.
comes in towards the A site with a purchase.
Two huge, very
Few good
impactful
kills,
kill
and it's
early
very tough
on.
for Furia to finalize the strat getting in. Blade Storm's ready. One of the rounds, though, Furia is able to plant. And we do have to have MIBR getting a retake. It wasn't just on the frags. So Furia making a little bit more ground.
The
So it
showstopper,
was the shots that
like,
baited out the showstopper too. So
was
that
huge.
default that they're trying to play here for Furia was very well read by MIBR.
It's a great call on smokes, too. Because in the way MIBR is playing, I mean, for the Yahtzee going down, because the way MIBR is playing, they're taking shots, they're not backing off, already getting Furia up the ramp here.
the Sky is gonna.
Evans still
He's not
held
gonna
pretty
go for
strong.
the orb,
Arzine
and they
slowly
gave up
rotating
the
across to get
spike,
Vents.
so they are
Furia
like.
are back to A. So, while
He legged
trying this,
him.
They're still setting a precedent.
Trying to double push
No
down
trade.
at the middle. Havoc does get the contact onto FRZ, an early advantage. That could have been an early 4 on 4 as MWZR almost got picked off.
They're on
Got
side,
shot
but they
by
don't have
Arzine.
spike.
Up dropping towards the A-side control.
One
Nice
flash, not the
allows MWZR
other.
to get the pick onto Mazine. Adding value to the Blade Storm, the lower bar that you have for the attack inside of Furia. Finally,
They are saving.
as they move in, MIBR is actually choosing to save the op for the next round.
Are they gonna hunt?
I think it's very interesting the way Furia is starting to flex this. We've obviously only seen a few rounds where the attacks have gone in and worked, but it does look like they've gone back to MW.
They called that save really early, and Furia
working mid. It's not the raise
still
jumping.
like.
They're not supplying both. They're creating the space again for MW0, and they're
They're
still
still
having Havoc do
wondering.
what Havoc can do and get kills across the map, which they
Now
did.
I
He
think
did
they
in
get
mid-round.
it. They know it's a
So
save.
little bit of a
They're
different
gonna go
style,
hunt.
but also makes you question as well if you're
No
not
armor,
play the
nice
double
out
duelist default
jet,
comp.
no
Where's the change
gun.
in the meta, right? Long
He's
discussion to
looking
go
for
down
an
that, but
upgrade.
interesting that Furia is finding a different way to use this to beat MIBR.
And finding a lot of value, or at least attempting to find a lot of results, good results by this early attack towards the A ramp. We've had a lot of classic flash and dash from Conan to support NW0 up. towards
Nothing
the ramp.
lost on that.
While they do that for MIBR, for them to reply, you don't see them trying to peek around the corner early with a knock. They're playing behind.
They are very
back of the
close
spawn,
to
towards screens.
Sky
Pressure
and
actually
I
comes
think
in from
Viper
MIBR
ultimate
in these locations right here. Outside B main, down towards
for
mid,
Furia,
trying
so.
to break down that
Oh no, it's
default
the
that Furia's
showstopper, so
currently,
it's Sky and
implementing.
Eyes.
But so far, this time around, at least for round number
It's
6, that
MIBR
previous
that's
one was
close to a
won by
Viper
Furia. It comes down to
ultimate.
those duels in the end.
Stack towards A here for MIBR. They feel like it's going to be a hit again from Furia. Looks like a bit of a default though as the spike goes back and forth. And yeah, this
And
push
nobody
towards A ramp
B.
may sort MIBR back to more default defense, but
And now
definitely
Furia
different.
is looking
I
at
love that
B.
call because that's that conditioning. We just talked about those flash and dashes. As that comes through, look at that pressure coming out from IBBR. They're focusing a lot of players now towards this A site and open B. And Furia just changed the pace.
Do they dive in? A retake for
Raise,
double duelist is just like hitting the
rotating.
sight, so you gotta,
Astra is a
MIBR
little
gonna
bit
come
out of
flying
course.
through.
They see the star.
Sight is gonna be
They
furious.
see
They
the
did a good
exec.
plan. They'll get a good defensive setup. This is now on
They know.
MIBR to be able to take the round as Seekers
The
go
Sky
out.
ultimate
Fury
going
have an
out.
idea of how much time they have.
So by pulling out a perfect rotation, there you have that classic of the double duelist.
The
dive.
dog.
Perfect plan for main. Even the Seekers clearing out the space for Furia. But here is an attempt to continue to add.
They
to that
really
space.
want to
It's
push
happening with
that
the Showstopper, keeping the
backside,
defenders behind towards
which is
front.
annoying.
Pressure has to
Like
come back from
that
MWR.
race is gonna be
MWR gets a nice
a
pick
thorn
for
in
himself, but it's
MIBR's
taken by RGL. He's holding his
in
spot towards the
MIBR's
pillar, but
side.
slowly but surely, MIBR finally made it towards the floor of that B side. Shot missed.
Raise versus
Here comes
Raise.
MIBR
MIBR
pushing
wins.
forward. JZC on the top of that balcony. It's actually being diffused at halfway. Finally, the
It's
sun comes
halved.
down on the attacker.
Oh my
Holding
god.
towards Orange. There's only 2 versus 1. A shot comes in.
Oh.
Again from Artsine. No matter
Artsine.
what, though, I'm pretty sure it was almost no more time left. And Furia, they're actually closing the gap in the lead.
That
MIBR has
Viper,
been building on their
like,
defense.
sneaking in B side
Low buys, full
was
buys,
huge.
Furia had gone A.
Like,
They finally switch it up to B right away with the numbers of MIBR having to rotate.
Khalil
back
had
to
a
the
huge
position. It was
round.
enough. Setting up a garrison inside B right after that plant did not allow the retake to happen, and that operator's down. But MIBR should have a good amount of money. Still buys coming through. We'll see if that operator is still on the table here, but that's a lot of momentum that Furia was looking for. All right, a slight deterrent here going up towards mailroom. Not a lot of love towards mid, but now they'll make sure that no rotation can come through here. 2-1-2 on that defense now by MIBR as they spread back out.
Exactly. The 2-1-2 using the Viper's Pit, and on top of that, they've been gracious. The good news about MIBR is that they've had some strong buys throughout these last few rounds, despite the score that we currently
I don't
see.
like
They're
Viper
actually
Pit
trying to funnel
mid.
here towards Artzin, who unfortunately has been missing a couple
I
of
don't
shots
know.
with the operator. Now could hopefully just post up here as the wall will soon come down on both ends, and there's nobody on the other side. There's a jiggle though to try to find one. The timing on it. The timing on it. What a tease.
Just take a quick look at his watch. One shot means Blade Storm. Again, they tempt ramp. Seems very comfortable that they'll know you get at least one fight up here. For 3, trade it and keep moving. Furia's
They're
okay
gonna
with
go
that. Here's
for the
rotation, gonna
Viper.
look for FRZ.
They got the dog moving forward from the bottom of middle so they can
Yeah.
pace through the vents and go back to try to punish on the top
boy.
of A Heaven.
1-for-1.
For one. But the commitment of Furia is towards the A side where Artsine
He has
was
the
ready finally with a
ultimate
shot.
now.
Anchor in sight. RGL Meister
Yep.
still waiting
Pops
patiently.
it.
They'll never know him.
And
They'll
the
never
Astra
know
is
he's
still.
there. Easy kills for sure. That spike
He's
down,
still
10 seconds
waiting.
left.
Down
Liazzi,
The
pretty much on the
patient.
island. He was watching, still lurking all towards the spawn.
They have
trying to
the
play out
spike.
Fiesta with the
It's
stars
a
that he has,
save.
and there's no way he could move in. At least
Don't
we're trying to
go
hunt for
and
some
lose
kills at the
your
beginning, but no. Artsine
please.
says, let me save my op. Give the round still for MIBR.
And that's a learning situation at the end of the round there for
And they
Furia.
have
They're
the
going to
Astra
double
wall,
check for the
and they're
anchor
also
in
very
sight
cause
now for
to
RGL to not have moved
the
an
Sky
inch. Is
ultimate.
definitely going to educate Furia to be always double checking those corners. You got to do it to him.
2
But still,
huge
gets back in a
ultimates.
position almost to double there.
Astra for retake and
Calm, cool, collected,
Sky
hides
for
quiet.
retake
Eye on
2
the
or
screen.
4. Hunting,
Too
you know.
quick to pick it up. Operators are back out and ready. Cosmic
They're
Divide
gonna
from
play
RBL
mid.
Meister and Khalil's pit. So if they take a site, they may be able to own it. But if Khalil can actually get into an interesting
Check
position,
mid.
maybe be able to prevent some
Probably
rotation
dog.
through the pit. Back to mid here for Furia. So a slightly different look again. They didn't like going back to A just yet.
No flash
Fans, I feel like
and a push.
You felt that, right? You
no,
felt
I
that,
was
Judge.
not ready for that. Holy MIBR aggression on to Furia's aggro here.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And now they know it's B11.
They want to dictate this round. But Conan and MWZ are already
Very naive from MIBR's jet to like just walk in.
Planted.
And Furia took advantage of that. Advantage through. Oh, the shot could
Double
come in for
peek.
KTZ.
Which
Explosive
hit.
mid. Just fury straight through, creating space for each other. Now Mazine eyes are usually there. Gets detected and it'll just be a few shots. So Furia is ready to try new things. It looked the first few rounds they were just gonna go A, B, maybe have Havoc lurk, but no, this protocol mid, that has not been seen by MIBR did leave the one person in heaven out to dry, right? FRZ could not get out of the situation, just plowed right through, and Furia waterfall into B for the first time. So really nice for them to break this out at a point where they could easily start to change the game. One of the last rounds of economy too for what we see for MIBR's buy here if they keep all going down like this. So we should get another gun round. Seems like there's been so much money in this game for teams to go back and forth, and Furia is just capitalizing on their post. Every time they get it down, MIBR's had a really tough chance of getting back in.
And you could start seeing it. Ardzine, both operas are starting to warm up. So this, as a Des was
A weird blip from the sky,
a very clouded match
dying to the bomb.
For these two teams where, again, the comfort comes in for knowing how to play against each other. And
we have a Furia Viper pit and a
and
Showstopper and a Astra ultimate from MIBR. No tactical pulse, like, which is expected when teams are trading blow for blow, but
Still trying. A few rounds they wait, and then they'll push once again. Showstopper drive down A.
that's a dead man. Khalil again. Khalil is having a good map, like, he's finding a lot of very important kills.
Rest of Furia meeting up. And they don't have any smokes to work with, so they have to potentially try to leverage MW0 to once again get an opening with the
Dash is down for MW.
So a double jump out just behind the defensive wall.
He needs help.
Running through FRZ, dodging some shots behind the map, trying to bait out the rotation, trying to bait out the peek from screens.
No flashes from both Sky, and this is why you want an Omen, I think.
But lands the second one through the smoke.
And he's gonna get found.
Easy kill. Somehow it's a 2v1. Up towards the air, the updraft, it misses! They bump against each other! They swing out!
Holy fucking shit, man. MIBR and losing 4v2 is something like... Against Cloud9 they lost like 2 or 3 4v2 pistols and shit like that. Like, they really are a trolling team. They are too inconsistent sometimes.
They don't miss that much, and
especially when they are ahead, they just throw some rounds.
But it is not enough. Furia almost, it really had no right picking up that round, but MW Zera able to make an opening that allowed it possible for Conan to move around.
Like if your Viper is not gonna check her elbow, you need to have someone even checking her elbow. Like, I think the Sky here found probably the only winning play, and then the Jet just supported her with the op.
Trying to dictate the pace on the aggression on the defense. That Showstopper a couple of rounds ago that gets punished there from JZZ, knowing whether the players
and we are seeing an MIBR timeout.
Actually has been trying to play a little bit slower, more default, where there wasn't that aggression from MIBR. Furia is using a lot of that Sky utility to find information, and they have slightly less to really enter sites, which gives a chance really for MIBR to surprise them back, and maybe we might want to try to go back.
I mean, Split is generally considered a defense map, I think, but since both teams play such aggressive composition, like a 6-6 wouldn't be like... It's not a stat line that's too surprising.
Is what it's coming down to. 10 and 9 right now.
And we have 3 ultimates for Furia.
To be the reason that Furia
and that wall that seems to not like fine. I don't know why they have like the Astra wall. Honestly,
big push by FRZ a couple rounds
like
ago.
the Astra wall doesn't do much.
Usually you don't see any mid in a double duelist composition. Maybe a lurk.
Honestly, even a Brim would be better. Like if you're gonna play an explosive comp, your Brim can just drop his 3 smoke at the same time, throw his fucking steam pack, and then he has a molly and he has his ultimate to completely fucking block a position. Like you can ult mid, you can ult in the B under heaven. Like And there haven't be, you can like
B side doesn't work out. Well, that flash actually gets that information.
even
and there's
like
that reaction from IBR. Let's try to move quickly here towards B. We try to go for
it's
those
part
edges.
of the A11.
Happy to get some of the ultimates or at least hear them on Furia's
And they have a
side.
plant.
Furia's ready to lock
Three
this down.
plant.
MIBR, the low buy. They're gonna have to be behind each other here on these trades.
They need to find open kills and upgrade.
MIBR is trying to close the gap, focusing on pressure at the 8 ramp. But that gets denied by a couple of utility on the attack.
And the Astra is out of the action. He's looking for Lurk, but
MW0 getting shot through the wall. Forced to reposition, and actually that's quite nice for MIBR. You're forcing out. Nice shot. Seekers.
yeah,
At least
they're
for
just gonna
Furia,
farm
as
them.
you have a lower buy. That is a great. I take that win actually for MIBR as I have that lower buy because Seekers on the last round where they don't have it anymore for Furia, but we have money on the defense.
I don't care.
We have a Yop back out.
Furia has one extra
Made
ult.
Fury work for it, for sure. A lot of those ultimates were coming out. A few frags to go down, but we should have the buys we need for both teams here.
I still wonder what the Astra wall is gonna be used for.
Yeah, right? The headhunter pot.
Exactly.
Oh my. Alright. See where this goes. Looks like, okay, so they were nading up on that balcony. Now we're gonna put a Viper bite up on the balcony when they hit the site so nobody can peek out. A lot of times, even if the smoke goes up there, you can still get retaliation.
We have an early dog.
Again, the wall blocks
Gonna
vision.
get destroyed and find some info.
Ardzin activates the dash.
Ardzin once again. Yeah, that's a 7-5 for Furia. That's huge.
Big flash. Mazin just trying to stay alive for a bit. Showstopper misses, but MW0's on the other side.
That's
But a double
huge,
duelist,
like.
at least on the attacking side of Furia, opens up the A site. Even a pit, this is gonna be good luck, have fun for RGL and FRZ.
I love it. One of the last rounds, we see it, they ha, we can do it, and they dive right in. MIBR unsuspecting.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. FRZ just got.
I think Furia should win that map.
The A heaven, even Furia there.
Like,
Hey, let's just flank. Let's just confirm the kill. Who cares? We don't really want to let the time go.
Yeah.
Hat the stats. But definitely you.
we'll
you
see
the
how
nice
MIBR
little lean
attacks,
and
but
adaptation from Furia.
7-5 on
By playing a
split.
little bit more
It's a
passively
good
against
attack,
MIBR's
like.
rounds, and they're just punishing MIBR. That's gotta suck. You've waited the whole time towards A heaven, and as you walk down, you get hit by a dog.
That's the way, or you miss the trip and you just walk right into it.
Yep.
It caused so much time. 7-5. Wow. This round summed up for me, this half is the op talks, man. When MW0 had the operator, the team was making openings that Furia wasn't finding otherwise and able to take MIBR apart to get those 7 rounds. MIBR with a fantastic start, not allowing even plants to come through.
Well, now, at least let's toss it back to the analyst desk to see what they have to say for the first half.
7-5 there for Furia as they have that 2-round lead, but things did not start out too hot there for Furia. In fact, MIBR showing that they are, in fact, here to play, but MW.
Yeah, they were showing some good stuff, but for me, what really stuck out about this half is the limitations of this solo Sky comp.
Super agree.
So many rounds, Mazin is dogging out in
Yeah.
the main towards.
And the Astra wall was useless. Again, like, I think Omen on split is better than Astra. If you're gonna go Omen Viper, even solo Omen is good enough.
Going into these retakes. I mean, this right here, solo flashing for yourself.
Honestly, like, I would take Omen Killjoy instead of Astra Viper every day, like.
Wait for the rest of your team, and then again, these dogs getting baited so early. I mean,
But I feel like since Killjoy is nerfed, people prefer Viper. They find the same style of utility from a Viper, like the 2 mollies and
honestly, Furia, once I figured it out, they were just
the
doing
very
every
like defensive
round.
setups and stuff that you can have with a Viper.
Late round, you hit a site with double dive, which, especially when your opponent is opping and flashed off the line, it's really hard to hold on to and win out these post plants. The thing is, though, this goes both ways. We also have a solo Sky.
Well, I was going to
Double
ask
duelist
because,
on
you
for
know,
Furia.
tables turn, right? Because
Yes.
now it's going to be Furia's problem to solve here. And how do they do that? How do they figure it out?
Conan has to be so careful about when he's using his utility and communicating with his team when he's flashing, what space they can take off of that, and needs to make sure he is being conservative in his use so they don't get ran over in these retakes as well.
For viewers at home, pay attention to how that Sky can impact this one, especially in the retakes. We'll see how it pans out and send it back over to Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you, GB, Mimi, and Athena. Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's a terrible stat for MIBR. 1 of 8 out of retakes, and I think they bring up a great point. The Sky. Maybe that's why you see that pressure out for MIBR on the defense. We'll see if Fury is going to try to do the same thing because they know how little utility they would have on these retakes.
We have a 5-man stack.
Yahtzee back with the stars down. The rotations are already coming over.
Nobody. Oh, he got checked. 1 for 1, and Furia looks like they're gonna close this one.
Just meaning it all as you try to funnel through. I think one of those satchels missed, and we had a great suck coming out from the Yahtzee, but everybody just instantly got dropped by MIBR.
At first he's like, no, I'm coming, guys. Don't worry. I'm almost there. Oh my, they went down quick. But yeah, you're right. The instant hit, but prepared. Furia was prepared for the instant hit from MIBR there. Expecting this double duelist to explode immediately, and Furia now take a pistol round of their own. So we've traded 1-to-1 now on those. Furia was able to come up with the rounds last half. So
I feel like pro team like the Viper because you can create. You can accustom your opponent to a certain rhythm, you know, like we're gonna go A, we're gonna put the wall up at that time when we are moving through A, and stuff like that. And so when you fake, you can activate your wall at the same timing to have people think that you are crossing, walking and stuff like that. You're just crossing silently and you are gonna hit A, and then your agent is just on the other side of the map. Like you can see the Viper is playing A solo.
MW0 did get a bit of contact. Havoc, the one trying to find information. Got him.
I think that's why teams value Viper a lot, but I don't know. I think it's overrated.
Giving it up. You see how safely Conan is playing. They say, fine, we'll let him take heaven. We'll play the retake here. Don't want to catch a shorty or something crazy in the face on the low buy of MIBR.
A Cypher could do the same thing. That's a huge shot from Ardin. 1 for 1, they can't get the weapon though. And now mid is compromised, they are pushing mid. And they find 2 kills on A. And they are gonna run towards the weapons. And the rope nerf, that was huge.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of errors here and there.
And so you see that they are not playing with armor because of the outlaw, and Furia instantly adapted, and they were like, okay, we know you're gonna respect the outlaw by not buying armor on your eco. By not buying small armor on your eco, which means that you are farmable with a marshal, and you see the Jet get the marshal. It doesn't doesn't work for him, but still. And the Raid's not finding an upgrade is a little like sad for MIBR. And we see another marshal. I think it's gonna be Soul.
Yeah. The pistols are on fire today for both sides, it seems. And yeah, that's one of those I wish I didn't situations. As RGL comes up with the last one. Nicely done. They flipped the script on how the economy's working here. A Marshall there still for Yahtzee on defense, though, so they may be able to get a little bit of armor chip. Furia feels good about this round. Looks like it might be a B hit
people
on the end of just that lurk from FRZ still.
With no armor.
You got Marshall for pop shots, 101 damage. You have 3 players with shares, which would then mean 1 shots. But MW0 is trying to play the offense.
And they are like pushing them.
The garage. denied right away.
Like,
Sometimes you don't need a Marshall to help. You get a headshot from Havoc on Death
oh, good shots.
With another one. Marshall trying
They get
to
the
do
revenge
some
on the
damage.
sky,
Trying to dance
and now
around.
they know.
Support from hell denied both of them
And the
by
Raze
MIBR.
is in a 1v3 post
Havoc
plant.
upgraded a rifle and
He
has
has a rifle,
Does
but
he
no
wanna do this?
armor.
They called
And a
potentially
showstopper.
the HP
I don't
remaining
think you
on the
use
rest.
it there.
They're definitely on an eco.
You don't go for a
Try to
hero play.
do some
It was
damage,
an
a little bit
eco,
more
it's a
damage.
good eco. Try to find
Havoc
one or two
definitely
kills.
seeming more
Making
in his play, in
them
his
doubt.
positioning. See if he can get this last one. Oh, as he just trolls back and forth to see how many angles he has to check.
The game sense. He knows where all three players are at pretty much. But Mazin
Good
goes
shit
for the
from
drop
Mazin.
by. There was an opportunity there. If he actually got that pick up to Mazin, he knows that the showstopper is going to get RGL towards that back, and you're left with the 1v1.
The potential of that round was huge. As soon as Havoc got that frag, you wonder, now they know the lurk is gone. The whole team can just focus in onto what's happening at B. However, Furia realized they needed to act fast as well with Havoc coming around.
And we have a
Havoc,
nope
JZZ coming
for
around.
Furia.
Very interesting stuff. Both teams reacting well and adapting to the speed they're putting up for each other. Maybe towards
And a stack on A,
double duelist pick
basically.
First time for MIBR here, but it's just going to be towards ramp, gaining control.
Satchels
And the spam, the bot.
Up towards A heaven. Meanwhile, the rest of MIBR dashing in somehow a shot from Havoc outside the window. There wasn't a smoke
The
for
dog.
them inside. MIBR wanted to challenge this. As they do so, 3 players up atop. Plan is
Plan
forced to be
going
safe.
off.
A push towards the spawn decides otherwise. Zardazine is just trying to reposition.
They're waiting. It's like, can MW get one more peek? That might be the activation. Otherwise, it's as soon as they get down ramp.
Smoke the flash, they are retaking
Just heard a snake
ramp
bite down. I'm
and
pretty sure that was
going
one being thrown towards the main.
for A main.
Slowing the pace as if they heard a flash. There's that peek towards the spawn, a double peek to see the opper.
Good shit, Mazin.
2 shots with the wall bang
Mazin
off
very
the screen.
crucial in this round.
Now they have a perfect position for MIBR on the post plan. MW0 cannot move in with his teammates, forced to fall back.
He's gonna save the up, they saw him exit.
MIBR, after winning that thrifty on that eco, ties up the game.
Wow.
That was a really strong showing from
One of their
MIBR.
main goals,
And
I
again,
think,
we
in
see
every
the
game
Brazilian
is
playing the
to figure
skill
out
check
how to shut
and
down
playing
MW0,
the
right? You have a guy who's
proactively, like
basically glass cannoning whenever they can, and is a reason that these rounds get completely shut down. So the faster they get into sight, the faster they set up, the less work MW0 can actually do. Because that's exactly what it op wants to be able to hold the forward angles. It shuts down fast pressure play. Somebody comes flying around the corner, one shot. That's not what MIBR is allowing on their hits, though. Good smokes, good control. And
For now, I would say, like,
here to see how they can right this, get it back in there.
Khalil, huge impact for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, they have
And
no
Mazin,
showstopper
huge
just before
impact
we
for,
come to the screen here available for Havoc. Do they want to try to do some sort of trap play
For
here?
MIBR.
If you could funnel, if you could put
And we have
MW0 in
a
good
Furia
spot,
timeout.
and actually he lands some shots and adds
So,
that pressure.
you
onto
lose
MIBR.
the...
There's an
No, you
opportunity
win the
to
pistol, you
have
lose the
funnel
echo, you
within
lose the bonus, basically.
become a huge swing round here for Fury on a defense. But it could also be just a regular timeout to discuss.
And
within
then
the
you
next round
lose
what the
the
protocols, what
first
MIBR
arm
has been doing
round,
here on
basically.
here with.
So,
And we know these
yeah,
two teams
they've
are
lost
pretty
3
evenly
rounds in a row,
matched.
and you see, like,
it's
Furia
kind of
instantly
plant the bomb equals
timeout,
win game.
refocus
Looking at
your
the score,
player.
It's even. First kills, first deaths are even. 5v4s or 4v5s and pistols, all even in how they're playing against each other. Like I
And
said,
we have a
the scoreline,
nope
8
again.
to 8. The only thing that's
Because of
different
the
here basically
save,
is the buys.
or
The
thanks
economy
to
is
the
switching up
save
a
for
little bit.
Furia.
Let's see what they can do. As we now
We
get
see a
to round
shotgun
17. This
for
is just the
Ardin
first of this
and a nope.
series. Neither team wants to go home on this one.
And look at this.
And
So they have
again, like,
MW0 playing solo with
the
that
Viper
option.
solo
If you
A
wanna go for this
with
one
a
on
wall
Absolutely. Look at that stack
and a
you have.
stack B.
A safe spot from Havoc out towards the
And they
elbow
have
where he gets
2
the
good
final call with the
ultimates
showstopper.
that are
This
like
is an
1
important
orb
shot to win
away.
right here. Gets blinded by a flash. All that plan's gone.
Probably for the Viper.
Positioning. Look how fast rotations come over.
If he
It's gonna be
rotates
alert
faster,
for
he could
FRC.
grab that arm.
Could be a nail in the coffin if he can get behind enemy lines.
Dog is gonna see
He's
one
not gonna
side
get
kill,
it.
but
He's gonna
they
play
saw it. They go from
mid
JCZ
lurk.
on the other end. Shot by NWZR, an opportunity to come through. There's the showstopper coming
One
out,
for
and it gets
one.
snagged right away.
The
Oh,
flash.
out huge here for Mazin to try to get a spot.
And
But
Mazin
cannot get the
again,
shots.
very big impact
Stars
from
coming down.
IBR.
A flank from the back. FRZ does connect onto
The
Liazzi
slow
as
mid
the
lurk
players
from
are slowly falling down from
Viper
Furia.
that
They
found the
realize this,
kill, and
potentially
now
just
it
trying to
blocks
save and protect NWZR,
any attempt from
and the other two
Furia.
do some damage. It
He
works
dies,
out
gives
onto
up
FRZ.
an upgrade,
This
but
back down
they're gonna have
Furia
to cross
attempt
for
to go
it.
for a
They
retake if
do.
they want to, and it starts off with a jump spot
And it's
on the
really
attack
dangerous
squad.
for IBR right now.
Bang onto Mazin. And Artsina at least is able to save that.
Oh.
RGL from the pillar.
Good shot from RGL.
Take that for Furia on that buy.
That came down
And
to
they
the
don't
one
play orbs
v1
at
the
all.
end.
Like,
Obviously, the MW was trying
they
to get
have
out
two
of there,
people
but
that are
when I
really
saw
close
4 players
to
of Furia
their
hurrying
ultimates, and
towards
they
Sam,
don't
ready
play
to
for the
pile through
orbs.
there, and they caught Mazin's guiding light in the face. That is one of the
They would rather have the
moments.
plant and
They
have the
finally
kill
spread out into
than
a situation,
go
but
for
MIBR acted so incredibly fast
the
on this
ultimate
round.
points.
Understanding Furia would try and sprint back into the site. Straight W. 4 rounds in a row now for MIBR as they are going quick. It's a plant the bomb, win
Dog
the
A.
round type of game. Who can get back in and get the retake? It's up to Furia now. Holy moly.
They want the orb for the jet.
Operator was with him last round. Now it's back to Mazin. And no operator now for the side of Furia. It has been such a focal point. To
Oh,
get
they
the
are
weapon in the mix.
baiting.
That's a great call for Mazin with the operator because of MIBR's comfort to go for the double dive. And when you have a Sky in the back trying to run all that util first, you get a plant for example, B main where they're inching towards. He could actually play the op on the post plant. So MIBR needs to waste this utility that's being posted up towards his B site. But it's a slow default. They're trying to have Furia make the first mistake.
Get out of my way.
There's the blades. So that, I think that means they're looking to
Here,
dive
the
maybe.
raise, rotating B.
MWZ at least stops JZZ.
It's going to foil the first step of the attempt of map control towards heaven. A dash across the smoke, trying to catch one behind the
Dashing.
staircase.
They know.
Artzine sees nobody there. Now Cloudburst sees 2. Couldn't get the contact onto Liadzi. 8 HP remaining. Snake by now to still cover the staircase. Up towards the B. Have a nice shot to open things up towards B main though. RGL in contact against Liadzi. Still at the 8 HP. Being a pivotal point as an anchor. There's only 12 seconds left. Have to move quickly to pick up the spike. FRZ does so. And he does have a pit. So a plant will potentially bring out a pit. Which will give it time
And they
for the
don't
opponent
play
to
Heaven.
potentially come out, but they have no flashes to work with, so that's going to be difficult to walk through. Trying to pinch towards the back of the spawn. Mazin's moving forward. Conan senses it.
Mazin, big impact kill again.
Out to MWZ.
He wasn't checked,
Storm
so
still available, not popped yet. Has a Vandal in hand. Both the players of FRZ and Mazin holding together, trying to keep this pit up, keep the pit alive. There's that tap. Trying to find a timing to walk forward. And it's Mazin to try to bid it
He's
out
very
first,
low.
just to keep the pit up. There's that first kill.
Yeah.
But the push comes out from FRZ in the end.
What a good ultimate from FRZ.
Able to still get through
And
on
again,
this
a lot
round.
of
It
impact
almost
from
looked like it
Mazin.
got way too chaotic and overcooked. We had JZZ go down, and then Artazine.
3 ultimate now. 3 ultimates for Furia. So
And you were just like, wait, team's still in mid.
we'll see
But
how
no,
they use
they
that
recouped. They understand what needs to
ultimate.
be done mid-round.
We've only seen one Astra wall last half.
Bringing it down to 1 again,
And they both had it for very long time, so I don't know what this team
And FRZ
are doing with
took one out. We had the
Astra's
work
wall.
last round, helped put the nail in the coffin on the retake coming in.
Second timeout for
And a lot
Furia.
of other rounds that he's doing great lurking, being able to get the audio comms in and the transition of when Furia is moving, and it is helping MIBR stay on top of these plays.
Is that Psycho? But a timeout, the last one being called out by Furia. And again, I mean, it's an important one here. They don't have too much money to work with coming out of this timeout. But everything that
I
they
don't
were
see a
trying to
lot
do
of
on that
people
previous
talking.
round they actually had the perfect numbers to hold that B site. And they were able to separate that attempt of a push that you had from MIBR on that split towards that B main. But it gets denied right away. I mean, they're doing a great job for MIBR to do heroic plays.
Yes, it is crazy heroic. Last
And they are
5
gonna
post
eco.
plans have been successful retakes for them. Like, that's kind of crazy with how fast Fury is getting in the site. We still have a few members lurking about that would make some good plays to stop MIBR from getting back in. But man, MIBR is almost happy to let Furia plant right now. They're not worried about the extra money because it just seems like they have such a read on how to retake right now.
Wow.
Mid gets taken over. See if they can force the hand.
Viper
of
ultimate
MIBR
mid for
to
Karin,
side sites
and he's
Furia
holding with a
trouble
Stinger.
duels come.
What a gamble.
That's,
now, they have a lower buy that
that's
went
very
mid
bold.
towards middle for Furia and a 4-player stack on the A site. They have Blade Storm available for MW0, but they just want to leave that B side open, somehow trusting that the retake will work. But they've already used a bit of that Sky utility that would be so useful for the retake.
And
Only
they are
one
moving
left,
away from
and
me.
then potentially the next thing on the board would be Havoc with his nades. And look, I bet MIBR.
Oh,
They're cruising.
Everybody's just gambling on movements, and it's working out.
guys,
Looking to
no,
follow up on
they
each
heard
other's damage
something.
here. Whether it's a 2-person death ball or 3 or 4 of them running around, they are keeping a little buddy system.
The dog mid is gonna
Trying
push
to
the
predict
Viper
B
when
hit.
no.
They float back towards A, and it looks like they are going to read this slightly correct. Whether or not they can stop MIBR on the way in, they'll be there for a few trades.
And it's Jove, they are on site. The Jet tries to go in. Oh,
But gets denied right away
yeah.
by GZZ. With that, though,
Found
they
one,
tried to
but
go for
can't
the
find
return
more.
of funds. They just tried to go for those heroic plays. Unfortunately, got denied. I think that's the best you could do here with the buy that you have.
They are trying to deal
Round
like
should be coming in here for
damage.
MIBR unless a miracle happens on the side of Furia. Both players split off here. One towards screens, the other one towards the ramp. Liazzi was able to get one. But FRZ has been so good on this Viper.
FRZ is disgusting. He's just kind of understanding what the flow is of each round and putting himself in the middle of the
And
site there.
Furia hasn't won
Through another 3
a defensive
and
round
another successful
since
post
the
plant for
pistol.
MIBR.
They won the
6
pistol and then they lost the eco and
Incredible
they crumbled.
consistency coming in from this team. And it doesn't even look like Furia has a read on how this is happening. Furia, it looks like they're playing to the retakes MIBR wants, and I'm not actually sure how MIBR keeps getting that in their favor.
And we have 2 orbs again.
Just taking
Potato.
Furia down. All right, 11-8.
Oh, might get punished here. Liazzi's walking away. Shows not pretty
Oh,
far. The
he's
space
gonna
that's
get
gonna
found.
No more stars to deny
And
the
they are on
control this
site.
double duelist dive. Change the pace for MIBR.
Another lurk mid from the Viper. 1 for 1.
But an assist from GZZ just to bait out the op. Spike is down, it doesn't matter. Player advantage to backstab.
That was close. They know someone is mid.
Another one to fall.
And they're gonna get
Too good
farmed.
here for MIBR. 1 versus 3.
What can he do, man?
Against the wall.
No
Conan,
flashes,
the
just a
IGL
dog,
having
but no
decide
one
at
to
this
follow.
point, do I want to use my Seekers or not on his 3v1? Sees one, here's a plan, spots a
Yeah.
threat and loses the fight. Map point for MIBR.
Absolutely clinical for 7 rounds in a row. This is
They have such a
wild
strong
from
attack side,
MIBR,
man.
and it is worth
I was
going
like,
back and
Furia
really
win the
watching
attack
this
side
stack up
7
for
to
them and
5.
how they are
That's
dismantling
huge for split.
Furia on these
And then
attacks.
fucking MIBR is like,
Jeez.
hold my beer,
Predicting the
man.
rotations, predicting the
Like, holy
positionings,
fuck.
and it's really
I-
not second guessing each other. They know what they need. They have the utility for these retakes, and we are definitely seeing a bit of a change in effectiveness for MIBR's solo initiative.
Can't wait
retake
to
and
see the
Furia
Breeze and what they are
was putting on the
cooking.
board. Here towards mid, MIBR. Gotta go fast.
But slowed by a flash, and that was a teammate's flash. Azine trying to do that to create that space.
Right,
Allowing
what
the
are the
duelists
maps
once
MIBR
again
played
to work together, this time
in
towards
their
fence,
first
and
series
you kinda
against
like it.
Cloud9?
Sometimes it's slow.
I don't
this time
think they
it's quick for
played the
first two
Lotus,
rounds.
did they?
Havoc close range with the judge, but both duelists are there. Do they know the crossfire? They do now as they spotted Conan to push
They
forward
play
for
blind-
MIBR. The off shot missed.
Bind split Lotus.
Furia
And they
has
won the
a
split
breathing
too.
chance.
A little light here. Will they be able to connect with another?
So
Still
they haven't
sticking
played
together.
Breeze.
Utility there.
Furia
Got
played
light to come
Breeze.
in for Artisan.
And they played Classic, you know. Viper Sova Jet,
Just trying to
Cypher
anchor on the
Kill.
sights, and Furia's ready to
Very classic
re-rotate
comps.
off of where
It was a
Liazzi
mirror
ended
with
his
an
round.
RJ.
There.
Now they pretty much know where the hit's going to be
And
coming
the
from.
decider is
Or towards B
Lotus.
heaven or towards spawn.
And,
They're okay to play this passively for
we haven't
Furia
seen
to let
Lotus
MIBR make
30
the
seconds
first
for
step.
Furia, but we've
Two
seen
players on air
Lotus
watching
for
close defensive
MIBR.
spawn. The Do players B that push
They
all the way
played
out,
Raze,
or just waiting for
Killjoy.
the walkout? It's easy. Three falling, four in the round for NW0. As Furia
Raze,
finally
Killjoy,
get a round in this half. It took a while.
A 3K.
Sky,
3K just kind
and
of
then Viper
sneakily
Man, yeah.
waiting for MIBR to waltz on in. That was one of the slower rounds, and it gave a chance for Furia to kind of just, like you said, take a bit of a breath and understand what may be happening in it.
And Musia found
A little
a
too late. Still
huge
the
round.
question we have to ask. 12-9 here within reach, though. 3 rounds.
But still a very dominant half for MIBR.
And that Bulldog. So still very much around.
It's just a bump in the road, I think. They should be able to close that one. They've already secured overtime, like...
Looks again just to pressure heaven here. So
We have the Seekers for Furia, and he's gonna use them.
Once again, name of the game is being aggressive.
On an open kill.
Towards the A side, they did a beat to mid.
They are on site, they are
One round after the
planting.
next. Plant attempted for heaven. It will be successful, but Furia is all over the A heaven.
And they are gonna retake the home. They're gonna retake the home 3 together. And then if they manage to, the Astra is probably gonna go back to be even, like we've seen earlier in the rounds. No, it's the Sky this time, like, but he's alone, he doesn't have someone screen like he on the other round where he had the Jet Hope.
Pressure is coming through for Furia as this once again is still map point for MIBR. Artisan staying within all these smokes, a tap on the first spike, and that's pretty much it.
And that's over. Yeah, no time. GG.
Now the clock is down, the spike goes out, and MIBR take the first map.
Who else but FRZ as well?
These retakes are very
very
slow.
Very apparent story of how they play with FRZ on Viper on Split. How many times was he the last?
What a big half for MIBR.
More control over the quadrants they want to fight, but also, holy moly, FRZ. Beautiful frags coming out. Again, MIBR with an amazing second half on attack. Their post plans almost 100% success until Furia was able to find a few rounds in there. But what a demanding or commanding game on Split by MIBR.
Definitely for MIBR, despite when you're seeing how the game kind of started there, a couple of shots being missed by Artzine, but
yeah,
you definitely didn't always need Artzine on the board. There was a lot of players pushing through. You mentioned FRZ at this point, and on the other end for Furia, it's still the NW0 show, waiting for the rest of the team to come with them, and hopefully they could do this on their map pick, which is going to be Breeze, coming up after the break.
I would put Mazin as the MVP, honestly. Like, he might not be high in kills and stuff, but he found such a huge impact kills. Very massive impact kills. I wonder what MIBR is cooking on Breeze. Are they gonna play the classic, or are they gonna go for something a little more spicy? I think you need, like, Sova is huge, Viper is like a must-have. Both teams have a very strong and willing to play up player, so we are gonna see a Jet, and if you see a Cypher, you probably see a KO for like entry. As a second initiator, like, he's so good for fucking Breeze. Like, you basically have a second Sova Dart.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With a knife. Like, And the entry, it's basically a Phoenix Beast. It's a Phoenix that can disable a Cypher. Like, it's an upgraded Phoenix. So I don't know what else you take. Maybe you could go Arbor. Maybe you could go Arbor instead of the Jet if you don't want to play the Op, but it's such a big map. Not having a sniper, and you need the entry too. Yeah, I think you could go for Arbor instead of KO. At least you used to be able to. But since, like, when... Here's the thing. You could go Chamber instead of Cypher. Not go for the Jet. Since you have a Chamber. Go for another, like, Duelist. Or just go Arbor instead of Jet. Like Arbor instead of Jet and Chamber instead of Cypher, I think. You could go for something like that. I guess. But it's a way more, like... It's a very all-in comp. You are basically giving up the site every round and playing retake with that comp. We could see MIBR go for that, that's their side. I feel like they are not afraid of the skill check, even against other Brazilian teams. We could see... We're probably gonna see KO, Cypher, Sova, Viper, Jet for Furia, and we could see like KO, Chamber, Sova, Viper, Arbor for MIBR. I think that would be their style. We could also see a Gecko pop. No, I think KO Sova is too strong.
7-5 in favor of Furia, but now it's MIBR who picks up the win, and it's because of bananas. They're back, baby. Welcome, everyone, to VCT Americas as we look to break everything down from that game that we just saw on Split. It was a 13-9 victory for MIBR, and I think the question we were really harping on was what's going on with the solo initiator? How is that going to pan out? And I think for MIBR, quite well. They went on a 7-round run.
Yeah, their attack side was, or their second half there on the attack was a lot stronger. And I think for me, the biggest issue with the way Furia was playing with the solo initiator comp was they were so worried about conserving Sky utility for the late round retakes that they were never going for proactive plays or threatening pushes on the extremities.
But that was the thing that they were doing.
Yeah, not to the same. Because when you're not threatening to take that space, your opponent can just walk up and contact into mains, and then you get these double dive.
Furia's 12 first kill.
Retake, and playing retake with this comp I think is so
I mean, they're basically at 50-50, like 12 to 10 means like second 11 to 11, like
they understood that hey, they're conserving their util for so long that we can abuse this map control, and it felt like Furia kind of did the other end where they were so timid, they didn't push, they weren't super aggressive, they allowed the map control.
It would be more interesting to have the stat of like how many first kill were traded against how many first kill were like
So
found and
I mean, that's kind of
never
why I just
trade.
think this comp is not
Never
as good
traded.
as some of the other comps we have seen here on Split, because you have to make that trade-off. You need to be threatening to take space early and fight forward, or else you're just going to get these contact executes that run you over.
Yeah.
If you're doing that, your retakes are weaker, but if you're just strictly saving util to try and play in retakes, you run out of information and you just get out mid-rounded, and I think that the latter is the greater evil than the prior.
Yeah, fascinating how two teams can play the same composition, but in completely different ways. It's the reason why we love this game so much, is what makes it so fun. But, you know, I think that at the start of the Furia's run here in the tournament, all eyes were on Havoc because he was such a, you know, a big signing for them, a lot of noise that this player was making in the challenger scene, and we were worried that he wasn't going to be as, you know, was going to be a little nervous, maybe not as impactful, and then as time went on, you can tell, Mimi, that Havoc is getting a little bit more comfortable out there, and if he gets more comfortable, it means NW's got more help, which means Furia scary.
And that's why I thought Furia, part of the reason why I thought Furia was going to close out this map. Havoc was looking way better than in his debut match here in Americas. But on the other side, the big issue we were talking about in the pre-show was MIBR really not having that standout player in their first match. But for me, JZZ filled those shoes wonderfully here. On these executes, he was winning so many critical opening kills.
Yeah, I feel like he genuinely took that aggression to a whole new level, which is something that we really were talking about. We wanted to see more from MIBR. And he genuinely took his util, the way that he pushed on that raise, like it just felt so good. It felt so smooth. And we were worried at the beginning because of the solo initiator, but it felt like JZC took things into their own hands. There's like a couple rounds even where like they did the right protocols, raise pushing into that B main after losing mid pressure. A lot of these plays were like really, really good and really good fundamental understanding from JZZ. And I feel like both these players really stepped up to the raise.
I will say though, if there is a map to bounce back, it's got to be Breeze, which is where we're heading next in this series. For Furia, they look quite comfortable on it on the first day of play here in Americas. And I think that for MW's era, this is absolutely his comfortable territory. And for MIBR, I mean, I'm not sure if they even have the same firepower to bring it to him here.
And that, I think, is the point of conversation here, right? Because when you look back at JZZ in the previous series, he was actually the top fragger for the team. He was playing pretty well. So him doing well isn't that shocking, but it's a different type of doing well. And on Breeze, you're going to need that overwatching position that's going to handle a lot of those long angles, and you're going to be really looking at guys like NW to, once again, be the impact player in those situations.
And Artson is going to have to be the player who goes up.
And he had moments. He had moments, but is it MW status? I'm not too sure.
I mean, with Furia, we saw that MW was kind of warming up on that operator as well, which I think is the biggest thing on Breeze, is if you get someone who's warm on that operator, like, a lot of it is going to be really hard, both on attack and defense. When you have that operator just going in for picks, and you have the defense side operator just like shutting down executes, making sure that they can like peek past Viper utility, peek past controller utility, like it's the way that flick that he hit from spawn on B site, like
it was out of his peripheral. The scope graphic was actually blocking the person, and he still saw the outline.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I was like, my eyes were like, wait, what? He's an unreal talent, without a doubt, right? And that is the reason why we keep talking about the guy. But now, MIBR, you're right there. You can shut this down. You can move on in this competition and do something that only one person believed in. I'm kidding. But jokes aside,
I believe too in MIBR.
I think we are seeing that consistency does really work out in the end for these teams, especially in this regional matchup between two Brazilian teams very familiar with one another.
The worry for me, though, going into this second map was how slow Furia was to adapt in that. Honestly, in that second half, I don't think they ever found the right call in the adaptation. They kept on giving space in these mains. They kept on getting ran over by these hard hits with that double dive comp, and seeing them not able to come up with a solution in time does worry me a little bit here, especially with MIBR having the momentum into the second map.
Yeah, momentum is huge.
And they tried to adapt.
Because once you have won that first map, you'll have to have Fury kind of talking about the issues that they're having fundamentally. Are they trading? Are they using their good abilities? Are they pushing and taking that space? And I feel like that's something that they're going to bring to the table here.
But
that being
MIBR
said,
found
we did have a really big conversation about MW's era being
on a
the
lot
standout
of
player on
impact
Furia, and how the rest of the team revolving
GG,
around
man.
him isn't really stepping up to that play. And that, for me, is scary for Furia. And I think MIBR right now, the way that that they're looking is a lot better than the MIBR
Yeah.
we saw before.
Yeah, do want to let everyone know, just a small delay on the stage. We're going to get that sorted in a little bit, so you hang out with us for the time being. We'll continue to talk more about what we saw in that last matchup on Split as we make our way over toward Breeze. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of question marks. I'm curious to see what the compositions are going to be, what the choices are, because, well, you know, these two teams have been running familiar compositions, and I think that is probably the game plan for the rest of the tournament potentially, or they're going to have to change things up. What are we expecting here on Breeze?
It's interesting because thus far from what we've seen from Furia has been the very last year comps. They haven't really innovated anything new from what we've seen. But Furia last year was actually a team who was taking some risks. They were an early adopter of the double controller meta with Harbor Viper, even bringing that to maps like Haven back then. And I feel like having really good implementations of it. But I don't know if we're going to see that same creativity, because thus far we really have seen them going more towards these comfortable comps from last year.
Yeah, I feel like those comps, not changing the meta, is not going with how the meta has been shifting and absolutely obliterating like a lot of these things. I mean, the Cypher buff is really good.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're going to
absolutely.
switch off that double controller and make sure that they have that Sentinel out there. The Cypher is just
We
so
see a
good.
Cypher.
Yeah, he's so good right now, and if you don't have those Sova shocks ready for that, it's like
Cypher
you know, you kinda
Viper,
have to
so
use
yeah,
your
it's a
own
classic
blocks to
for
kinda
MIBR.
counter what's happening with the meta, but at the same time, you could be completely innovative.
It's gonna be a mirror.
Yeah, a lot of teams have just been going back to the comp that was prevalent even before the Breeze changes. That solo controller, Cypher, Jet, and kind of double initiator, and that's what we're getting actually on both of these teams. They're both just going back to that default composition, and here you really do have to highlight that Jet head-to-head. Artson has been solid. He has not been a standout. He is up against MW, and this is MW's map.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for Artson, without a doubt. We saw a few moments where they were scrapping together, but MW Zera is feeling it, and that will be a point of contention there for MIBR to have to handle anything that's catching your eye there, Athena.
Yeah, I feel for right now, since Furia is starting on that defense side, if they do want to shift the momentum to their own, they need to establish some sort of early round aggression. But I think for MIBR, they're going to understand that that might be what they want to do. And so MIBR is going to have to play the game in their own way, kind of see if MW...
Because there's a other game happening here, a mind meta game between two regional players.
Yeah, especially when you played against each other so many times before. The player I'm looking at is Khalil. He can take over in games like this when he's playing on that Sentinel. I've seen him hit some nasty lurk timings, and we saw MIBR, honestly, leave a lot to be desired on that defensive side. They had their moments, but we also did see gaps get exploited at times. I think that's less likely to happen here when they actually have a Sentinel, when they have double initiator, but Khalil, he's damn good at finding those gaps.
Well, let's see how this is all going to play out. It's time for map number 2. We're going to send it back over to your casters, Vansili and Riv, for the call.
Continuing to play our comfort picks. This time, Furia, they are playing on Breeze. They played a lot during the offseason. They had the opener versus NRG. Although Mimi did mention that if you're looking on, let's say, stats websites or whatnot, it looked like it was a close game. But there's one player that I want to focus on at this point here for Furia that I feel wasn't as warmed up on his debut, and that was Havoc on the KO. Did a lot better in their first map, at least of this series. But when he played against NRG yesterday, they were hitting him hard because they knew he wasn't hitting the shots and he wasn't getting his positioning right.
Absolutely, and something that'll definitely weigh on him. Probably not worrying about it too much. The team's behind him and he knows what he can do. But MIBR may look for that focus if they can find again that they do see a weak point for the match. Furia versus MIBR, with Furia starting on defense now. We're on to Breeze. MIBR goes for the attack, fully spread out, but Furia is pushing up to get to that line of scrimmage and push it forward even more.
Classic MW to walk down in the middle. No util to help him out, only his own dash. And as it dissipates, at least he creates that space and holds it. Look at the number of defenders of Furia up towards middle.
And they just heard that run, for sure. Not knowing RGL would have the spike, but MW Zera definitely heard footsteps. Artisan, Liazzi waiting on the other side of this wall. So they hear Liazzi's first movement.
This is an interesting call right now, though, because FRZ heard Khalil jumping back and forth on that shoulder, yet still wants
we have red ping in the middle, so...
side for a hit. Where Furia, we just mentioned, they have a full stack on middle. When you're jump spotting in that angle, you got to know they have a pressure on middle. Yet you still want to go for a split on the A side.
Both initiators here for MIBR. The rest of the team follow through.
Opening the door, Artsine with the first contact, but it's JZZ scoring the first kill. That's Havoc once again. Who better on that right side?
He saw a second one. Oh, and it's slow. Finds 2 kills.
Coming out, allowing MIBR to even make it a 5 versus 1.
Good
so,
shit.
My bad for questioning MIBR.
They're just creeping around, figuring out what's going to work best. The patience there, once they did get up really far,
10 seconds
helped
left.
them suss out that Furia was also taking a few steps.
And then no, he's rage.
And now it is up to Liasi to come back and get in spike range, at least get a bit of chip damage down possibly. I mean, there's no armor even to take off, so they'll end this one out. Nice round by MIBR to read and not have a full committal right off the bat. Feels like they had their homework done on the fact that, yeah, MW0 would be pushing down mid, looking for an instant fight because we had that position covered.
What a good raid from MIBR.
Right off from it. So pistol round going over. 2 on the series for MIBR. So Furia's 1. Nice little spam.
Feels like MIBR is really carrying the heat from the first map to the second map.
Absolutely. And with that, I mean, it's pistol round. You can't take too much from it based on the strategy used, but knowing.
And we have a Marshall. So
remember how deep they were even on that.
Furia respecting the outlaw, not buying smoke shield, and
they do wait a bit.
MIBR saying, okay, we're just gonna have a Marshall and farm your
Make
ass.
sure there was no pressure coming out in the defensive half or track play into a main. Easy for them to pick up an orb. They want to bring it up to Mazine, so they could potentially have a KO ult on the hit. Well, for Furia, you could see the gamble for a stack on B.
They're setting up shop over here. Super patient from MIBR again. I think MIBR also has to realize Furia went ahead and bought like Vandals and whatnot in duo round on split. Won't be the case here. But they are
He saw 2, 3 maybe.
Will that Sheriff do a lot? It's in the hands of Khalil. MIBR, I mean, they have so much space taken. Easy plan, even set up for a pulse plant. A quad flank coming up from Furia. As at least for the attack, they push towards the spawn.
They saw the MIBR jet. They know the jet is bridge.
Big knife on that flank. It's only going to hit one player, that's Mazine, who now is watching it. Has cover from his teammates, and smart for MIBR to wait within the site. Looks like they understood that the stack was there towards B when FRZ was pushing in. Oh, but Havoc
kill
opener,
out.
a backstab instantly. So all communication I thought was there, but it wasn't. But at least for the rest, it is. Reassessing, repositioning. MW0 gets the shot on
That's scary for MIBR.
down on the attack finally as RGL
Okay.
is stopping the bleeding
Good
with the
shit.
Guardian. And now the spike will go off. The round will still finish up in favor of MIBR, but
I call that a W.
100%.
I mean, obviously a W for MIBR, but that much damage from Furia with a slew of classics to take down 3 members of MIBR in the second round.
Yeah, that's a good eco.
Still, the extra money from Plant goes to MIBR. They should be able to fold into a few weapons, but we'll see this again.
How did Havoc make it through that? There was somebody watching. RGL was right here at this pyramid watching the fight. Oh, that wall came out. There was potential there. That was probably the reason how we're able to squeeze through for that kill and really topple down the positioning we had for MIBR in the post plan.
So that buy does hurt a little bit.
Where's that knife going?
Be able to focus on the initiator utility, though. Both initiators you see focusing on the utility for MIBR as the team purchases guns around that. So you'll see the initiator utility.
Checking a push elbow.
For all those weapons.
Checking tunnel and elbow.
Furia's happy to set up D. 2-3 split. Now you have a push for MW0 and Halls to kind of get some audio cues.
No tripwire on B from
They're just waiting for this
MIBR Cypher.
within that window.
They're gonna go all in a main.
And then try to hit. Here we go. Chaos caused. Artsine in.
MW has a great timing on the flank.
Yep.
So as we're planning for the pulse plant once again on default, FRZ is pushing
Traded.
towards the staircase. A scan, spotting the second one, the flash too late. There's MW0.
And the flank, huge flank.
Advantage for Furia. Spike planted as FRZ and JZZ are trying to play the lurks, the flanks, denied by Khalil. JZZ alone wins the duel against the duelist. But then Khalil on that rotate, trades it right back and Furia gets the defuse.
That's a good bonus.
Furia did definitely
They
help
still have a
into this
lot of
from
money.
last round. Helps into this
Like-
round. Definitely having the upper hand in weaponry, able to pull up this bonus and get their first round win in. A lot of hits towards A so far for MIBR. I wonder if we see the switch from Khalil actually change sights onto the other side. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we check out the replay, pop out of it back.
Oh, Cypher have their
Start to
ultimates.
switch up how they're playing with Khalil a little bit.
This is a nice
The trips you can set up, the longer ones now, both at B and A, can get pretty disgusting.
This goes here.
If you start setting up little things, it'll catch the feet right here in front.
That
Almost
goes
can see
there.
one of them. All right, towards A again. MIBR very much starting together and relying on the utility from FRZ to keep their backs. Something they don't have to worry about. Gonna go fast.
Fast for MIBR.
Good opening for Kalin.
Khalil was ADSing down between the pillars. Knife comes out, he's suppressed, but MW0 is on and rotate from tunnel all the way within the A site. Support from Havoc on the top of the staircase. This is going to slow down and make things very difficult for MIBR to move through. RGL waiting for that wall to come up. Fine, it does so, but Havoc does get the pick off the JZZ.
And they're just gonna get mauled.
Hold in the end here. A flawless coming
Wow.
out of Furia in round number 4.
It's time to play mid and the rest of the map, I guess, for MIBR.
Throwing up the drone, and it didn't even matter that the wall was there. You just saw all the shots coming through from Furia to clean up. Very nicely done. MIBR getting red on that site take. Few quick shots. Nice over-unders. The team really coming together on that. I feel like Furia have been allowing too much of the site to MIBR in those first few rounds, so it was nice to see them step up and meet MIBR as they entered.
And you can see they are already splitted.
It's like that low share.
And the Cypher is back on B because he knows, for Furia, he knows they are gonna have to do something else.
Khalil's gonna go ahead and set back up there with MW0.
Conan droning all the way far back. So, you know, Ardzine was waiting for that drone to disappear, starts jiggling to play the long range with the Sheriff. And a headshot there, I think it's still a 145, so trying to find the right timing to push down in the holes while the rest of MIBR scaling up middle. Camera should be able to spot FRZ soon if it continues to push towards the nest. There you go.
We saw him.
Spot it, Cage comes up. Camera
But he
gets
killed the
broken,
cam,
pivots
so...
MIBR towards B. Double swing out from Furia. That's not going to allow any split to happen.
And they are gonna
rotate
run
from Furia
B.
inside B to support Khalil. Execution out from MIBR. Control towards the ladder. Ardzine with that push, that timing, that was perfect to get the kill. As unfortunately, though, his teammates are still dying within the B site.
They're gonna
That's
play.
all a ruse here. There's a
He hears
rotation
them.
from Azine. At a great position from
30 seconds
Liadzi.
left.
Might just stop everything. Not even need it. MW0 rotate all the way back. And on this ego, the Shiko that you
They
have
could
from
have
MIBR,
gotten
they couldn't find true
more,
value out of it.
like...
A good job by Furia to not overreact on that. Still leaving anchors across the map.
Furia seems to have, like, found their cool back, like...
We're one of the first B hits we've seen coming in, however, from MIBR. So Furia adapting really well to seeing something different. And again, that rotation of Khalil
3-2.
actually came into
If
play really nicely.
MIBR loses, we are probably gonna see a timeout
as they would enter.
for them.
So a bit more of a default setup. We move Cypher back to A. MIBR.
Oh.
The spike drop has been happening a little bit more here at the beginning of the rounds. I feel like they think MW0 is going to be in their face, or they'll at least look for one of those beginning round aggressions that Furia loves to do.
And exactly, they like to do that. And always putting this wall down towards middle and putting...
That's a
MW0
very
at the
dangerous
spot. Laying
pose.
as an op, he tries to push down even more, but this is just to watch the angle and allow a quick trade. This is why you have a passive play from Liadzi towards the tunnel. They're okay with the
And they have a
initial
lot
threat
of
they are,
info
any type of
with
attacker
that kill,
until
like
the jump from
jumping
B main. As long as they secure middle, this might
in
help
A
them
main.
even better for the retake.
Havoc's freedom here at Arcades has really allowed Furia to know, play back in B, look for the retake. This could get quick coming from MIBR.
They know it's a
Havoc was actually
bit...
pushed up all the way to Sands just a second ago where we saw JZZ rechecking.
I don't know why
Knowing
the
that push not
jet is
coming from A,
lurking mid.
Furia still should have a pretty good read on this as MIBR are going to crash into the site.
Like...
late lurk's going to be important from FRZ right now in the halls. Meanwhile, on the B side, there is that hit out from MBR, stopped by a Molly.
Find an open.
Comes out on the attack as
2.
they pick up the orb, and RC
3.
somehow scores 3. Instantly,
And then
all those
no.
players are trying to hold back at least one anchor. The others playing the retake.
KO
Got
down.
denied right away by the aggressive
And
push
they have
out of-
they still have their Cypher lurking, so it should be a free win for MIBR.
The more you're winning here,
But KO is just running to his death.
MWR gets the pick from the window as he pushed all the way down.
He's gonna save.
And
Oh, he has his
needs some
knives.
teammates, but you definitely know that MIBR has the plant, and they're in a great position to tie up the game.
Of course, they are gonna play those duels.
Trying to hunt him down.
2 fucking Jets, man.
This guy's been running marathons right
And
now
the
so
Cypher
far.
knows. He's
We win
playing
the fight
the.
at least. He's put MW0 down to 40.
He's playing the exit.
Artzine, what an addition to the squad of MIBR here. Oh, a few final shots as they will keep their Vandals here. I don't think they go back for another one, do they? Tempting fate. But yeah, look at his previous match. He comes out +6 on first kills, first deaths. Artzine does not fear being in the front. Will use that utility to great effect, and here starts off the round with a triple kill for MIBR to open the site. What more would you? Okay. That one we didn't necessarily see right away, but he does get
That's a
those
sick
golden
shot.
arches there, and it just makes it look too easy. Yeah, another day at the office. So great kills coming in. A quick round for MIBR to explode onto that B site.
A lot of ultimates from for both sides.
This time it'll be a double push coming in from Havoc, but MW0 is now at that long A position, or that A cave position.
And they are looking to it be again, like, with that Cypher lurk.
Push out on A main. This might change the pace for MIBR to move a little bit more quickly. Oh, he got behind it.
He sees him.
Great knowledge as well.
Yeah.
By Havoc
There's a
to
trip
just
there,
beat
though. At least for Havoc, you can sit it out ADS. Yeah, that's a mistake right there for MIBR.
Wow. If FRZ, that's their Havoc rather. That's the second time he's been putting into that.
So it's a contact play, a backstab kill that forces the hand of MIBR to add more pressure in the B site. Havoc.
And Havoc finding everybody,
Push
like.
forward, gets the backstab on the backstabber as FRZ falls.
But they still have the kill. They are not expecting that kill.
A lot more clean.
Because he infiltrates from Nest. Like, he's in there from mid. He should take the open, like. They are on B already.
But one slipped across. Unfortunately, RGL wasn't looking the right angle.
They should save. He found Havoc, but now the Jet is after him. They have the spike, so it's gonna be a save.
Mazine and Artzine will save their weapons, and Furia will retake the lead.
10 seconds left.
I cannot believe this series continues to be this close. Well, I can, between these two squads. They know each other so well, but just the way it's going down. Another quick trade from MW0 to look and get that Blade Storm online for an upcoming round.
This place is nice, but not
Could
nice
have
enough
dueling.
to
Denying your weapon is huge, though.
Depending on what the purchases are, 4 ultimates ready, 7 altogether across the board. This could be a very explosive round to help swing the game back to even. You're right, a mistake there. Havoc pushing up, like we said, he gained that space quite freely in A cave before, and it's allowing Furia to recognize where they need to be on the map to really stop MIBR. It's pretty telling when Furia can get that much space.
Yeah.
And they are looking to punish Havoc.
Never thought that somebody was going to push the A main.
But he'll never do it again.
Definitely.
Now he knows.
The adaptation for MIBR.
See, that's going to be the important round that decides the fate here.
You can see the Cypher playing way back.
And Havoc was
Very scared of the KO knife.
You say he's not going to do it again? Well, FRC's not going to do it again to watch the camera, but Havoc thought that he could do it again for the backstabbing gets denied.
Exactly.
And they punished Havoc this time. First time they don't see him push, second time he gets the round, third time they punish. Like, good adaptation. And that camera mid, that's finding a lot of utility, like, for Furia. And he found the knife, like.
Spots the Cypher in the back of the spawn. That's a beautiful knife being thrown by Mazine. Continuing.
The Cypher playing almost out of sight for
Khalil in the back of the site.
Prevent the knife and the kill, like knowing that and
No trigger discipline, and because of that gets
expecting
punished right
it
away.
and playing
Arzine falls, there's only one player, then the pit.
to find him.
Hat comes back out.
That's huge.
RGL has to stay alive now behind the
Viper
walls.
needs support
Second
here.
team's gonna come out with
Like,
John's brain.
you
Stays
need to
alive
help
for
your
a bit.
Viper.
51. FRZ supporting
Huge
on the
kill
look.
for FRZ.
Will down. Advantage for MIBR. Hunter's Fury out on the attack all the way back towards cannons. They'll get some pings, some information. NW0 is down to 30. RGL in the pit. Holds it down. There's no time for the defuse. Last few players of Furia already running back towards the archers. But MIBR are hunting him down. Conan trying to stay alive, but here
can get that kill.
cut the rotate. Let's look at the kill feed.
Oh, he ran back.
Stays alive.
Oh.
Wow, I actually thought that was
Three ultimate use for MIBR though,
side of MIBR once they put
and
the
none
Viper
for
ultimate down.
Furia. So
I almost thought Furia was just going to encompass the ultimate and come in from every side, but somehow RGL finds a spot to hide. Nobody can ever find him. It leaves Furia wanting the whole time and not being able to find a single frag. And they come up only losing RGL for having a great hold on the site. Really cool play coming from MIBR there with the Viper's Pit. And we are now.
we have a note for Mu0.
A lot of those ultimates were used.
MW0.
by MIBR to secure that round. Now a slew of them for Furia to fight back with.
Next, and we have the
Spike's
setup
gonna
A
go towards
for
and
MIBR.
pushing this position as Furia kind of bring that defense with Cypher back to A and play more for the retake.
Did a lot to start for Furia.
You have the kill orange.
Just to make sure that there's nobody towards the elbow, so they're guessing this push is coming in the A side. A wall bang to get the kill. Battle inside. Balls was one for the defensive side.
For one
Anchoring the A side. Now alone,
advantage
two
for
players
Furia.
left side. Ashcraft.
And he's gonna.
The ball
Oh!
comes down, the timing of that one still wins that fight.
JZZ.
Three in the round, only one left alive for MIBR. That is RGL in a clutch attempt against three. Snake bite towards the back of the orange. Havoc low on HP, trying to go for some free shots. Underhand flash. And now all they could do here is wait the time, move together, and wait for RGL to peek out. There's the high-low waiting for him. RGL's counting the bullets down the chamber, peeks out, and both of them run away. At this point, though, it's going to get very difficult here.
Plant? Try to get the plant if you are not pushing.
As a heroic play for MIBR, there's only 24 seconds left.
Oh, he finds the Sova. But it goes back to the totem.
And Furia don't even play the retake. The quick shots from Havoc, the traps, or the trips coming up from Khalil allow them to stand their ground. And MIBR shut down on the take. Only a few more members required.
And they have like a pit. They have a Viper pit now too.
Really strong stuff coming in from Havoc right now. Just immovable in these situations.
That
Really with
Sova
utility
is.
flying over his head left and right.
He's
Crazy.
whiffing earlier.
Clean up by Liazzi and the rest of the team there. As RGL
They're gonna go
is
back to
grandest.
mid control and B. Yeah.
Operator for MW0 now. They've been looking to get alone for that one throughout the
We
game.
have an outlaw, but everybody except the Cypher has like big armor, so
Trying to read that early. Not
it's gonna be
allowing the Alpha
tough.
to get anything done for MIBR on the attack lore buy that they have. We dashed over it. Liazzi keeps the pit up. Gets a snake bite kill into RGL. There's the backstab. Pushing towards the spawn. Wow. MIBR only
Very
gets
clean.
one out of that.
It was a equal half by,
Armor that they've damaged because Fury is looking pretty good on the money.
They are.
and they still have
And that
two
momentum
ultimates.
MIBR had coming in here has not affected Furia that much. Still able to find a way into these sites, not even being deterred here by the Viper's Pit. As they rush back through, figure out a way to get this, or not being deterred to go back through, rather.
And an MIBR
knowing that the MIBR
timeout.
was gonna rush it. 11. Round 11 now as Furia finally broken away and giving themselves some padding. We were going almost tied game starting this first half off. Now, what last 2 rounds can MIBR, what can they do with that? Knowing there's an operator now for MW0.
I don't know why you time out here and not before the eco.
Breeze being such a long range map, MIBR is going to have their utility to push MW0 off when they hit the site.
And this timeout, I want to take the opportunity to give a shout out to how good Havoc's been looking anchoring this A site. We mentioned it before we started off this game. He went, I think at 11 pretty much on the attack side and only 2 kills on defense. And this time around for MIBR to still want to choose Breeze as their map pick, the conversation probably overnight was like, hey, we have what it takes. You're comfortable with it now. You understand the protocols on the big stage here. at the VCT Americas. Now you can play your game. And now he's currently on the top of the board, 10 kills and 7.
Yeah.
Doing his job and allowing here enough delay for Furia to go for these retakes, and even his utility from the back of those staircases to really deny the pushes out from MIBR. His game's on point right now.
And it's exactly the kind of recovery you want to see from a player, right? And as a Furia player, as a Furia fan.
A lot of small shields.
Very happy with himself too to be able to come out here and play this way the second time around.
Like checking walls.
Pressure's only going to grow here. Furia tries to push us to a third map in the series.
And the AWP is on
They
MA.
have the op posted up on a tight angle in the shop. Middle's all the way open because of that.
And he finds an open kill on the smoke. It's gonna be such a hard round for MIBR.
That's wall down. It's gonna be so hard for MIBR to hit a site.
Yep.
They have to focus now on the pushing in halls.
And you can see like Havoc
After MIBR's timeout.
getting ready to rotate. He has a huge like
Passive play. Havoc though to start us
good
off.
shot.
Once more with another headshot.
Another good one.
shot.
Yeah, it's
And
over.
they're clean.
They're gonna save.
Last two guys, I mean, there's 44 seconds left. Everybody died from whatever play, and losing that Viper so early for MIBR. This has to be a call to save for last.
Wild. You know, he is wearing.
Which means MIBR still has like
30 seconds around.
two
He's just able to see
two
through
big ultimates for
figure out what they
possible
want.
8-4.
MIBR slowly getting hunted down here. Mazine showing, and MW0 is just going to hold this with the op.
Should
now.
knives here.
A lot of alts yet to come up. I'll have to see what
And they're
happens
gonna
with
get
MIBR.
found. Good kill, but
Pushes. You have so much good
Oh.
money for Furia as JZZ finally gets stopped by who other than Havoc. At this point, I mean, look at that economy you have on that right side of your screen. There's nothing left for MIBR. Well, for Furia, you have a full gun round here.
People are trying to say, hey, I'm going over it. 6,600 for Havoc right now. Forced to buy. They may even start dropping themselves Odin upon other guns. And yeah, like you said, clean with these shots. And you mentioned earlier, too, how far back Furia is playing sometimes to receive these plays. Know that there's going to be a few lurks from MIBR. After MIBR does their rush rounds, you may see a round where we get Artscene or FRZ lurking around. So Furia's been adapting so well to which style MIBR brings to the round. Final one here for the
And a
first half.
Cypher playing deep
Chaos.
again.
Artscene tries to break the crosshairs.
That's an ult.
Staying out of the KO ultimate range.
Use the one with the ult in case he gets spammed through walls. Potentially get
He's
red.
caught, but his utility is on B,
For
so
Furia, they have their own null command and a Hunter's Fury.
doesn't really care. Now the cam is up, he uses it, gets destroyed. And they're gonna find the retake. It's an 8-4.
There's that Hunter's Fury to clear out even more space.
I don't think that lurk is gonna find anyone.
Where's his backstab finally comes in with a Spectre long range, a lineup, but we're sticking that defuse. It's gonna hit onto the fuse. Round one for Furia as they end the half 8-4.
A rough start for Furia, but
Well, Havoc on top, and a big reason at that. What a showing here coming in on the KO this time around to really solidify multiple multi-kill rounds. And
they managed to get
MIBR
8
at bay.
8 round in defense.
Definitely a nice
That map should go Furia, I think.
so far. If you could continue
Like-
this right now in the second half, this could potentially be the swing map for Furia, where it looked very one-sided for MIBR to start. But then if Furia is able to close this is going to be a very good third map to see. But we have to wait for that to happen. We have to wait for the second half to happen. So let's wait here and throw it to Elizabeth, who's standing by with Furia's co-streamer, Otsuka.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Furia's Otsuka. Yeah, give it up for Otsuka, everyone. Give it up. Otsuka has been co-streaming and has been talking to chat and has been here. I'm gonna ask you, how are you feeling right now? How do you feel like the game's going?
I'm feeling very quite okay, because I was a little bit nervous at the beginning, but I saw, oh, it's a MIBR, it's okay.
Holy shit,
I
man.
swear to God, every time I'm up here. Oh my God. So when you say it's just MIBR, I'm gonna need you to go a little bit more into that, because you got if you said it, you got to dive into it now.
Yeah, because I watched them play the off-season in Brazil, we watched the Meg was of season champions and quite of champions, yeah. And they lost for Brazilian tire too, so that's okay. It's just MIBR. That's it.
Just MIBR. Are there any MIBR fans who disagree with that in the audience? That was not convincing. That was dead silence for like 3 seconds. All right, but I have to ask you, you joined Furia in October 2023. How has it been being a part of the Furia family?
That's huge because when you join this kind of huge org, you see that their job is amazing. Everything's amazing. They participate from the Americas. It's huge to be here. It's huge to be co-streaming here again. And let's go Furia. Yeah, it's just a MIBR, guys.
Just MIBR. Let's go Furia. Now, I have to ask you, if you were in Furia's ear right now, like you could talk to them, what would you say to them right now?
Caralho.
Pick FRZ, guys. Just pick FRZ. It's just a MIBR, guys. Just do it, man. Just do it, guys. Come on.
All right, everyone. Second day at work. Great work. I'm just going to toss it back to the distinguished gentleman at the casting desk. Boys, please take it away.
Thank you, Liz and Otsuka. Liz, rather, and yeah, okay. Let's see if that's going to be the gameplay for Furia.
But in MIBR, we believe.
It's simply MIBR. Just peek FRZ.
In Mazin, we believe.
In the A site, as MIBR is holding the defensive side.
FRZ is definitely one to peek. You look for the lurk, he might be there. I like it. It's a win condition we'll keep track of for Furia.
See,
yeah,
8 for Furia.
Well, looks like they're listening to Otsuka so far, a dash forward, but...
And that's gonna be hard.
Not just MIBR, they score first, a 5-on-3. Liatzi, Conan, and Khalil trying to work together. Camera is up there for FRZ. Smile as you take the dart away, the plant down, at least for Furia.
His lurk.
It's heard, it's spotted. It's
Oh my god. Let's go RGL.
To get the kill.
RGL has been huge this map, like.
Light damage being done against MIBR so far. And Conan's now last player standing within the pillars. Gets dropped.
Let's go.
They got it.
The defuse here. So a focus to RGL. I think due to frags, already had 2. They give a 3rd point to the Viper just in terms of gaining ultimate and those orbs. So good focus.
And we see an outlaw.
MIBR control around with the Viper's pick coming up soon here. So defuse post-plant success. 1-1. MIBR second half. Keep track.
An outlaw and no armor, so.
Gonna have havoc with the sheriff. MW0.
Might as well buy
a little more utility and safety there. We are going to get the Outlaw Bulldogs, okay? Still pretty decent buy from MIBR.
Might as well buy a Marshall at this point.
Be too afraid if they lose any of that arsenal. Little lurk here from Khalil as a hit.
We're gonna have a good shit.
The timing. I think all he did was wait for the audio cue of the flash to get that shot out.
It's gonna have that long reload.
MW0. Jump spot from Mazin, forced to reload. That's gonna take a long time, but GCC does get the pick onto Khalil, who's trying to.
And they found someone mid too.
Continue to push forward, easy one onto Havoc, and that really is gonna foil the plans of a attempt to surprise the defensive side of MIBR in the A site.
Enemy remaining.
Arzine.
I was in really hot.
Banking up to that operator.
Farming those eco rounds.
Also the Blade Storm to come out as Liatzi. Saw him kind of just hanging out in mid last time where RGL found him. And RGL, considering that again, I saw him in mid last time. Be ready.
The jumping for the jet to retake him in. And now they know.
Getting pinged, and there you go. Easy tap. Converting the piss around. MIBR already has an answer back as they're moving in their bonus round and only.
And now they know there is an outlaw, so they can't go small armor, which is interesting economically speaking, because they might be forced to.
Oh man!
And we have a small armor on Havoc, so he's gonna play in the back. And we see the swap to the big armor Guardian from Havoc because of the outlaw. Very interesting stuff.
No real upgrades necessary anyways.
The outlaw that forces a Guardian on Havoc.
MW0 has a pretty big job if he branches off here.
Look at that pivot from IBR. They throw a recon dart and they didn't see anybody and they decide to push all three forward just to try to prevent.
Here.
Or maybe trying to go for a fight.
We have the ping.
Instead, Furia just focusing on hitting towards this B site. Back at the site this time, the outlaw shots do not hit. FRZ in the back at Berlin. Recon dart does get a ping into some opponents on the other side for Furia. There's a camera actually.
He's gonna die.
Beautiful shock dart lands on to FRZ.
Sova is gonna get the window. The plant is not in. They've heard the trade, but
do have the better weaponry with the Bulldogs. ADSing for the shots finally connects, but not before RGL also fell. Couldn't save his teammates.
gonna
Recon in this site.
recon the site.
Player standing.
Nice push from Musera.
Watching how Furia went about this round, the side entry coming in from tunnels.
30
It
seconds
looks
left.
like they really took into consideration that MIBR lost FRZ last round, has been switching but playing B with the Cypher, and that
Spike
our team
planted.
still had the outlaw. So if you
But there is a
actually start
tripwire.
halfway through B and towards the back,
There is a
what's our team
tripwire.
gonna do? What's FRZ gonna do? MW Zera and the team explode.
He
into
found
the
the jet.
automatic to completely take down that lower buy.
And Havok and Khalil are really playing together, like,
Or together, I should say. Just Mazine.
again, the double decal,
Another one for himself.
like, the double push with, like, double pick with two people at different level.
That's gonna be their bonus round.
Huge
and there it is,
hit.
the operator for our team.
And now they know the outlaw is out, so they can go back to buying small armors.
And IGL, like Conan over here at Furia, you definitely probably know that the
It's an
offense
okay bonus for MIBR. They got 2 kills and a
What's the
plant.
protocol coming back in this round? Round number 16 underway. Trying to
It's
flush
not
out
great,
what the
but
odds could be.
it's okay.
You see they're grouped up, trying to potentially get a knife out towards main, get an Allen drone, trying to see if the op's going to be somewhere close. Recon.
They come to
defensively,
watch
look at how
holds.
pushed up. Our team's playing just like MW0 here, but as the knife doesn't see the op, they're pushing in for an A plant.
Yeah.
And they get an early, very quick A
They
plant.
get, though, the great 0 point.
They are gonna leave. 1 for
Was
1.
actually decayed there. Vulnerable by a snake bite, easy kill for RGL. We have a 4-on-4 flank attempt. It's being watched by everybody.
Just shoot FRZ.
I mean, he almost missed a couple of shots there, but still manages to get that pick. So he's set up for a pulse plant, easy. They should confirm it here for MIBR because they have good position. Gonna be halfway. Shock dart misses.
Very close.
So there's that second one. So you know at least there was no support coming out from
They
our
found
team.
Scully.
Trying
They
to
should
stop.
leave.
Second shock dart.
Oh,
Wait, he's
he has it!
He's got it.
No.
The shock dart put him down to 6.
Holy fuck!
The assumption is that the Viper's bites are going to vulnerable. The shock dart's always going to clear. It doesn't happen though. Slightly disjointed on those shock darts on that. And Furia had played it well. They have to keep 2 alive. You can't.
No,
really get
Furia
the
didn't play it well because they got their timing on.
Let's just watch this again.
That is insane by JZZ. That is insane by JZZ. But and then you look at the
Like,
protocol.
that round should have been a Furia round.
Shock darts that came out here from the attack side of Conan. Why don't we just push just?
And it's 3-1 this half for
It's
MIBR.
definitely another mistake in this game on Breeze that will potentially not happen again. Now for Furias, we're using
And an open kill for... Oh, not traded. Almost. What?
Out the window to answer
And he
right
just
now.
showed
They
his
do not wanna
back.
give that momentum to MIBR.
No, they don't. Backing up all the way. Other side of the site. No rotation in just yet from Conan.
1 for 1
Shots,
still.
They have positioning and Havoc able to hear the movements just
2
right.
ultimates for Havok and
On that
Conan.
mode shift right now, so has not really made a noise. They do hear the camera though activating at the back of the hallway. Here we go.
Underhand flash.
Yeah, we'll drop flash.
And they can't rest that, KO.
Nobody really dashing out from that moment.
Cypher still not rotating.
There's a jet that comes out towards
And
four.
now he's
Then
rotating,
Muzir is pushing
like...
through with the rest of his team towards the A-main.
Parsi is very, very slow. I feel like
They
he's
learned their lesson. Let the
a
guys stay
little
towards
too
A-main.
disjointed from his team sometimes.
Still have some shock darts. Hunter's Fury as well. They're going to use it right now for the retake. Oh,
yeah, that was a lineup.
Okay.
They threw a knife and then the Hunter's Fury in that spot doesn't get the ping, so that's wasted. An opportunity for Fury to play the pulse plan. Havoc gets the pick up to Mazine. Everybody's dropping so far from IBR. Advantage for Furious still as JZZ's trying to move in. His teammate's right next to him. A tap on the spike. There's the attacker's Hunter's Fury. This time, again,
And he's gonna tag him.
the same mistake twice. We're just using everything we can to confirm the round as Fury will score 10.
FRZ a little too slow for his like rotation.
They don't have to venture for that. It seems like they just want to keep playing this aggressive style. You put an op in the hands of MW0 and he's less likely to want to dive in here. So they just keep going with this flow behind each other, and now securing the post plants is really what they needed to shore up. Switching right back over, resets that economy again. It's going to hurt for MIBR now. You see FRZ with the Phantom, just a few sheriffs across on the rest. RGL Meister is kind of on deck, 2 points away from the ultimate.
Oh, he almost found that cipher.
Now 3 more, and Fury is going to bring us to a third map.
They're gonna give the orb to Liazi, yeah. So they have a Viper Pit, and they are out. Oh, Spike down is huge, and he found the. He loses that.
Through the cage, FRZ falls, and that's a big rifle down. An opportunity to pull it back for Furia, but Artzine still has knives.
I was wondering if they were going to use the ultimate.
They are gonna secure that round.
They had to use it far back without being able to get into the site. So what does this really do for them? This is precarious. This is really weird right now, and I think MIBR is like.
They're gonna get spammed.
And somehow spraying through all of this, they drop that pit. A classic
Wow.
long range on the MW0. Only 2 players left. Spike down out in the open. How are you still alive for so long? But JZZ.
Thank God. Thank God GG says that. GZZ says that. Like.
Very interesting style there from Furia they couldn't get in just close enough. The Otzi was hoping that it gave him a little bit of a touch onto the pillar so they could get a plant. Oh man, and then being able to fire in there without having any ground, it's like MIBR knew Furia would just kind of be milling about right at the entrance of the cave. Shots connected. It's gonna be a.
And we could almost see an outlaw for Artzine.
Guardians, Marshall, Classic, and their Bladestorm is up after the orb grab.
We have a lot of small shield.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. And that breaks the economy currently of Furia. They have to try to play a little bit of contact, Havoc. Unfortunately, we couldn't really set up MW0
Use your account found.
Still finding great positions with
The revenge. JZZ disengage. He's gonna get caught.
Khalil was greeting him. And now it's the turn for Furia to throw.
And a good revenge for Mazin. He got the ultimate out, so they know.
And Conan's trying to win a 1v1. A walk forward, a run forward, a jump spot, smart play.
And he's out. They know where the Sova is, and it's gonna shock down to destroy the top. Oh my god, FRZ!
This will allow for the economy to get built up. Conan still has a Guardian though. Cannot use a recon dart as
Disable, they know it. They saw him, Pilar.
You see the flank coming out from Artzine with this operator. And it's only a
And
matter
he's
of
dead.
seconds.
He's a dead man walking.
Out to safety. It was close.
The Guardian clutch, I believe, but
Players will soon start closing in. Wall out on the defense, separating that spot. Recon on the top.
so too, and yeah, Artzine finds him.
Now MIBR only need 1 more to tie up the game in a second match.
So many 4Ks today. The players are being
And MIBR's Vipers rapid.
Man, the multi-kills
So,
are definitely coming
what do we
in.
do?
Not even that they're
Do we pit
required
A main?
around.
Do we
Teams
pit B
are
main?
behind each other, supporting, hoping to get these frags locked in. Artzine there. Big frags over at A, and they clean up.
Good shot.
B. So that money does go
Artzine
to the hands
kinda
of Furia,
woke
just a
up
little extra
this
cash.
round.
They're gonna go full buy this round. Artzine
We just
has
need
go forward.
FRZ
That's the
to
only thing we're looking at. RGL
like
Meister
get his
all
shit together.
focused here on A.
He's gonna pit
Try to go for
B
a
main.
flash peak potential here.
No.
Instead, trying to counter the flash out from the attack, bait out the knife.
And they are fighting for that orb.
Both teams kind of same idea there. Be like, you're gonna flash us, we'll get back, so you cannot push.
There's some sort of contact. Conan's down to 5 HP.
They back. Back. Calls here coming in from Khalil. Probably hasn't heard anything yet, but has had control of this elbow area to make sure no one's pushing. It's the question of how have they learned how to deal with Furia's utility here, is the question with Conan so low. Get the rest of those shock darts onto something so they can get to site safely.
And you see they're trying to try to keep the spike so they can build the alt orbs for Conan, but they give it to Havoc instead. Now trap set up.
Hyper then.
Peak FRZ not gonna happen. Havoc drops. That's a spike down.
They know where the Cypher is. They are trying to spam him.
W0 is forced to fall back in the back of the sights. Finally to break the camera. Trip on the flank.
Spike planted.
Furia's gonna be aware of that one.
And the Sova is slowly creeping up.
From the pillar.
Tunnel.
Furia takes the advantage.
Should be a Furia.
Swing again at the pillar, but this time FRZ still ready with Mazines on the support. NW0 looking for a play, but can't find anybody yet. Finally, here comes the late play. The shots are missed.
Conan!
It's saved for a bit of trade-off as NW0 is now the last player standing. Vandal picked up on the other end by Artzine. It's a 1v1. There's that pick.
Good shit! I told you, Artin woke up.
How did he hit that shot? He was looking in a different zip code. Holy crap! Artsine coming up with an amazing shot. Also a swap of the off.
Let's go, maybe
mid-run into the site so he could get a close fight with the automatic weapon. Instant processing of the situation to be able to come out on top. Wow. Yeah, I thought that flank was going to be just a little too late.
And the Cypher managing to stay alive for so long.
And not even feeling pressure, it looks like, in these situations. Artsine just
Was huge.
The explosion from Bazooka, of course. 10-10 now. 3 there, and the retake again, as you see it on your scoreboard, 2 diffuses the past 2 rounds for MIBR to bring it back to even.
We definitely needed some heroic plays for that to happen, though, and yes,
Furia
as much as you
pose.
saw how we were happy on the campus,
Furia timeout, sorry.
This definitely was not a happy
Furia
look
pose.
for Furia. Calling this timeout super important here, as you mentioned those 2 diffuses coming out for MIBR. It breaks the economy right now for Furia.
You have to refocus your player, though.
Take the lead, continue to build the economy, potentially even close this out. It looked like it was really Furia that had that control from the
And we see a wall from MIBR's Viper, the B wall.
Doing whatever they can. It gets brawly, but that's the beauty of the battle for Brazil, right? At some point, you just know when to swing and know how to
And we
fight.
see a Marshall,
And you get this type of scoreline.
Stinger,
Furia,
a
again,
Guardian,
another buy where they
and
have
2
the
sheriffs.
also can buy next round. They're just trying to get as much damage as they can, along with securing some kills if possible. MIBR, these last few rounds, just fierce play. Seems like they are unafraid of what is happening.
He found 2. Artin can't be stopped.
Give him time to warm up, and then now you could see him pop off, and this is what, a clutch situation you saw in that previous round. A couple of multi-kills that he's gone, this time a
And now they have to rotate mid.
And
They still have a Cypher cage if they want to cross.
This late in the game.
And this is a mid-round pressure call for them, right? What do we do now? We actually lost our entry and a bit of our initiation. Still have Sova, so how do they roll out of this? Looks like they are still comfortable to go towards mid, but they have to work together. Spotting Mazine.
Nice Molly, he's being pushed. Viper trying to help.
Still towards A main to support. Backstab, execution onto the Yahtzee. Now hat being thrown towards B main, that gives the information of where the last 2 players are at. So you can't really stick the plant yet. They were afraid of that spray through the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Needs to get the economy out for Furia. Oh, nice shot.
Good shit by Kellyan.
Right off the wrist, right off the plant. Important battle here towards the back of the spawn.
And that's gonna be it.
1v1. Mirror matchup won by MIBR. Khalil trying to trade it back. There's that run up on the ramp. Guardian left, tap on the spike. It's not planted for him, even though he planted it himself. Has to go for the wide swing. FRZ is there. And just like the story is supposed to happen, just like the script was supposed to happen on the lower buy that you have for Furia, MIBR take the lead.
MIBR take the lead. 3 quick defuses
It's a
there.
strong eco for Furia though. 3 kill, a plant.
Oh my god.
After that fucking early round, like...
That's the thing, is that the millisecond that passed was the final step that required both of them to line up. So he's firing that fast, almost pre-firing, honestly, but still finding them both in a situation where they were trying to double peek short and wide.
And we have a Pete B main.
Operator still for MW0, now operator for our team. One of the times we're going to see these guys duel
And
it out.
there is no way they get on B.
Usually on these rounds.
They were planning to rotate B with their setup, like that Cypher setup is a...
Yeah, it seems that's what the timeout
So
was
we
for
go back
Furia.
to
Like,
B
okay,
setup,
you're
but
all throwing your shots in MW0, we have to stop Ardzine somehow. Let's go for that op duel, and Ardzine always likes to be aggressive, but this time only.
they're gonna have to work mid and
As the push is out from
an
Ardzine
A
at
main.
middle. Still staying posted up despite the dash disappearing. Ready
Cypher
here
not
for
picking
the
up his cam
for
is
Furia. They have to gamble something right now. And because they don't
a
have to
little
solo
weird.
them, it's a walk contact, spike down, advantage, MIBR.
Great. Does he get out?
Hunter's Fury out on the attack, and MW0 gets an entry shot onto Mazine. Finally answered back with the Hunter's Fury, but he's going to be under heavy attack.
Oh, good cheat.
One headshot, traded out by Khalil. And now being thrown on the attack. A 2 versus 2 door opens up. FRZ turns around. Khalil wins that fight. RGL Meister's
FRZ, man.
and the second pick of the hat, the second ping of the hat, sees him still towards middle, so he's repositioning now back towards the spawn.
And they have an op on the jet.
Explosive action on this round. Seeing
Door is
how Furia
open.
acted as soon as MIBR actually got their first kill. It was Furia, I think, playing
Put his
towards
wall
contact,
up
but also
for some
playing,
reason.
if anything happens, we go.
Oh no, the
Just
arm,
kind of
sorry,
using
the arm
that as a
mid
trigger
door.
to make the round execute. It has taken MIBR off guard, plants down, operator watching and locked on.
But Furia is... they are not...
As his wall was used towards middle.
Good shot. That's winnable.
He does see his last opponent, Khalil, repositioned now between the pillars. Snake bite all around. He lands the shot.
Does he have time? He does.
The defuse and MIBR are at series point.
RGL Meister
And he can get the op.
rotate over.
That's huge.
Be the last alive, be the
Man.
one to clutch around. We saw it on the previous map, and we're seeing it again here as he
And
pulls out
poor
one of the
defuse in a
previous
row,
rounds
that's the
of
tilt.
freeze right now to put MIBR on game point and keep
Because
being consistent
MIBR is not
rounds.
even
5
playing
in a
for
row
retake,
of
like...
being able to slap down the post plants on Furia. Incredible. And the Phantom at that distance as well, being able to double tap.
And the snake bites all around. We talked about
Yes.
the lack of utility he had to cross over. And important
What a huge
They
round.
had to win against an operator of all things. When
The MIBR coach is the funniest shit ever, like...
And then gets the snake bite for the last kill, pushing his opponents away.
You gotta think of it. Art Scene pulling out rounds like that. RGL Meister pulling out rounds like that. How does
The
MIBR
passion in
lose?
this man.
It's up to Furia.
And we have a
He has to
Sheriff
make
for
sure
the
they bring it to
server.
the third here.
And a
now
Guardian
he's right in the
for
sight off of this drone.
Kalin.
But the money is terrible. RGL continues to reign. The first pick onto MW0. It's dwindling down even. The
2, they could raise him.
Leonzi answering to 2. Trying to keep it alive for Furia. Door
But
now
the
being
push
opened
from
for
behind.
FRZ.
Kalin finds a kill.
An opportunity now to stay alive. You left Havoc to die. The flank from Artson to Conan. Now Liazi hides within the pit. The retake is going to be very difficult with the operator. JZZ has
Do they have a drone?
Khalil's
They
launching
don't.
across.
Kalin.
Dream still alive for Furia.
He shouldn't have that
JZZ and a clutch
spike.
attempt. They're going to let the pit down here for Furia. Holding back towards the outside, wasting that clock down. Decay, the peak, snake bite. Trying to get it halfway once again. Up and down we go on the HP.
He got it.
Forcing out the players out. But that clock is ticking down. Beautiful.
That
positioning
crossfire is
from
too
Will
strong.
With a crucial kill onto what? How did he get the kill with FRZ? How come we never heard that door? And that, unfortunately, is another mistake in this game.
I think that paints the picture of
Yeah, FRZ is really slacking this map. Like, if FRZ was like playing, Furia would be out already. There's so many rounds where he rotates too slowly, he's off timing with his team, he gets like killed for no reason. Like the round where the Sova like kills him on B is weird. Like MIB out, timeout, classic. Such an important round, not going to overtime, not getting tilted. If you lose or if you go to overtime, they should play freely. It's their last round, they've already secured overtime, the pressure is on Furia. They should like play like they have nothing to lose. They've won already almost.
Pivotal moment right now in this series that could potentially keep Furia alive.
Dueling operators once again. MW, Zera, and Artisan there. Look at this.
They all have fucking small armor. But they have a KO ult. And the KO is playing A because KO ult is really huge on B retake.
It's just Furia not looking to pressure.
Because the site is way smaller and you can get in way easily. It's way easier to get in, especially with that wall, with that defensive Viper wall.
To start things off on the attack to see if MIBR is going to try to push for that control.
And they are gonna go B. That's their setup I was talking about with Cypher Trip.
Some sort of opportunity here to get
in main, the cam in elbow, and the Cypher Trip for an A push.
There's not too much of that pressure and that confidence.
They are looking for a pick though before going.
Both playing to win, but also playing to not lose. It slows down things.
Sometimes that makes you lose the game though.
Yeah, it does. It does. You cannot.
And they are gonna go A. Cypher should pick up his camera. We saw the rotation, 2 coming up mid. KO should move a little faster. He's scared of walls. He's scared of door.
Not this time. Shock dart to stop him. The lineup though from RGL, that's 2 to fall.
And they have the spike. The spike was mid. And the rotation. FRZ comes in on time for once. Good shit. I told you MIBR has it. And yeah. Maybe Furia should stop picking Breeze. Because it was their pick against
strategies in game, because we do see them still running the same compositions as before, but to comfortability. If it's comfort,
I think it was their pick against NRJ.
You have to shout out our team. You have
and it was their pick this series too against MIBR.
Incredible play around the board
so
to make sure this
yeah.
is a 2-game victory. Because I thought we were going to 3, honestly.
They lose both maps. 13-10 and 13-11, but still.
They had such a strong defensive start, even as we're criticizing Havoc on his results yesterday against NRG. To want to play this map again, saying we got the reps in, let's play this one, we can get it done. And unfortunately there for them, it's MIBR. As you see on the screen
Congrats to MIBR. They will have their revenge on Cloud9 because I think NRJ is gonna smash Cloud9. When is the NRJ Cloud9 game? I think I had it.
This year.
And that's a great point. A big shout
It's
out from
February 23, so
have the calls that really work with this squad
it's
to
Friday.
excel in the positions they need to
So
be
Friday we have
because
a
the players aren't
NRJ
gonna be in the right
Cloud9
spot
game.
unless they're getting those mid-round calls.
And I think NRJ is gonna 2-0 Cloud9 like.
That we see
I think they are above.
in the W column. here for the side of MIBR.
And one more time, when Ades was mentioning you're playing against each other for such a long time, a regional battle between MIBR and Furia, like those moments where you would think, okay, there's no utility being used on the attack, there's nothing left. When they go for these rotates, they go for the jumpings to bait out the shots, they know exactly both of these teams, how they're playing, how they play against each other, which is why we see such a close series and close results on the first two maps. Because it becomes a mind game. It's almost, you don't really care about the compositions and the maps that you're playing. When you're playing at this style against two teams that really know each other, it's as if you're playing Ascent every map.
Right, absolutely.
And we have
how they've been
the
playing,
hype
we do
matchup.
still have to say goodbye
The
to Furia
NA hype
as
matchup.
they exit the kickoff tournament at this point.
And it's gonna be Brain and Sideshow, so we're gonna have some banter
The road
and
ends
some
for
memes.
Madrid, but there's still, I see some flash in the pan, right?
Absolutely.
Havoc finally finding his groove here on the second matchup against MIBR. I can't wait to see what they can bring here. I mean, they have now, what, another month and a half to start prepping for April. But now it's time to toss to the floor with Elizabeth for the Horizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, boys. I ask every time, give it up for RGL Meister. What an insane performance. Pada Benz.
Obrigado.
The first thing I have to ask you is, what is your mentality in an elimination match like this going into it?
Parabéns pela vitória. Qual é que é a mentalidade? Como é que você encara isso, essa coisa da eliminação?
É sempre uma pressão a mais, né? A gente sabia que se a gente perdesse, a gente ia ficar 2 meses sem jogar, por exemplo. Mas a gente também sabia que a gente treinou muito, estávamos muito bem preparados. Embora o adversário era muito forte, a gente confiou até o fim e saímos com a vitória.
It's always a lot of pressure. We knew that if we lost, we would be like 2 months without playing. So that adds a lot to it. Plus, the Furia is a very good team, but we worked to get this victory today.
You did. I do have to ask you about your clutch. Just talk me through what was going through your mind and how did you feel when you won that round?
Vamos falar do clutch que você fez. O que estava passando ali na sua cabeça? Como é que foi aquele round?
Ali eu tava bem tranquilo, pra ser sincero. Eu já imaginava a posição dos meus adversários. Então eu só fui confiante e no fim eu saí com a vitória desse clutch também. Só na base da confiança.
I was very confident at that point. I knew where they would be. So I was just doing my thing, and I was very confident from the beginning.
Yes, and I'm gonna bring up something that was brought up during the halftime interview. Furia's Otsuka said that, just because it's just MIBR. I'm gonna give you the floor to respond to that.
O Otsuka falou durante o intervalo ali, é só MBR. O que você acha disso?
É normal essa provocação dos adversários, mas a resposta tá aí nesse final de jogo.
Well, this is normal. Like your rivals say things about you, but that's normal. And the results are here now.
It's
you
expected.
did win. You are the winner against Furia. And one last question: do you have any message for the opponents you will be facing moving forward?
Alguma mensagem para os próximos times?
I hope they beat Cloud9.
A mensagem é que nós estamos sempre muito bem preparados, sempre treinando e que a qualquer momento
I
a
hope
gente pode
like
vir
Energy
buscar a vaga em
beats
Madrid,
Cloud9 and MIBR beats Cloud9 after.
Well, we are always working and we are ready, and just be careful
Because the two maps they lose were very close.
Good luck
They
to the rest
lose
of you.
13-11 and 13-10.
An incredible performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
So
right there, because we have a heck of a match coming up. It is Sentinels versus 100
yeah,
Thieves. We're gonna throw
Sentinel
right
and their
right
teams.
there.
And we're gonna have wonderful odds. I'm just gonna lower that volume so I can talk a little bit because both teams played split during their first
Okay, that's dramatic.
their first group
Everyone
game,
can stay in their own
their
phone
first
and
opening
make
matches.
the S24 Plus with AI on them. A new phone.
So we have Sentinel lost against Loud 13-11 for Loud. And they played Cypher, Sky, Omen, Viper, so they played the Omen. And the Raze very classic comp on Split. Meanwhile, Under Thieves won Split against Leviathan, and it's the map where they won 13-3 because Leviathan completely crumbled. Leviathan had a weird. It's the Sova game. It's the Sova on Split, where they had a very similar comp to Sentinel, but instead of two controller, instead of Viper Omen, they only had the Omen, and instead of the Viper and the Sky, they had like Sova and Breach, which didn't work at all. But 100 Thieves, they had the Gecko. They had like two controller, two initiator, and one duelist. So no Sentinel. And they had Viper Astra, which again, I think an Omen instead of the Astra, just for the flash. Just to have two agents with a flash. Because then the Gecko is the only one to have a flash. And yes, he can pick it up, but it's one fucking flash. Because they played Raze, Viper, Astra, Gecko, and Fade. And so we had a weird match with like Fade Sova on Split. And they won. And that Thieves won that game. But I think these comps are just trolling. Like, I don't know. I see Sen so much above, especially against Loud. Like, Loud is a big team, you know. From the groups, Group A, I see Energy going out with no loss. And in Group B, I see Loud going out. And they won. That's what I like predicted, and they won. They won their first game, and I see them win against Leviathan tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. When is that game? The 24th, so Saturday. Or Friday if you are in NA. Saturday if you are in EU. Anyways, I see Sen above. I think if we are going to see a split, and then Thieves played Bind and Icebox. And then they lost on Ascent and they had Sunset, so the map picks are gonna be very interesting. But we for sure are going to see a split. And I hope 100 Thieves adapt.
Sentinel's a really good team. They had a really close match against Loud. They're gonna be really hard
Yep.
to beat, so I mean we gotta bring it our all and give it our best.
It's at halfway. There is that swing out now. Denied by Cryo. And 100 Thieves take the lead.
Busio is coming off a world championship. It's been a long offseason though, so we'll see like what he brings. We'll see how 100 Thieves moves.
He's definitely lighting the mood for sure. He's a really funny guy. He's like kind of the spearhead when it comes to aggression.
Recalled on the orb. The timing of that one. Triple swing out. Yes. Go.
That Icebox map was like very close.
A ridiculous move from him. There's a follow-up. Another flash. Nade on top of it. It's a masterclass.
We're gonna have to come out swinging now. Every match is do or die.
Welcome back to day 4 of VCT America's Kickoff. Golden Boy here once again alongside Mimi and Athena. Almost blanked out on that one because, well, look, the only reason why I'm just going to be up front, I told you so, just going to say it, but that's a conversation for another day. All eyes, though, are going to be focused on the matchup at hand, as it is going to be another clout battle. It's Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, and this is going to be a really fun match, and it probably is going to be a nightmare for social media managers, maybe a dream, depending on how you look at it. Either way, we're going to have fun.
Last time they played, match of the century. This time, match of the millennium.
The millennium.
It is
Match of the
classic North American matchup between these two guys, and it is so important today because it is an elimination game. We just heard it in that interview. You lose here, you have quite a while to sit at home and watch teams play in Madrid before you get your chance to kick off the season.
Yeah, it's definitely a heartbreaker for sure if you are out of the tournament here. And we had to say goodbye to Furia, but there's one more team today that we're going to have to say goodbye to, and it's either going to be Sentinels or 100 Thieves. Let's go ahead, though, and dive into this matchup. And the matchup history. Now, these teams, the players on the team, different, but the organizations, very familiar with one another. And some of these players have also clashed against one another as they're representatives of these orgs as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think coming
it's the org story.
That all these players have played
against
each other together.
These games are
close.
close.
The server many times, similar to the Brazilian matchup. It feels like this is going to be
but
the
it's
North
April and
American
July.
matchup. They've faced each other multiple times.
Last year,
it's been very back and forth, and everything has just been kind of interesting to watch. And of course, both these teams.
I think Sen has
around
the age. I think they have the ascendant.
Sentinels got the better of 100 Thieves. Those two matches were critical junctures in 100 Thieves season, kind of ending in the disappointment that it did for 2023. But both these squads have really reinvented themselves. Picking up a world champion in IGL, 400 Thieves. Sentinels also picking up new players, really affirming their identity with John QT now as an IGL. But both these teams lost very close matches against great teams, but they both lost, and only one of them can continue in this lower bracket. This group is brutal.
Yeah, these roster changes, I'd love to touch up on how both these teams added some sort of crazy, change of roster because they added these, voices and these personalities. And I think that it actually does really change. I feel like a lot of people don't know that about rosters. If you don't have these voices and these personalities, it does change the environment. But again, they will have a lot of obstacles because like you said earlier, they didn't look good. I'll be honest, they did not look good last year. And I think that coming into this, they do have a little bit more pressure. And I think facing off of another America's team, like a North American team, it's a little bit of rough.
I think when we talk about pressure, there's the pressure you put on yourself, there's the pressure the fans put on you, and there's the pressure from your organization. And I think for these two teams, this is where that fan pressure and that organizational pressure, you're playing for such a big name on the other side. That's where it really mounts, especially in an elimination match.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And, even the social media managers are feeling the pressure as well, right? I mean, you got some tweets out there. It's a tough one. The haters said we couldn't do it, and it turns out they were right. Good call from the haters. I mean, hey, man, truer words have never been spoken, I guess, in that particular instance. But, jokes aside and what we've seen from both of these teams, I think that there's a lot of...
And it's gonna be Bren and Sideshow for the cast.
The matchups were close. We were seeing new looks, more
Is
vocal
it?
presence.
Yeah, it should be. It was
It was great.
Yeah, and for my money, to narrow in on
it
Sentinels,
was Revington and Van
Loud,
City.
but I really think there was opportunities to win that, and I'm not really disappointed by what I saw. Loud brought out this new comp.
Unless we see someone else.
Played against it was very well thought through, and Sentinels, to their credit, were able to adapt and make it a close game. And Kaplan put out a tweet regarding that matchup, saying GG 0-2 to Loud, well played. That the Ascent comp was really that issue, that it was tough to be able to win their pick. And once you're going on to your opponent's map pick, you have no idea what they're going to be playing. If they had just won that close first map, I really do think there is a world where Sen could have taken that series.
Yeah, and that was because of innovation from
It's
right?
the
Like,
7 flashes comp.
Go out there and cook up something really unique.
I mean, it was close earlier.
Here potentially, but stranger things have happened.
I
But
feel
then
like the adaptation
things
time
happen,
that it
like
took
shit
for them
happened.
to get back into that is definitely what affected their series. So I 100% agree. I feel like if it went to a third map, it could have been a different series.
And they played
So I'm
both
excited to see how they
classic
play and kind of
comps,
how they
like
learn to
Sentinel,
adapt. But moving
very
on to that,
classic. Like
I think
they're
100
playing
Thieves did
missionary comp
pretty well too.
every single time.
I don't want to be like a North American fangirl right now, but I feel do it.
It's your one opportunity.
I genuinely feel like both these teams had close
So
games.
if
They
we
had it,
see innovation in World
fingertips.
Pick, it
They were
should
ready.
be coming
They
from
had
Under
Thieves, and
Thieves.
obviously we've had a lot of these
We
changes,
could have
and we've had a lot of these you know, issues where they're just facing new comps. It was just an adaptation period that they
could have,
and I feel like if it just came down to same comp versus same comp, maybe there would have been something.
I think that looking at the opening match,
a three map B best of
top three
best
teams
of
in the
three.
league. Both these teams had very tough opening matches,
Yeah.
and they both lost to innovation in the offseason. I do think that's the name of the game in this tournament, coming up with
I don't know if
gimmicky
it's
comps,
innovation,
catching your
like-
opponent off guard, and that's exactly what happened to both these squads. But their ability to still stay in those games and adapt and keep it relatively close
Yeah.
is enough for me to have confidence that, honestly, whichever one of these teams continues on could really have a chance in that rematch.
Yeah, I think we are 100% looking at contenders here. It goes without saying, but wait a minute. Hold on a second. Okay, actually, it's been 15 minutes, and we have to talk about tens. So it's tens watch. Yeah!
Oh my fucking
About
god.
him every time. Just because he's a popular player.
Jiggling
Mimi,
those
we made a
fucking
graphic,
keys,
okay?
man.
His face is here. We have to talk about him.
That is tough.
All right? He
I
paid
can't
for
look
this
away.
space. He did not, by the way. I just want to get that out of the way right away. All right. Jokes aside, though, serious tone while we see Tenz's giant face behind us.
Yeah.
I see
the
Tens.
biggest
I
thing
see
to talk
a
about is how
Sentinel.
he's
Fuck,
changed
they are fucking
his
me up
role.
with their
Mimi
shit.
is just entranced
I see
by this,
Sentinel
but
win.
Yeah, Tens, I mean, changing his
And
role
then I
is
see
a pretty
Loud
big deal.
I love
beat
this guy.
Leviathan.
Get away from the screen. You're going to affect your eyes. Get away.
He's so good. He's
Probably
so
two
good.
of
He's so
them.
good.
He's still
And then the
do actually.
that mean
I'm a
Lev
big
against
fan of this
Sen
because I
and
think, like, for a
I don't
professional
know.
player,
Leviathan against
oftentimes
Sen
you
is
see
gonna
them
be
kinda just, like,
a really
what's the phrase, like a square
a
peg into
really
a round hole,
like
right? You just
hard
force the
best of
issue,
5, best of
whereas
3.
Here, though, I think it's Tens being wise enough to be like, hey, let me drop back because there's more value that I can give you elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's taken that role and kind of run with it because when you're in that controller role, you get like the duality of being able to play for yourself. You can play aggressively, you can play passively, you can kind of make sure that you're holding down sights. I'm sorry, this zoom in is hilarious. I feel like he's just staring me down as I'm talking about it.
He is.
He's
watching you.
He's
I know,
all-knowing.
I just want to say, your omen is great. Like, I think you're doing great.
Just talk to him.
Yeah,
Tens, I really like your omen. I think that it makes more sense for you because the dive role, I think he's always struggled with on attacking side, getting the entries. Letting Zekken have that role instead, I think is great for him. And the flexibility, the team has really shown to enable him to still be a great individual player on this.
We're moving on.
Anyway,
He's perfect. He's perfect.
All right, guys. But here's the thing, though. Cryo is in a very similar situation as well.
Is he gone?
Told
I
you
can't
so.
focus.
oh, he's gone. You're good. You're good.
Cryo's in a very similar situation as well,
Yeah.
right? Where he's also stepping into a different role. He was the ace player for his teams in the past, right? We know about his amazing run back on like Xset, and then they brought him onto 100 Thieves to be that high-impact player.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get that output from him throughout the season, kind of, sorta. And now he decides, let's make some moves here. And I think this is also another great decision as well.
Yeah, I mean, now he's on that controller role, and he still has the duality to play that Jet when needed. And I think on both, as Brimstone, as Jet, as Astra, he managed
The
to
flexibility.
put up numbers. He really showed that he was as flexible of a player and as strong as a player as he is on Duelist. And just look at these numbers, Mimi.
I actually think that there is this direct comparison between the two, because for both Tens and Cryo, I felt like there was a lot of moments where they were in a rut last year.
Yeah.
They're playing the same role, they're doing the same things, they're being sent in and dying first, and the team's not following up. And now this year, both squads have reinvented themselves, put their ace player onto a role where they can focus more on being an anchor, being a strong individual, and not always having to be that dive role that really leads to a lot of inconsistency. Both these squads have great dive players who can slot into that with Asuna and Zekken. For my money, two of the best 5 Raze players that we have, period, in Valorant. They're both excellent on those roles. So being able to give these guys a bit of a back seat where they can still frag and find a more consistent role on the team, I think is a great direction that we've been waiting for a very long time.
Yeah, if I'm entering a site, I definitely want him throwing the flashes and having my back, right? So that definitely has to feel pretty good for them.
How good they are as aimers and as players really makes sense being that second entry sometimes when Tens goes over to the KO. it really is just getting consistency out of your stars. Your best aimer doesn't always have to be dashing in and being flashy to be good.
I mean, they also end up being put into these positions more often where they're in those clutch scenarios, which like sometimes, you know, when you're in the duelist and you're going in first, you don't get to necessarily be part of the action.
I'm pretty happy if Krau's in a clutch.
That's a guy I definitely want last alive, you know what I mean? LMS 1v2, give it to him, you know?
Seriously. So when you're going, you're taking all the crosshairs away from the rest of your team, you're kind of left in a situation where you have these kind of star players left to kind of clutch it up and win the round for your team and play those pulse plans. And I think allowing these players who are really great aimers, one, but also extremely smart players to be left alone in these clutches, I think that also is such a big, big impact to the team.
And that actually it really helps us transition to the intelligence that the 100 Thieves roster brought in, bringing in a world champion with Busio as well as Zix. You got yourself some champs there to back you up. You got vocal leaders in the comms. And on top of that, you got a guy who genuinely can frag out when he wants to. He is a fragging.
Yeah, he had a really good bind map
as a player, I
against
love
Leviathan.
the he's rocking. I was a fan of his Gecko that we got to see in their debut. But what I really think about when I think Busio is the vibes. This guy is a vibes merchant. He is wheeling and dealing for everyone. And if there was one issue with 100 Thieves last year, they were a stagnant swamp.
And this guy, they looked stressed out last year. And this time around, Boosie's out there smiling, chilling, vibing out, playing with his gut.
Look at his hair. Look at his hair.
He literally is Gecko.
He is Gecko. And I think the way that he is playing and the way that he's allowing
Busio is literally Batman.
I mean, look at this.
Gecko, sorry.
You're making a joke in the middle matches. Yeah,
He's literally
it really
Gecko.
reminds me of Zelsis on the other side. Both these teams have players who are such strong emotional leaders. And Zelsis isn't the IGL, but he does in that way fill a very similar role to Busio. I feel like the comparisons between these teams are never ending. You have Tenzin Cryo, you have the two vibiest players in the league, you have orgs with high expectations, which makes it crazy that one of them is getting eliminated this early on.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that this group was just hell, right? It was a tough group. This was the circumstances that they find themselves in here, but boy, oh boy, are we in for a treat. Now, earlier on, we did speak with Busio about the transition from world champion to a whole new squad. Let's actually go ahead and take a look.
Yeah, definitely bittersweet to leave the EG team. Winning a world championship is like, there's been 15 players in all of Valorant's 4-year history that got to do that. So being among those 15 is absolutely incredible. I get goosebumps to this day thinking about it. And I just hope for the future that I can do something like that, if it's at a Masters, a Champs, a regular season championship. I just hope I can bring it to 100T to make the fans proud, to make my teammates proud. And I just want to be regarded as just one of the best players of all time. Really early on in my career still, so I'm going to strive for that every season to just win another championship.
He's just a guy that wants to be regarded as one of the greatest players of all time. That's it. It's a simple thing to ask for. Casual ask. But we do want to let everyone know at home, by the way, that we do have a mouse issue on the stage, so we are going to get that
That's
sorted,
why they are
and
speaking
hopefully we'll be into the game quickly.
so much dog
Thank
shit.
you for being patient with us. So let's continue the conversation here, because one individual that we did not talk about, who, by the way, is also a world champion, it's Sassy. Been there, done that. Talk about Sassy. This guy, you know, it's rough only just because you see Sassy, he still hasn't been able to get a win on Sova, which is heartbreaking, but he's so good.
I mean, his Sova tech,
with Sentinels, excuse me, with Sentinels.
His Sova tech has been so good. The way that he is playing has been phenomenal. His support utility, his Odin usage, as we see, just being so annoying and being so prominent as that Sova player. It's actually crazy that he hasn't won as Sova yet, but I think that that is something that he totally brings to his team. And his ACS on Sova is insane.
Yes.
But counterpoint.
Sky in that debut matchup was not great. They were playing the solo Sky on Split, and I was not a fan of the way he was.
But I think we've learned
What?
that solo Sky on Split is it can be hit or
But to
miss.
talk more about it, on the defensive side, he was really often using his flashes early on these extremities, dogging through, sometimes doubling down on that util, playing how you would used to play Sky.
Very
But with the
2023 of you.
changes, with those flashes no longer refreshing, I really don't think you can play like that anymore. It meant Sentinels was losing out on being able to successfully play retakes, and losing that split map, I think lost them that series because of the surprise on Ascent.
We literally saw it in the last series.
Yeah, well, we saw greatness from Sentinels at moments in their matchup. I think the draft picking into that solo Sky comp on Split and some of the mistakes being made there, especially around losing eco rounds, winnable rounds like that man-up situations, is what lost them that series. And they really are going to need to tighten that up and reevaluate how they want to be playing these maps if they want to win today.
Yeah, I mean, their fundamentals is one of the biggest things that I feel like, you know, we talked about MIBR Fury and having those fundamentals and having those star players. And I feel like coming into this, we have the firepower. We have
all the tools are there.
We have all the tools. It's just a matter of making sure that those fundamentals are set, making sure that util is ready for your team, that we're taking the retakes seriously. We have a plan and we're ready to go instead of just kind of like this weird, like, kind of ego war where everyone's trying to like peak.
And I don't think we're going to get that, though. I actually think that we're going to see two teams trying outsmart one another because they know what's on the other side of that
just
stage.
Look at the IGL in the server, right?
Yeah.
John QT, I've been a big fan of this guy since like 2021 when he was with Ghost Gaming. He is such a good caller. I think he really has a finger on the pulse of the game. And I thought his mid-run and some of the adaptations they did make in that series were good. On the other side, though, for 100 Thieves, you always have to respect Busio.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Busio. He just won a world championship. I think there will be a fun match of the minds here.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be explosive. I think it'll be fun. I think we'll see a lot more defaulting for them to kind of pick apart and like understand how the other team is playing, and then finally ending towards what they want to do. However, I do want to say that I feel like both these teams have fully understood that they need to be ready for every situation, because coming off of those first games where they had those weird comps that they couldn't really adapt to, it's like I wonder if they're going to be ready, prepared mentally to kind of go into a game ready to adapt, or if they're kind of taking this game as like, oh, it's Sentinels, oh, it's 100 Thieves, we played against them before, like we know how they play.
Absolutely, but I don't think you can know how 100 Thieves play. They had some interesting ideas in their debut matchup, locking in the Gecko Fade on 2 different maps, and I think really committing into the Gecko, the kind of double initiator, the changes to the meta coming into this year.
We have to see it today.
I think
I
it's
mean,
good, and
they
I wanna see
did
more
commit
of that.
on
I
the
think
Gecko.
Zix and Busio
They
are
played
a duo
3
that is gonna
Gecko.
be really creative.
If we
coming up
see
with
bind,
ideas
we're gonna
for
see
new
a yo
compositions to test
for
out. So
Sentinel,
Sentinels, just
for
like it was
sure.
against Loud, I think this is really going to be a test today about adaptation. You play against a surprising
We could see a really cool bind map where we have the Gecko for 100 Thieves and we have the Yoru for Sentinel, because I think Dance plays a lot of Yoru on bind.
Of how they think about the game.
So
long, I think, as everyone else is on board with that specific way, this 100 Thieves team can very well be cooking in this series. But it's going to be awesome either way. Now, the thing is, folks, is that here at VCT Americas, we are not afraid to ask the tough, hard-hitting questions. Questions like, how do you eat a kiwi? Right?
Like an apple.
That's a tough one. No,
what?
just go to the video.
Hide it.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Que eu ia
wow.
fruta? Cara, essa pergunta é estranha, mas tipo, corta no meio, tira a casca e como.
Oh, this one's controversial. Ooh, I think I'm kind of vicious with the kiwis. I literally just cut it up.
I eat a kiwi. I don't eat kiwi, so I don't know. I'm gonna be honest.
Yo no como kiwi.
I don't even know. I don't even remember what a kiwi looks like, I'm gonna be honest.
I think you cut it in half and use a spoon to scoop out the insides. I'm not
Yep.
sure.
I'll cut it into fourths, pick it up.
You can
by,
also
like,
peel
its
it.
inside.
Probably just bite it.
I don't eat that much fruit. I also don't drink water. I don't know how I'm alive though.
So when I eat kiwi, I eat the fuzz as well. It has fiber.
I just eat it like an apple.
And then bite it like an orange.
Nice.
You know what I mean? Your lips close on it, and then you leave the peel, and then you throw away the peel.
Yo me lo comía con todo ahí, a las topi. Me lo comía con los pelos, con todo.
All I learned is
onto
that
something.
people just need to eat their damn fruits.
Because it's so good at the game. Why do you think it is? Because he eats kiwis like that.
Why do you eat? You don't eat a kiwi like an apple, Mimi.
Stop eating the fur.
Oh.
It's tasty. It's texture. It's a new
Do you take
experience.
the sticker off at least?
Yes.
Overall, it's concerning. It's concerning. All right, guys. Well, listen, our coaches are ready to go. We have our map picks and bans. So let's go ahead and see where we're going for this epic confrontation between 100 Thieves and Sentinels.
Sentinels, Thieves, welcome to the map pick ban. We're gonna coin toss to pick Team A or Team B. If it's this side, Thieves will be Team A and Sentinels will be Team B. If it's this side, Sentinels will be A and Thieves will be B, okay? Alright, so that means Thieves gonna be A and Sentinels gonna be B. Thieves, you have the first map ban.
Sunset.
Sunset.
Okay.
Sentinels, you have map ban.
Icebox.
Icebox.
Okay. It was the decider for
And your
both
map
teams.
Lotus.
Lotus. And your side.
Pick attack.
Attack.
So a new map.
And your map pick.
Pick bind.
Bind. These your side pick.
Attack.
Attack. Okay. And these you have map ban.
I'm gonna see Split as a decider.
Breeze.
Breeze. Sentinels, your map ban.
Banana Sync. Go to split.
Yep. Sounds
Yep.
good. And your side. 100 these.
As I said.
Defense.
Defense.
For split, right? Yeah.
Yeah, for split. Okay. Let's run again. So these ban Sunset, Sentinels ban Icebox. These pick Lotus with Sentinels on attack. Sentinels ban.
So we have a
Bind,
bind and a
pick
split.
And Thieves on attack. Thieves
Lotus,
ban Breeze, Sentinels ban Ascent, and the default map is split. with
Lotus
Thieves on
wasn't
defense.
as
Good luck, guys.
expected.
Good luck. Thanks. Good luck, guys. Okay, bye, Kelvin.
The most anticipated elimination game of kickoff is finally here. Vikings Arena, are you ready?
So Lotus, we're gonna see a lot of Viper again. Never played it. Probably a Gecko from Undratives. They're gonna probably play 3 Gecko again. I mean, if they play Gecko on Split, they 100% play it on every single fucking map. What's interesting though, it's like Boostio played Gecko, but Asuna played it too. I think he played it in the... He played it on Icebox, because Boostio played Killjoy. Otherwise he played Race twice. Nice.
Throughout the offseason, all eyes were on these two storied organizations and what moves they were going to make. And coming into this one, everyone wanted to see the clash. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, and we are finally getting it.
It's the two orgs with the highest expectations. It's two star players turning to new roles in rebuilt rosters. It is going to be a clash, but only one of them can continue on and survive in this lower bracket, which is crazy. This group is so tough to call, and this veto, Mirna, is so interesting. I think we're gonna get an opportunity to see what 100 Thieves is cooking. They've already really been committed to these ideas around
C9 played the Gecko on Lotus, and they won again when they won against MIBR.
All three of these maps, I think,
And MIBR played Sky.
I'm gonna be so excited if I do get to see that.
They played Gecko Fade, which is something Undratives played twice too, so we could see a Gecko Fade for Undratives, and maybe no Viper. There is a Viper though.
That's what I'm saying. I love the idea of having Gecko Fade. I love the idea of having double initiator. I don't know if it's 100% going to happen, but I need to see at least a Gecko, especially with Boostio on that pick.
Absolutely. I think Gecko is so
There is a
good on this
Viper
map.
for
You pair him with any
Undratives.
class initiator. I think you can even do it with the
There is a
Sky.
Nomen and a Race too.
Most teams will probably still consider that double controller composition. Teams love running Viper. It really helps you out at late re-clearing A. But we have seen some squads in the offseason willing to sacrifice that for the double initiator just because the Gecko initiator combo is so
And the
strong right now.
Chamber? Excuse you?
Chamber? No Gecko?
It's Cryo. He's back, baby.
doing a no flash comp other than
No flash. I mean, Omen's flash, but wow.
Last year that Sentinels is running. It is a time-proven composition that's
Holy
very much
fucking
works
shit,
on
man.
this map, but we're giving up the killjoy to lock in the chamber for Cryo. That is going to be so exciting to watch. It's 100 Thieves Sentinels. Only one can survive.
That's right. It's one of the hypest matches, if not
That
the
Omen
hypest
art
matchup
looks
in this
really good,
elimination
like.
round. Riot Games Arena, make some noise as we send it over to your casters. It's Bread and Sideshow.
So no Gecko.
Everybody's been waiting for a match like this for
No
quite some
Gecko.
time. Elimination here between these two teams. One match to decide whether you continue to fight for Madrid or you're going to be waiting on the bench on the sidelines for over a month, watching everyone else have fun.
And the difference is like Chamber versus Killjoy. So
Sentinels games in week 1 and then in LCQ, both are like really big matches. The one in LCQ and an elimination game similar to this. It really does feel inevitable. All roads lead to this matchup. They've played against each other so many times, but not with these specific iterations of the rosters. And these compositions are interesting. Teams defaulting towards what Fnatic were doing last year.
I mean,
with the fade instead of the sky after the nerfs. But I love the chamber pick. I really feel like
the Chamber is a good adaptation for 100 Thieves because
why not?
I mean you have no flashes and good first pick.
He just went for the orb at the start of the round. He just trusted that his utility was good enough to keep the attackers back.
Hell of a way to get the pistol round started. First kill, going in the direction of Sentinels. Towards C, anticipating a refight here. You can see that's why Tens is holding that paranoia. Now they set their sights over towards the side, anchoring towards the back. That's Bang. He's got a lot to do here with the orb up. To stop in the plans of Sentinels.
Poison's off.
Now here we go. More util sent flying. Nade towards the back on top of it. Into the smoke.
Wow, what a nice high pick.
Apparently from that range. Still a few more players to meet him, and eventually with the jump spot, they're going to be well suited. Sentinels gaining ground now. Spike
The
with
door.
momentarily, but with the door opened up, Cryo a chance for him to really
saw
do some
him.
damage.
He
Slipping
saw the
through
finish.
and past, but can he find this one kill? Zelsis, he's low enough, buying time for the rest of his team to get into position. The damage done to him. 29 health.
And they are gonna
Triple
push him.
face. Only gets it done. Leave it to the one player
What the
now.
fuck is that smoke?
Look at this setup. Inside a low smoke towards the ground. What is going on here?
Doubled up.
Could Boostio possibly make anything happen?
Not giving too much away at all. So Sentinels with the opener.
And a great pistol round. I mean, Sen instantly got the punish onto Asuna, who I think was being a bit too bold trying to pick up the orb at the start. Although I'm sure that works against plenty of teams. Because if you throw your nade and throw a Caesar or a Haunt at the start, most attacking teams are not going to be heavily contesting Rubble. But he got punished there. And then a nice 2-wave attack into C. A first little pump fake to draw out the defensive utility. And then committing gives a nice opening round for Sen. And 100 Thieves.
And we have a try Draco
But I'm still
again.
going to be watching it. Like
Just
a
some
hawk, because we've
utility
seen so
for
many
100
of these
Thieves.
ecos getting converted recently.
These teams are just different with the classics. Not sure what's changed, but teams just seem to be taking them much more seriously these days, realizing that every round is winnable.
And you think about it, it looks like old classics, but Cryo still has 3 shots in the Headhunter. You wind back the clock, and old Cryo, that might be 3 kills.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see whether he's capable of stuff like that. It's been quite a while since we've seen this guy play Chamber.
Chance for a kill here. Partially deep line.
And he gets one. He finds the Viper.
Preordained is what it felt like. Send out.
But that's gonna pull his team away from C.
Make their way to C once more. No anchoring players to stop them.
There are so many spots that Cryo is going to be able
And
to
now they
challenge.
can have a safe plant.
But this is still
That's such a strong plant for the attack. They know someone is behind. And there's the turret still.
Still just there with a jump spot, but with the alarm bot broken, players.
One bullet.
Reinforcements arriving
Poor
towards
people.
around here. Celsius and Zekken holding together. Great paranoia, but that's why Zekken's there. Just to help him out, just in case. And real no danger at the end of the day.
And navigated it really nicely.
Good shit from Sam.
And I think
Solid.
Sentinels are going to be the team that's having to adapt and react quite a lot in this series overall. 100 Thieves were having their success against Leviathan by bunching up and brawling, really trying to almost team fight in Valorant, an unusual style, but I think partly inspired by Boostio just trying to get confidence injected back into this squad who looked so lackluster in 2023. And Sen themselves, their style has been more to try and slow and control the game down, find the right mid-round call. Might see a clash of two very different approaches to these 3 maps we've potentially got coming out.
Two teams have been trying to reinvent.
They hear the noise be main.
A healthy bonus round now for Sentinels to take
The door is being open.
Molly at your feet, but there's the blind. Holy, what a setup.
And that's gonna be routed A.
Main control, but they want to pivot over towards A.
What a call. And look at it.
What a great read.
They picked up Bang with a beautiful setup.
And they have the bot waiting.
Is pretty far forwards here.
3 players committed into the back section of the site. You don't really expect
So
this
they
in the
know.
first man.
Look at the others though, holding that angle.
The Molly.
And John Cutie's going to be taking a bit of contact and distracting to make sure that they can't just isolate Zekken.
Isolating 3.
One section of the box. They're still worried about Rumble. Up to Heaven. Asuna. An important kill. Zekken finds his. Earns some sway to the showstopper. Just jiggling as well, rebounding off of it with the tap there. Boostio lucky to get it, but instantly you can see the players, the positioning is Sentinels.
Good bonus. Very good bonus.
Coordination from Sen. And I think these first few rounds look like they're demonstrating the extra time that Sen has had during the offseason to really work and refine their play.
They really are playing as a unit, and even though they have like the most classic comps, like it's the third map and it's the third like textbook comp, but they are really solid team.
Over the course of this offseason, so that could be a difference maker.
So they are 2 Sentinel ping on the mid door.
Doubled up. Approach with the Prowler. Oh my!
And Boostio that got caught.
Cheap and easy kills.
The blind.
Money granted with the door opened up. Asuna distracted, doesn't know which way to face. Only 1 player left.
That's a beautiful textbook protocol of how to clear an aggressive mount control there by Sentinels. Taking B control, you saw Boostio looking towards B, as if they were thinking about opening the door, fighting them on B. I think 100 Thieves had the idea there that it was just going to be a big B exec. And they didn't realize that Sen were actually wrapping around to pinch the mount players from both sides.
Yeah. Got a bit of time to talk.
What is he doing?
I mean,
is he going to save the sheriff?
To be honest. Take out a gun or 2, but he will be going down. It's a round loss.
And not just that. Sen are now going to be up in
What is he looking for?
Rifle round, where the economy of 100 Thieves is on edge. And look at the ults they have to play with.
I mean, Showstopper, Nightfall, you can combo this into anything you wish.
Especially considering they had a set round for the bonus, a set plan to try to punish Bang. I could see them cooking up something similar again. A lot of these teams are going to have scripted beginnings to maps. Assuming things go well for us.
Let's go. We have good odds. We could do the A.
We should see a timeout for 100 Thieves if they lose
Although
this
it looks
round.
like potentially might have been counter-called, unless they're going to take C control.
And we have a
back
nope
into A, which also
for
extremely
Cryo,
kind of thing to do.
for the chamber.
The operator, he's going to be looking down that deep A angle towards Rubble. His team's cleared it with the util, but meanwhile, Sen up towards C mound.
And he's set up on A. So if there is a rotation.
They really like what they see. Nightfall, any sort of connections, that might be the trigger. Yet there it is, go button sent. It's a 1 for
1.
Still TP forwards, 10. He was vulnerable up.
They were not expecting another player.
They still want to commit into this one straight through, vulnerable into the back. EU's got to respect that. The util laid down at his feet, so the plant's still going to get off here for Sentinels.
And this is going to be a tough retake. EU doesn't have very much utility, just used his last Prowler, and Cryo is coming around on the flank with an op. Now, assuming Celsius does not die, Cryo is going to find it difficult to close the gap.
It's an important fight. A vital one at that. Celsius peeks it out though. So he falls, double face on the high-low. John Cutie's just trying to drop down and survive, and now he realizes we're being threatened from multiple angles. Asuna, don't know where to peek from. EU though removing it, and lovely movement at the end of the day Finally a round on the board here for 100 Thieves.
That battle over towards Mount, so important to allow Cryo to get that pick and get back in. You saw Sentinels on the attack side. There were definitely challenges there, but this Paranoia, keeping the rest of the team back from Boostio and baiting out the teleport play from TenZ, created that player advantage situation that then, you know, enabled a 3v3 retake to happen. Huge round to save 100 Thieves economy.
Yeah, we're looking like a big brawl actually. As soon as this get out of the replay, straight towards A. Look at this.
We have a lot of ultimate for 100 Thieves.
What a shot by Cryo! Showstopper though, TenZ is TP'd right behind them. EU luckily there with the trade, commits the nightfall. We're gonna really fight over this one, but guess what? Senna out of there. High-tailed. Straight back, front section of Mount. How are they gonna fight over this one? Doubled up and players low enough that it's short work, quick work for Bang.
Good luck, ZZis. If he gets a kill, he has his ultimate, so he should.
Patiently for now, hoping that somebody overextends into him, but picks the right timing, wrong timing, I should say. Starting to stabilize now for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves will be so happy if Sentinels opt into the brawls. I feel like what we saw from 100 Thieves against Leviathan was that when there's a series of big ult plays being used, or if they
What a nice
together,
shot.
that's where 100 Thieves really looked like they were at their best on split.
Teleport's ready. Definitely what they were trying to lean into. What more of the, you know, like you said, the big team fight play style.
100 Thieves, though, did burn some really big ultimates there to try to keep back Sen. And that teleport play from TenZ almost worked.
Just use the Fade ultimate.
Somewhat similar to the set play from before. TenZ actually omen ulting into sight. Would have been a distraction for Zekin to peek off had it been cancelled or punished.
It's entirely given up to them. Door open, Cryo.
There is gonna be a big fight. That's a big fight.
Make it a little bit more even. Paranoia.
He has to leave. And now they have the cubby.
They're anticipating a refight from that direction in EU. He's wondering whether he should commit. Lockdown now. A little bit later. Being delayed, but this can still be broken by the players who are still sitting here into main potentially if they choose to fight. Over, across, into the side. That's 100 Thieves. And look at that. The timing's excellent from EU.
He's gonna have
really
it.
sticking this one with a lockdown diffuse as well. There's really no cover.
Oh, he's diffusing.
No! Asuna just sticks it all the way through, and that's a third round gain. Now, granted,
But they get all the kills. That's a huge impact.
That round was so chaotic. Sassy went for a flank all the way through Waterfall, trying to backstab the C players, assuming that they would try to swarm and kill the lockdown. And look, Bang's ready for it. So Sassy ends up giving his life fairly early. These other players from Sentinels can't get in to block the defuse.
That's a costly diffuse though.
The economy's in a strange spot, but both teams can buy. And Sen, again, seed control over Rubble, trying to push anybody away from fighting Mound at the start of these rounds. Opening the door here is going to push Cryo off the angle.
He pushes forward.
Surely.
He's got a rendezvous at his back still, I believe. He can force himself to play aggressive.
Wow.
As soon as the door opens, you gotta leave. That's a mad play. That is mad. But another sign, perhaps, that 100 Thieves have not quite had the time to really refine those protocols in the same way that Sen has. Doesn't necessarily mean that Sen are gonna win off the back of that. What a potential play by Bang. He backs up.
A little bit too deep there, does Prowler.
And a TP from TenZ. No value.
Never called to cancel.
Solid roll. 3v3.
Almost like the bait and switch. You expect them to be in that scenario. 40 seconds
And
left.
they still have the Fade ultimate for a take. They are getting baited on B.
Call in the moment.
Yeah, Sen going for the freeze in the round. 100 Thieves, super reactive.
30 seconds
trying
left.
to find Sentinels.
Face your
Putting the Nightfall now. 0 tags onto this one. You only have to worry about the back of the sign. That's going to get cleared by the ice. They realize it's C. Open for the take.
We have seen 3v3 retakes work.
And they're gonna push though.
Really early on.
Viper's fit with his plan for John QT.
But they don't have very much space here, though.
And 100 Thieves are already in. Look at this. Already in. Boostio, he's not wasting any time. Forward
The nade is huge. They're gonna have to fight. They find the 2 kills.
Favored at that position. EU. He's got to pray now.
And he should save.
Connecting, but he's realizing it. Got to give it up in a 1v3 with a pit down. That is unwinnable.
And they know he's like,
gained.
he's rubble.
Big one to put on the board. Couple of things going on there that are really interesting. The first is that these execs from Sen have tens connecting extremely deep with Zekken. They're not trying to bait out defensive utility as much and keep the whole of the team tight to Zekken. They send Zekken in like a cannon, and then Tens teleports in with him. And that hasn't really been working for them so far. Tens got picked off by Boostio in one of the previous rounds on C. That time Tens got picked off by EU. So it's an interesting style, but it's not actually getting results at the moment. The other thing that actually worked for Sentinels is that they were able to pause the round, freeze, and bait 100 Thieves into being a bit too active, leaving the site.
We were talking about right at the beginning of this series, really, the stylistic differences, and Sen have been honing this over the course of the off-season. The ability to just take their time in a moment and say, okay guys, what's the right play here?
And we have a timeout for on
They
this
tend
series.
to make the right moves a lot. I mean, these mid-round calls, I don't know if it's John QT or what, they have a lot of vocal callers in Sen, but typically, it's what's been paving the way to a lot of their victories.
So the timeout we did not get.
At the beginning of the season, we find both of these teams in elimination matches. I think that speaks to the caliber of the teams in Americas, but also how difficult
At
this
5,
group is.
we are having it
would be
now.
absolutely brutal. But frankly, I think both of these teams have been playing at a pretty good level so far.
Yeah.
100 Thieves in particular exceeding expectations.
So we
considering
should see a
that they
Nico
haven't been
for
able to
100
play
Thieves.
Lucio for an extended portion of the off-season. Man was trapped in jail.
No,
Thrown
it's
away
a buy.
to the very last moments.
But after they busted him out and were able to do a bit of practice, they've certainly been cooking. And they've got decent team coordination too. Chances for
It's a
100
pretty
Thieves still
solid buy.
obviously abound. And the economy isn't that bad. Cryo's still able to get an op online. There's a judge for Boostio, which can seriously do damage in
Do some
plenty
work.
of different spots. It's Asuna who's got the low weaponry.
And Celsius is going for an Odin.
Cryo facing down. Target rich
Celsius is
environment
gonna
here.
spam
And
this.
he has a spam.
Trying to block this one off. It's slightly off here. TP's all over the place.
And they found Kaio.
On top of the mound there, revealed. Asuna close to the corner. Does this get cleared behind the box? Everybody running right past him. Great chance, a great opportunity.
He gets a lot of damage with a
There's the equalization. Showstopper earned, fired.
showstopper for
Another one
trade.
played. 2 players left standing for 100 Thieves. And with the judge in hand for Boostio, is going to be finding it quite difficult. But there's the upgrade ever so slightly. But it's only a stinger.
Side grade, if anything, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's trying to make his way over to the rifle.
He's got to suspect that Celsius is still here. Look at him trying to clear this one out. The flank timing though. Bang! Spots it! 2 versus 2. Ducked into the site now. How do Sentinels want to play this one? Smoke was laid down.
It's gonna reveal the smoke.
Flying straight forward, pushes them out into the open. Leave it just to the one. No more sound cues. That's like Util from Sassy, but he's just poking his head out, and Tens rips it clean off the shoulders.
No mammoth clutch today from Bang, at least not yet.
We have the showstopper for Asuna.
Sen, though, they're finding their opportunities.
And now
early
they
in
are
this round.
in Nico.
I was excited to see the cryo operator come out, especially considering he's on chamber. That was the role that he's known for. But this is now twice where he's been punished at the start of these rounds for just being a bit too aggressive, for stepping forwards, trying to find that timing where he's going to be able to get a pick, and instead getting punished by Sentinels. There was that round over on C where they opened the B door.
No, it's fine. I literally will just kill him. Trust.
The round's already started here. Opening seconds. The exchange of util here, but this is of course just the eco kill. Stinger though, still some danger towards it. Tens returns though.
It's a good amount of damage already.
And it sounds like that's...
And they are not...
trying to just get a bit of a handle on Tens, like, dude, can you just play the percentage play? And he's like, no, I'm actually feeling it, and I'm just going to go run around and kill everybody.
The Polar that clears. Dude. Those TP from fucking Tens are like...
So win versus the half by.
He's tipping in and he almost got punished again. Like that would have been the third punish in 10 rounds. Like
even if they trade and go 3 for 3 or 2 for 2 or whatever it is, they're opening up space for the attack side, right? And so, if you're in a 5v5, you can actually control most of the map on defense. But if you're in a 3v3, and Sentinels know that there's no players A, now the defense is at a big disadvantage.
Yeah.
So, going even in these fights does not favor 100 Thieves. They need to be decisively winning them.
Standard util being used, making sure that they can't push up from section of C.
I thought Tens was going to take the orb there to play for his ultimate. I thought they'd got something mad cooked up. It's not going to be the case. This is one of the first rounds where Cryo's got established on a really deep angle, and if Sen want to go back to B,
It's the second round.
Utility to clear him off. The wall
But this time they are gonna go on him.
Now Cryo could get peeked from a variety of different angles.
I see the problem. Asuna. Asuna
See
dies.
a replay of that at the end of the round. I don't know whether that was through the smoke. It looks like Asuna was jump spotting, and Tens hit an outrageous headshot.
Yeah, I hope we see a replay of that kill.
Anyway, sets him up with the first kill. Door opened up now towards B. Trademark broken. Lucio gone. This is really drastically, I think, falling to pieces here for 100 Thieves, but Cryo's not accounted for. Off round to the corner. That second though, returning with the trade. Confirmation kills all over the bloody place. Tens do have the spike. What's the call now?
And they are running A.
30 seconds left.
Run over to A.
They know Cryo was the second A player, so...
Good awareness from Zekken. Doesn't win his fight out though, so bang. There's chances here. John QT is weak.
Bang's got a little smile on his face as he shoots Zekken's body, just letting him know in a 1v4. It definitely feels like Sen are pulling away with this one now.
Sent this play for Bang, it hurts.
And he spotted too.
Has to be it with only 350 credits to your name.
It's actually tough too, because he'd love to get another kill, or even die if he could keep the rifle in some way, because that would get him the ult orb to be able to get up his Viper's Pit in the next. But this has just been a snowball for Sentinels. They've found the right play, and especially been able to find the first pick in a lot of these crucially important rounds. Sentinels are currently 7-4 on first
You hear
kills,
the turret
and they've won
mid.
every round
He's
where they've
hearing the
got
turret
first
mid.
kill.
Last round.
Some of those have been unforced errors from 100 Thieves.
That's a sick shot.
Oh, ew, man. Oh my god. That's disgusting. Yeah, okay.
Last year, we were talking about the level of quality, the on-paper ability of this Sentinels team. Oh, we were talking about it all the time. But this year, it's really showing itself. Now that they've got the foundation. Cryo, by the way, has gone for a glass cannon Vandal. No armor.
State of the economy. Asuna does have a showstopper here. Doesn't remove the first layer of the util. Nana Swarm just dropped down, but does do so for the eye. Information going to be called out here by Sassy, knowing that there's players there. Popping up, top of the angle. There's a gap. Just there with a wall to jump spots.
He got his info.
Bang. Does not want to dance with death. Not quite.
We have a rotation. They hear the door. Killjoy should be hearing the door.
Mid-B, there's going to be a fight to be taking place if they choose to really collide into each other, but no, just parting ways once more.
And I'm not sure that 100 Thieves even got the read that Sen have
And now, because of the boom bot, they have the read and they are going back to Port C.
Making sure that they're utterly silent.
Cryo.
John's hearing all this.
Yeah, it's got to be surely.
Spamming the door mid. Or the box.
Back over towards A. These are the kind of mid-rounds that John has been calling that have changed the identity of Sentinel.
Bang! Removed!
30 seconds left.
What the hell? Look at this, no armor. Running into the orb. Cryo, he wants to be a playmaker, and this is the time to do it. Second. Taken out, guess what? Sentinels out towards B. Paranoia now, flying out through them. Players into heaven, they need to clear this one. Showstopper, this could be the winner, no! Straight into the wall! Plants down, though. It's 2 versus 2 and 1 through main. Satchel, preventing the repeak. Dropping down now, playing together. 100 Thieves, got to be really disciplined. But it's just EU. 7 bullets of John QT into the pit. And what a micro adjustment.
Huge.
Excellent shooting, excellent calling, but there was a lot of pressure there. And 100
Those
Thieves
rotation were insane. Like they went to A, then they went
really not finding
B.
it. Beefed the satchel movement and was
No,
unable
first they
to
went
find
C, then A, then B, then A, then back to B. Like
Did the C's have any impact? I'm not sure it did.
Brutal.
Hard to know there.
Yeah.
Either way, this is Sentinels absolutely outclassing 100 Thieves.
Really is.
It looked
nine
somewhat
freakers,
even at the beginning,
all of
but they just pulled
that,
ahead
good
to
stuff.
Unfathomable difference.
Now, I'm surprised that I'm saying this, but let's send this down to Golden Boy, who's standing by in our audience. What could possibly go wrong this time?
Let's try this again, shall we? How you feeling, Riot Games Arena? I love it. I love it. All right, all right. Are we feeling 100 Thieves? What about the Sentinels? Santissimo, that was loud. All right, well, I'm going to go to the crowd again. Surely we'll be fine this time. Okay, you seem like a sane person. Okay, here we go. Hello, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Jackie. I'm from Anaheim.
Okay, Anaheim, shout out. Anyone else from Anaheim in the house? Okay, we got about 5 of you. Okay, what sign? What sign do you have here? I'm curious. Oh?
It's John QT with Absolute Cinema.
Absolute Cinema. Love it. Thank you so much. That was an awesome sign. All right, let's see. Okay, we got these two young ladies over here. Hello, hello. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Leslie. I'm from Orange, California.
Orange, California.
I'm Kiana, and I'm also from Orange, California.
Okay, so we got 2 people from Orange. Anyone else from Orange in the house? Yeah, right behind. Okay, that's what's up. All right, what signs do we have here?
Celsius, just one chance, please. I'm begging. Half Moon Leslie, Instagram, Twitter, please. Just one, just once, just once.
Shoot your shot, Queen. I appreciate that. Okay, so are you guys friends here? You also cheering for Sentinels? You're sisters. Okay, and you're cheering for Sentinels too?
I'm cheering for 100 Thieves. I have a Let's Go 100 Thieves sign. And then brought to you by Bang's mom and dad. Yeah!
You know what? I love this. Good, clean, wholesome signs. That's what we like to see here at VCT. Guys, give it up one more time for these amazing people. Give it up for yourself. And let's get ready to send it back over to 2 casters who are contractually obligated to commentate every Sentinels game for the Vibes and the Cloud. It's Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, desperate needed to follow us, of course. Auto included. Had the lawyers drafted up. That was a much better.
I'll be right back. 1 sec.
It certainly was.
Say.
I mean, you know.
Okay. All right, reset. Okay, pistol round. 9-3. Sen in the lead here. This time on the defense.
This is a really important one for 100 Thieves. And now the pressure's going to be on Asuna again because he's got the job of trying to open up these sites. Blast open choke points.
Okay, I'm back. So we have a push C. They got the arm. Viper managed to get on A. Wasn't like contested. They leave Cryo in some sort of a lurk behind. They are running on A. We have some spam.
Really aggressive position by Zeltis here, but Anada's going to be forcing them all the way back.
The flash.
Good utility being used. Sassido's got to be the defender towards the back of the side of right click.
And that's this.
Get away with murder. Onto the side here.
He's gonna get punished. 3v2. Deny the plant, that's huge. And he's gonna get them. Huge round for Sentinel. What a clean map for Sentinel.
Forced to be active in that post plant, trying to salvage what had happened as everybody just ran into Celsius and got mowed down. Pretty tragic. A little bit of lost coordination there again. Asuna coming around one
And
side,
they are buying, they are forcing. We could see an outlaw for Sentinel. Like, I think at 10-3 you expect them to force and you just go for an outlaw and farm them.
Considering it, yeah.
No outlaw, we have a guardian for Zeken.
The map's getting away from you.
Trying to go for the fast play at the very start of the round. pull out some of the defensive utility, but I don't think that was supposed to be
A lot of stitchers.
100T wanted to get in there onto B.
Of stingers, sorry. And a second arm. Reveal 20 seconds for 100 Thieves. They are clearing some utility. They know the Killjoy is here. They are pulling a slow rotate.
Non-committal from 100 Thieves. Maybe expecting Cryo to maybe get something done. Prowler spots him, so now they're definitely going to be aware. The Sentinel's keeping an eye on that one spot.
He should pick up his rendezvous, he did.
Goes to the rubble side.
And now they see the rotation, the flash.
Don't removing it. Send out the Paranoido. Now another nade. TP reposition. A little bit ajar. 40 seconds.
Like those TP from 10s are like...
They have found the site where there's only one player. Celsius went huge on the pistol.
And he's gonna let them in, like...
Turret's going down as a smoke into his face. He has to really respect this one now. Backing away, reload. They're gonna be able to hear this one. Up top,
And they're gonna push him. But he already has support.
What a difference maker! 3 players fall just
And
like
that was their last stand, I think.
Try and take some risks here. Fight taken towards into the back of the spawn, but the discipline from Sentinels is just sublime. Always doubled up.
What a nice shot.
Reposition. Onto the brain now. Maybe he can make it a few more potentially.
Let's go Boostio.
Tap. Sassy. Run and gun.
Oh my god, the jumps from 10s. He moves his crosshair and then...
Being able to dismiss the force afterwards should put Sentinels in an amazing spot to clear this out. That was a bit too bold there. The swarm into backside and then further into spawn to try to get Celsius, I can appreciate. But they didn't even wait for a moment to allow Boostio's paranoia to come through. Just a bit too far ahead of the play.
They forced. Out. Good job.
Yep.
They need it.
Yeah.
Desperate.
Oh.
I mean, I think he's right, isn't
Truer words have never been told at this point. It's a timeout for 100 Thieves.
3-13 for Boostio.
I think for 100 Thieves on how they're making these plays happen.
He was 2-12 before that round.
Compare it to Sentinels, the way they pause, slow down in the mid round when something goes a little bit amiss.
That's a tilting game.
It's a bit night and day, you know.
And if your IGL is tilted, it's
the appropriate timings. 100
wow.
Thieves is very go, 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 go.
And I think that was obvious when you watched them play against Leviathan as well, especially on Bind, which is actually our next map coming up. They were extremely execute heavy on their attack side, didn't really have too much differential in pace. But once again, 100 Thieves kind of came late into the off-season with the acquisition of Boostio. And these things take time.
They do.
Unfortunately, this is a tournament format that does not...
And we have only small shield. They know they've forced, so they know they are forcing again. We should see an outlaw for Sentinel.
And a long road ahead, even if you wanted to.
Like... Outlaw has too much value here.
Dig so deep.
They certainly are. Where is the answer? Maybe it's heroics of an individual. Somebody to step up to the plate.
And we don't see an outlaw.
Question all over the front section. B and C, 100 Thieves.
Cryo, in each of these 3 rounds, has been trying to get a lurk pick towards B. In the pistol, he got denied by 10s. In the second round, denied by Sassy's utility. And it looks like he's going to try to make something happen again.
Forward on the angle here. Now Zekken, when we got the Guardian, is going to have to be precise and surgical when this hit starts to come through, especially...
Huge.
Bang! Critical shots to be hit there.
They should accelerate. They are too slow.
To be made. Middle, into A perhaps. 100 Thieves get those 2 picks, but no, they break the door now, make their way into B because Cryo has got that space. Creep forwards, now Heaven.
And that's why they don't accelerate, because they are planning the rotation B.
Sassy backs away. 10 health, still alive.
Interesting.
You can tell it wasn't Boostio there with the mid-round call because he used both of his smokes on A. Didn't have anything to obscure that sight line. Asuna might have just bailed him out.
Another good shot.
That's huge. Yeah. Big kills to shut down any danger of a retake coming through. 100 Thieves.
I mean, it's technically...
One with the rifle knows better than to contest that one. So this
it's technically Sentinel's bonus still, so...
I think if if 100 Thieves picked this map because they thought that the Cryo Chamber was going to have enormous impact, they probably need to find a different role for him on the attack side. Because he's having to play off the distraction of his team rather than being able to actually initiate anything himself. And in a round like this, he just ended up...
Chamber is not an initiator, he's not a duelist. Like, people... Like, it's not a Jet, you have to have your setup put down, like... And you have to stay close to your trademark now. So he has to be the guy behind.
Ecos have been deadly.
He's basically a killjoy.
Showstopper for Asuna. The safety policy. Satchel's through now. Fade
We have 2 spots.
Players up. Nade rebounds. Going to be forcing them out wide. Sees on top of it. It's all being combined.
Scared of a
They
collapse
got
from
Asuna.
He uses his ult already. That's an enormous tool for them to try to get into the
And we have a lot of small buy or no buy for Sentinel. For, yes, Sentinel.
100 Thieves will have been looking for.
It's all broken Cryo.
That's an eco, basically. They just have Giant QT's gun.
Every single round on the attack side.
Asuna taking damage from the wall. He's regenerating. And we have Cryo slowly walking towards C. But 50 seconds for rotation C is a long time. Yeah, we see them move and they're gonna make noise. They're gonna make noise. And they know.
But the tower broken. That's the signal. At least plan over towards C here for 100 Thieves.
And it's the second time you see 100 Thieves passing the spike. The first time was when they wanted Bang to plant, so he could have his pit. No, it was Sentinel, sorry. Sentinel passed the spike to their Viper, so she could have the Viper pit. And this time we see...
Lot more to be done here, but only 2 players remaining. Celsius just
We see 100 Thieves passing the spike. He got caught, he's dead.
But no, can't break the tether in time.
Celsius scurries away.
Celsius manages to save the Phantom, so...
Expected result here then, as 100 Thieves managed to win on their anti-eco. But it took them a fair amount. You think about it though, at the beginning of the round, Asuna used his Raze ultimate. He's already got 4 points towards it.
Yeah.
Like being able to collect an orb, go forwards, collect a couple kills, that kind of thing. So not an enormous punish for that ult having been invested early on.
And that's gonna help 100 Thieves. That round definitely, like... It's gonna be a breath of fresh air for 100 Thieves.
Available from the ultimate that we saw from Sen on their attack side. The way that they comboed ult into ult as they got to the important round.
Yeah, save our guns. Good shit, boys. Yeah, good shit. 1 round at a time.
That's how you got to approach these moments.
Yeah, right mindset. Understand that it's still winnable for them.
And we have a push for Sentinel Rebel, like, with the one way. They are leaving 10s, the flash and a fast execute A.
Fast. There's no one really to help him out as the spike dropped down. EU was the only one contesting. Right from the broken angle here with the nade.
And the nade covering Xerxes. Sentinels really play well from each other, like.
He really does.
And a second nade.
Onslaught with the util. And finally there's the reinforcements. Second. Splash packs in.
And they have to go B.
Cryo's lurk towards B once again in the round has actually allowed them
Huge from Cryo's there. He's gonna open the door. Easy. No. Hans is walking by. Back.
He's getting the one, but Cryo surely he's done enough still. It's a man disadvantage. Boostio. Oh, lovely work.
And they really got more confident. Like, that first half, they were getting destroyed. He knows. Good shit.
That's all him and the Guardian.
Taking down the world champion. With the Omen differential, picks up the Odin and escapes with map point.
Match point.
After all that Cryo had done there with that push in, one of the first rounds where that B-Lurk actually had massive value for 100 Thieves. But things got really scattered even before that. These kind of kills, as 100 Thieves scurried from A to B, ended up being a bit of a backbreaker. But it did come down to a 1v1 that was winnable for both sides.
It only gets harder here for 100 Thieves now. They have no more room to work with. Up to 12 for Sen. One more.
They have two ultimates.
Built up, big fight.
And Krao is putting out his free operator.
It is fairly quick. Over towards Mound. Celsius.
Omen ultimate.
May choose to just whack this down and call for help.
He's gonna tip in.
Still to be dealt with.
And they have Tracy.
Giving them that space and choose to contest this one. Waiting for the full retake, and it's a smart play to do.
They have Prowler and they are pushing really deep when they go for C.
They're the ones that still have to take it the extra mile, even with this spike planted down. That's why they're playing deep into spawn here, just with Bang though. And he's got to really come up big though. Blinded! Second with the rocket out wide! Another one claimed! Jump spot. Great discipline. Everybody
And that should be 13.
have a bloody clue. And now with the
Pencil is a little bit slow.
in between and the reposition of Boostio. Just out of dodge, but it's just out of Cryo. And what can you really do? Not much.
Just on time.
Once again, those ultimates coming online for Sentinels, making all the difference. Great anticipation of the spawn aggression. And honestly,
Huge game from Sentinel.
really nicely dismissed.
Outside of the fourth round, of the second half that they lose. Outside of that, it's a pretty clean game from Sentinel.
And that's a scary prospect, isn't it? You're now heading into Sentinels, picking binds. So map territory must have.
And I want a fucking yo, man. I really want a fucking yo.
We are in for a clash on Bind. We're expecting
I want a yo, I want a gecko, I want like...
big XX coming out from 100 Thieves. Massive.
Or stepping away, but up next GB and the Alistes are going to be
Maybe a
breaking it all
fade
down
too.
for map number 1.
Because 100 Thieves team comp was like... Yeah, it was Fade, Gecko, Astra, Viper. No, it was the Brim. It was Brim Viper on Bind. Astra was on Split.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series,
quick break for me, so I'll be right back after the break for the second game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In the clash of the Clout, Sentinels strike first with a 13-5 win on Lotus to kick off this elimination match. Welcome back to VCT Americas. I'm Mimi, joined by Athena, and we've got a round to break down to talk about just how good the calling was from John QT in this match to be able to take the win over 100 Thieves. Why don't you set it up for us?
Yeah, so we are here on this round 8. We have 4 to 3 rounds already on the board, and we do at the very beginning already know that 100 Thieves likes to take that C aggression. Every time that Sentinels has put any aggression, 100 Thieves has managed to push down towards that mount. They did it the last round, and so this is a really good read coming into it. And at the beginning of the round, we do hear that Chamber actually pops his ult, so we know that there's an off online.
And you see they're going to try and bait here, having that Viper just behind the Chamber player. And as we let this round start to play out, you'll notice that 100 Thieves is doing just that. But Sentinels isn't biting on this bait. They push down their turret, they're waiting, and as we look at the map here again, this is where the plan starts to take form.
Yeah, so since 100 Thieves is playing kind of a fake Sentinel Chamber, they know that this front B is probably towards that weak side. The aggression was not to be found. They use that Fade Eye to scan towards that front B, and they know that there is no one contesting. And so they take this space, they take Mount space, and they know that there probably is some sort of aggression. And what's really good here is that they actually end up using the Omen Paranoia, and they open that door to kind of crunch and punish Cryo for being in that aggressive position.
He hears those players in mid and wants to go forward, but at this point it's already almost too late. Zekin comes in from the side, finds that frag, and Sentinels is already in a great position here. But this is where John QT starts to take the round to the next level.
Yeah, so this pause right here already, they're going to go and farm this orb. They're going to sit here, see if there's any counter aggression. They don't just go in right away. They do like to send in. I mean, they do end up ending the execute towards that C side, but they're Slayers. Yeah, they're chilling, they're getting the orb, they're gathering their thoughts, and they're sitting to see if there's any delay of util. And now they're waiting for the rest of their team to kind of group up towards this front C.
And as we fast forward this round just a little bit into the future, they start this one off by sending Zekin in alone to this site to see what he can find. They have Initiator utility to support this, and while the trades aren't initially favorable, they still have another layer to this one, where again, John takes the time to not panic into a decision and resets this round once again as we look at the map.
Yeah, so what they do is they touch this door once again. They know that they don't have any B presence. Once again, no B presence. Oh, sorry, that's my bad. No B presence, but they know that, maybe they're going to be able to pull off some rotators. Surely they don't fake it again. But again, the patience just sitting here outside of this mound, they touch that door. They know that some sort of rotation is going to happen, and it ends up playing out in their favor. And don't forget, they do have that fade out as well.
Yeah, and you see 100 Thieves is going to absolutely fall for this as we start to play out this round here. They're all rotating back towards B, re-clearing the space there since that chamber chip was already down. And then John QT picks the perfect timing to go for this execute with his team. They waltz into a free C site, and because of grabbing those orbs earlier, they already have a winning position here.
Yeah, exactly. That fade out just tells them that the whole site is free, that their plan actually worked exactly how it is, and now they have their one off of that Viper orb, so they can just end that post plant with that Viper pit and play on site together.
And as we walk back over to join GB,
and that's the round where they passed the bomb to.
How good Sentinel's coordination is for one, and two, how good their decision making. Hey, buddy. Is in the mid-round.
Well, you guys decided to go and have
fun without
me, but I do respect it, and an excellent breakdown as well. And I think it just illustrates so well as we talk about the rest of the Sentinels. Second, I think, is a good place to start off here, that this team feels comfortable. They feel free to do what they need to. This is scary.
Yeah, I feel like this team just looked so good. They were so ready for this mid-rounding. They were so ready for their protocols. It felt so solid in those fundamentals. And again, Zekin just going wild. They punished the A aggression from 100 Thieves every single time. They seem to be really good with their util, ready to go in, not scared, no hesitation. Every single piece of utility seemed to have some sort of reason.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a tough turn of events in the series now, especially when Zekin is shooting like this. New Jersey's last hope. He's making home proud.
Oh, we got Elizabeth here too. On the stage, maybe though.
One more. But Zekin's out there going crazy on the stage. This guy is such a prospect, and he just integrates into the team's plan so incredibly well. This isn't just a Sentinels where Zekin is shooting people well. It's a Sentinels that has clear game plans, that is fast to adapt, and has great great coordination when they're implementing these ideas.
Yeah, I feel like they're also surrounding the Zekken and just setting him up for success, which is something that I feel like we didn't really 100% see before, and now having, you know, Tens in that controller
Well, because
spot.
they were wrestling with who gets that attention, right? And now they have settled.
Exactly.
Zekken gets the attention. And I think that's just an intelligent call to make because he was the talk of the town for this team last year. So it makes sense. Put the investment into him.
And we saw in these late rounds when Tens was left alive, given opportunities to shine, he still did. But he had consistency as well. We're hopping into Bind, and that is a beautiful agent select. Tens' Yoru is iconic on this map, and I love to see it coming back. The interesting thing for me, though, is they're running it.
And it's the same team comp for and that Thieves.
Gecko Yoru combo to get those double flash kind of synergy there.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely is a little bit weird. I mean, that dog does get that information, but yeah, I mean, the Gecko goes crazy. I mean, extra util, you get that wingman being able to plant, you get the molly, so much delay, and you just pick up your flash and get that information. But I guess they are kind of gearing a little bit more towards that old meta comp. But the Gecko and the Fade on the other side is something that I love to see. No Sentinels on either side, but they do have those double controllers, which I think works really well in defense on Bind and allows more aggressive plays on both sides.
It absolutely does. Saucy on the solo initiator here again. I'm looking to see what he learned from the issues Sentinels had on Split. Can 100 Thieves exploit that? Can they call the attack side they need to stay in this series? It's Bind, so you think this is their best shot to bring it back.
All right, folks, well, it's time to farm some impressions for this elimination matchup because time could be running out. Does 100 Thieves have it in them to be able to force this game 3, or will Sentinels end it right here and now? Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
There's so much on the line, isn't there, GB? I mean, listen, this is it. An elimination game for both these teams here, but Sentinels on the precipice, really, of being able to survive that one day longer fight for that Battle of Madrid. 100 Thieves, I mean, they end up losing this now. This map right here, it's April when they'll next play. That's a while away, and that is a heartbreaker for them, but they have to stop it here on Bind.
That's an absolutely brutal reality facing 100 Thieves. A Bind, a map that they've played recently, and they use that double initiator utility to go crazy on big execs, especially down short, sometimes going for hookah floods, generally ignoring the more outside areas of the map like B-Long. But that's where we're going to see the fight on the pistol.
With the Yo clone, the classic Yo setup, Belong, Yo Sky.
Someone is lurking around here. Wall is interesting through the TP. Some work up onto alternate angles. Now the dog's being committed on top of that one. Spots 2 players.
Now, 100 Thieves know that Sentinels plan on this map because they've seen it in the off-season, and towards the end of last season, actually, is to try to pressure B-Long and Showers really heavily. They're not going to try to defend short that much. And 100 Thieves are just walking down.
And we have the little guy planting.
Here with the plants. Nado rebounded. Stops
And it's a deny.
Rest in peace, little bro.
Yeah. No cheers from the crowd. Put it up with the orb here, but Boostio now going to attempt to plant this one. He will get this one off, so 5v5 retake.
Look at Bang at short.
And this is an important one. Many players to meet him.
So many players here on the flank.
To the side. It's all about this, holding this angle. You get the first one. Sassy's got util out in his hands, flashed up, but it's given him no way. The shots!
Bang!
Battle on 2 fronts though, out towards the side. That's all Boostio.
And Boostio.
Off on a mad one with that one. 2 kills, bang! On the repeak. 2 left standing. John QT in second, doubled up now into Lamps, but time ticking away with that spike.
One enemy remaining.
Fading away, no chance at all.
And
This is
it's
100
Shover.
Thieves. Well put together pistol round. Okay. Okay.
It's not going to make too much difference in this one. Yeah, great pistol from 100 Thieves. That is a really interesting Viper Wall that they used in the middle of that round as well.
Do we have an outlaw?
Planning to create pressure over towards Showers was with the Viper
No
Wall
outlaw.
and then with
No
a
shield.
So
Like
if
uber dry
you've got
eco
Zekken and Celsius fighting over Showers as they often
for
do
Sentinel
in this defensive setup,
and no Marshall for
actually have a bit of a tool
on
there
that
to go and clear
Thieves.
it despite
They are
everything
on T
happening
side,
short.
so
It's The eco for Sen. They've stacked with 5 over towards B long. Guess what? So has 100 Thieves. Okay.
And they caught Sense.
Sense loses his life. Do they really choose to commit into this
And
one?
there are 4
Saxo,
people.
right clicks in their face. Nade on top of it. Sassy,
Well, that flash
10
is
seconds.
huge,
Greedy
but
boy, but gets punished.
they are not gonna manage to get anything
And Boostio is getting fairly
out of
close
it.
to that ultimate as well. The double kill that he got with the classic on the pistol.
Good,
Potentially really clutch here.
good round for
If you want
Thieves.
to go around the map and farm orbs as 100 Thieves, then those are the
And
areas
we
that
see
Sentinels
small
like to fight
shields,
over the
so
most on defense. If you start going towards showers, there is a serious
because there is
potential that you're gonna
no
have the
auto.
Skydog in your face, Tens flashing through the teleport, and you're gonna get crunched. So I think 100 Thieves, their best chance is just to stick to the middle lanes of the map and go for these big burst executes down short.
Now they are pushing shower.
Behind them. You've got to respect this if you are Sen. Backing out and
Molly.
away. Asuna out wide here, still holding their ground onto the top of the box, but
trade.
still alive. Right here with the decoy sent forwards. Cryo, he knows it though, holds his ground.
The clone TP'd out.
Close one. But now that ult is online, Boostio having
Where
got
is he
the farm
going?
down, has access to
He's gonna rotate through A short.
Spots it though,
The
sends it
yo.
flying. Bang.
The flash.
He vacuums up the space, doesn't he?
Positioning for Bang.
Tail end of this one, 3 versus 3. Flank attempt by Tens right from behind here. Cryo. So it's back to all of it.
Cryo is
All
not
of it.
watching
Indeed,
anything.
He does not know it! And it's all up to Boostio. Ran down.
The Tens gate crash earlier in the round, when he was trying to put pressure over towards showers and then disappeared, they had no idea where he was coming back from. And you saw multiple people on 100 Thieves looking towards showers, expecting him to appear from there.
That's an okay bonus for Thieves. They get the plant, they get 2 people. That's okay.
They are trying to path down short in these rounds while still applying pressure to showers.
You know,
had
they managed to get a lot of chip damage too on Tens on the sky, like.
And Sentinels looking to try to adapt their setups to deal with what 100 Thieves are throwing.
And you can see, like,
I think we're going to see
that Thieves have a lot of small armor
because
now.
100 Thieves are dumping major utility into these execs. It's really difficult to anchor.
Sentinels have a lot of small armor.
When they were playing against the Vietnam.
So I would give the advantage on
So what do you still try and get the plant down?
this early game to 100 Thieves.
Standard take over towards B long. Using the same tools now. Ice and flying. Boostio facing the side as an anti-flash. And now he's walking his way up with the rest of his team. Asuna one step closer to the big rocket.
Reclear.
Reclear 10. Flash through. It's anti-flash from Asuna.
And it's a
The rest of
2 for
the
2,
team behind. How are
honestly.
they finding these kills? I mean, right behind him is Zekken, and he wants even more. Look at this. Just walking right round the corner, almost catching with the util. Out 72 health, backing away.
They managed to pick up the spike.
Does seem
They
ridiculous that
could
Sen somehow
TP.
managed to get 2 kills.
They are going to TP. Tens should hear it.
Through the
No call?
teleport, and
Oh,
Tens is
that's the
engaged.
call.
Taking
A little
up
late.
residence deep into enemy territory. There is just no way they're going to expect him to be coming around showers behind them here.
This is such an unorthodox position to be in right now. Rest of their team.
They should wait for
Bang,
Tens
it's in a really forward
contact.
angle here. Asuna just jiggling from the bench, spots it.
Do they think about him at any point? No.
Not likely. Flash, rebound!
Nice flash.
Anti-flash, but not enough! Not
And good trade.
And Tens, when he's on the Euro on this map, I mean, he looks like a one-man army at times.
He's absolutely inspiring.
Yo is so strong, man. Unbind.
Genuinely, the kind of
A
tech
good
that he's
Yo,
got
it's
all
so
around the map.
fucking
These
strong.
little
I'm so
fast
happy
flashes
we
that set
see
up
it.
perfect
Like,
flashes for himself. I mean, he really is right in the playbook. There's no one doing it like him.
and he has his ultimate. 2 ultimates for Sentinel. So, as I said, the momentum was for 100 Thieves. And you saw they managed to get into a 3v3 post-plant situation. Without that flank from Tens, they were ahead.
Attempt to contest over showers.
But now I feel like the momentum has
Facing all together. And yes, weaker weapons for the Sheriff.
swing.
Still deadly enough.
And the dog does Boostio try to punish in any way.
A swing? Swing, swing,
There
swing?
at the bottom of B long.
I don't even
Picking
know,
up,
man.
Working up onto Sassy.
The momentum has changed, and it's clearly Sentinel that's ahead. Again.
One that Aspas played multiple times against 100 Thieves and came out to the good so often.
And they are playing slow, but Sentinels are not being moved. Boost you long. I don't know, with the spike on Brimstone.
At least there's an orb.
They should give him the spike for the wingman.
From Boostio, looking left to right on a swivel, making sure to clear everything here, but he's the lone player.
It's gonna be for Zekken. He has a nade too, like.
He's running it down TPs, he's trying to fake presence. Pulling away, I mean, they bought it, hook, line, sinker, 2 players, but no, maybe second guessing themselves here, walking forwards.
He saw the spike. Good shit. Good trade. Good trade. And a nice finish.
That's gotta be one of the funniest attempts I've seen it. Causing distraction.
I mean, it almost worked. Like, if they get the kill on the Brimstone.
Might have been able to make something of that. Rifles back. Fairly successful attempt at just trying to generate a pick in showers.
Yeah.
But I'm looking towards the ultimates online, and I think they're really important because Sen have got 2 that are really useful for retake. They did use the Seekers already in the prior. I mean, Celsius can't try to fight.
John Cutie is one orb away, 1 point away from his ultimate.
Being utilized, but they've got the movement to get out. Satchels, gate crash forwards though. That's Asuna and a snake bite on top of it. Beautiful execution with all the utility. Combined up. Free for all towards the back of the side with those 2 kills now. Plant online. Peek through by Tens. Offsetting it. You're going to take risks in the moment, but it's all being contained and answered back.
Huge round from
Big
Asuna,
round, yeah.
with some excellent trades as well. Asuna was getting absolutely diffed on map 1, and now we're actually seeing Zekken struggling to get a little bit of impact against the level of utility being thrown in his face. And he had to dodge an orbital strike, a mosh pit, get behind, got snake, but meanwhile Asuna bullies his way into backside.
I don't
Nice!
care.
Nice!
Good shit, baby. Good shit, man. Let's get it, baby. Yeah, keep the shit up.
Let's go, Viper.
That's a super important round for 100 Thieves to win. More short presence and pressure at the start of the round. We've seen tons of emphasis towards the A side here. Look, Sen are leaving B already.
There is a deep smoke B.
Initial flood of utility here. It's being used. Orb lineup from Bang.
That's going to sell it even more.
From I think from the Viper. Yeah, it's out. And they are going in.
They're going to get punished for it by the look of things.
Everybody grouped up.
Face your fear.
By 4.
They are using their ultimates.
Onto the B side.
There is a showstopper if he really wants to push CT.
Here comes got one of his own. Yeah, dimensional drift. He'll be picking out these players as well, getting themselves into the position. Flash! That rocket's gone nowhere. No man's land. Running them straight through. The rifles gained, and here's the showstopper you asked for. Tens, meanwhile, like I said prior, 1-man army. This guy's a wrecking ball running straight through them, and the elbow players, they can't afford to swing. Zekken can stick it all the way through.
They're gonna go fight. Oh no. It's just a dog.
Machines. I mean, 100 Thieves on their attack executes, but Sentinels with that retake, that was just picture perfect.
That was absolutely amazing. Generally, this site is so difficult to retake, but the flashes could not have been more perfect to just annihilate people on site. Those 100 Thieves players trying to anchor had no chance. Asuna's like an actual rocket launch into the stratosphere moment. Like he was trying to put the thing into orbit.
Yeah. Double flashed up. Timeout, 100 Thieves.
We see a buy.
I mean, it feels even.
Like the beginning of a buy for 100 Thieves.
The scoreline ends up being closer.
Yeah, and that's a
But generally, team pauses before Nico, so they can like map.
First kill conversion rate.
They can roadmap the next few rounds.
Every time they got the first kill, they were able to win.
So I expect them to go back to an eco. Or like a soft buy or something like that.
Fairly even. 100 Thieves actually need to be able to figure out how to convert post-plant situations. because 3 out of 4 of the rounds that Sen have won are retakes. And it's one thing being able to get the plant down, but if that takes all of your utility, and then you don't have anything to stop Sen getting back into the site, you're going to lose these rounds.
Yeah, what good does it do? Nothing to stop them. Maybe that's part of the reason why Sen have picked into bind as well, having seen
The classic Viper wall. And no, it's a full
buy.
buy.
Execute start that they've been playing. You know, they're seeing them expend all that util right at the start just to get the spike plans and realizing, okay, we can take a step back.
I mean, with 2 guns, it was expected.
The retake protocols looked amazing on Split as well when they played against Loud.
It's aggression though. The right timing here. That's an anti-flash by Cryo. Doesn't earn himself a kill from it though.
This is a bit of a tough round.
Bind is Sentinel's pick, so the attack side is Under Thieves. Under Thieves' choice.
The corner. Broken. Gate crash. Back to safety. But
he's gonna pick it up.
Does a little bit.
They know it.
Surely gonna be able to hear them retreating, and they are creeping and crawling their way forwards.
Wait, do they have the... Yeah, they have it.
Tucks to the corner, and Thrash is going to be meeting him. Detained. Not a chance. So the first kill now. Available here for 100 Thieves with the plan going their way. This post plan looks aggressive. Plays in forward positions.
They're going to pitch, surely, here, right?
But it's available for them, and they should. Yes, bang. Spends it now.
That's a lot of ultimates.
The elbows. Elsis is dropped as well on top of it. Nobody can withstand this kind of pressure, except maybe
Zekken.
Nades there, forwards. The pre-fire shuts down any chance or attempt.
He was on for an ace.
100 Thieves were still getting some value on their attack side, but it was when they used big ultimates. And their strategy didn't really work without them. That round, 100 Thieves used the ults. They get big value out of it as well. Finding the identity of where Sassy was playing, use that second usage of the Thrash to be able to clear him out, and then pick on top.
Yeah.
But does that same strategy work if you don't have the ults to rely on? That, I think, is a question that 100 Thieves still don't quite have the answer for.
The Viper's Pit blocks off that B-long avenue, which 100 Thieves have been playing there pretty often.
They're gonna send the Polar, try to spot that Viper, try to get out. There is a small pocket of ultimate too, like, if he wants to get out near the TP.
Instead, grouping up towards short, thinking, all right, well, if John Cudie's established his position towards B-long, we'll try to take the A side, which should be a little weaker.
Everyone grouped.
5 seconds.
Two players still into hookah. This
And there are 2 people clearing hookah for 100 Thieves.
We wait to see what these players can get done. Asuna.
They are trying to pull people on B.
The problem with the TP pivot though, Bren, is you don't have anybody B long, so John Cutie's not getting pressure.
And we see her rotate. There is a tense TP going CT, like, going T-spawn. And he TP'd, he's attacker spawn.
And he's going to be trying to put pressure on the people, putting pressure on John.
Yeah. Flash, eye, everything committed.
And they are tipping.
Does he expect Cryo right here behind them? Does he attempt to follow them? This is
the big fight is the Viper against the Brim. And he found Zekken.
10 still behind them. Zelsis attempts to spray through, but it's all down to 10s. Jump spot. Great movement from Asuna.
Holy, those movements.
Cooked that round. We had full access to the minimap, but we still couldn't tell what was happening. They were pivoting through teleports left, right, and center.
All over the place.
Made it feel like a fake into the pit at the beginning, went back towards short, then took the TP, or rather...
Oh my god, that shot is...
Make it look like they were going into B. Took the teleporter again. Went through onto A. Tens was behind them, and he just was running from side to side. Yeah. Couldn't figure out where they were ending. That's a wild one. What a call to come out from 100 Thieves. That is such an important round as well, because it starts to build them back up to the ultimates. Asuna's now very...
We have a Sentinel timeout.
We talked about how important that is for 100 Thieves style, and it knocks Sentinel's economy.
Yeah.
That round 9 call could not have come at a better time.
Against the pit as well. I mean, they had that one locked down. It's another ult removed.
absolutely running rings around
It's
Sentinels.
all over the place. I mean, I was losing track.
Awesome
One
stuff,
eye on the
though.
minimap, one eye on the game. It was really, really cool. And like you said, critical timing for all of it to be happening. So they've taken the lead, 5-4. We mentioned the importance of this one. It's an elimination game.
And we have the eco this time, so the timeout on the eco, classic.
So every round counts for 100 Thieves.
Still have 2 guns, so they are keeping 1,000 something. Because they are gonna have, they're gonna have the losing bonus if they lose that round. Sentinel.
And also with his own TP. It's the backside of A. They want to fight that one. And Util playing for the retake here.
And Hasuna jumping. He's gonna find John Cutie.
Could have been a rifle delivery, and here's that TP to Showers attempt. Real danger here. EU gonna be taken out here. Two
trade.
now with the spike planted. Let's put the time pressure onto Sentinel.
But they found everybody else, so
Do you have the rifles?
they know. They know. Cryo is looking behind this
Blowing
time.
out that rocket would be pretty good for Sen, even if they lose the round.
Contacted.
That's a very slow
Great
pick.
hold on the crosshair placement of Cryo. Now knows where the second player is. Zelsis understands his role here. He's just got to get the hell out of there. So
There's a
could have been
big
some danger
gun.
in that round, but again, it's 100 Thieves.
And we see Asuna looking for
Will be the 6-1 for them.
a kill.
Steadily accruing the lead even more.
Asuna and
This is how
Cryo.
important round 9 was, just to go back again. Look, Cryo's 2 away from orbital strike. Boostio's 1 away from getting his Gecko ult online, which, if they get the plant down, he'll have it for a post plant. 100 Thieves turned the tide with that insane round-the-world call, and now actually have the ults to be able to snowball their way to a really decisive attack off.
And we see a full buy for Sentinel.
Half armor. The Sentinels won't really make too much of a difference.
Yep.
Maybe the goal now to go a bit faster once more for 100 Thieves, especially with the showstopper.
Asuna is gonna go really hard with his ultimate.
First one, Boombot leads the charge, clears the close corner, so has the satchels, and now
Yep.
finally lets it go! Straight to the back wall, Zelsis though. Look at that, stand and deliver, holding your ground out towards Lamp, and that is a real skirmish taking place.
It's a 3v3.
I have the spike.
Get a pause in the play
But
here.
Boostio dying is huge because he doesn't have his ultimate now.
It's planted into the post plant once more. No more ults to be used, but
Sassy's on the flank, so Sentinels are waiting for this to happen. To be honest though, these flanks have not really worked.
a different direction. Bang. Doesn't look really the wiser for it.
They saw the player bench. Still finds that this.
Finally, flank paying off.
They are gonna push Young Cutie.
The back of the side, he needs Sassy to get a move on. He's a little bit too late to the party here, especially with it ticking. EU so much util to work with.
He's caught. He finds the kill, but he dies to the nade. What a nice combo.
Bit too slow on the retake for Sentinels, not able to get those really coordinated retakes working like they were in the first quarter. Sen were set up to try to deal with that blast pack showstopper play down short. You saw Tens on top of triple.
Two
but he couldn't
ultimate.
teleport away in time.
And
really sharp on that trade.
very
Once
close
more,
for the
snake
Brim.
bite, the Bang is throwing in, being able to catch Zekken over towards triple.
400
and set up that
Thieves
kill
Brim.
too.
It's a really unsafe position to play in. Is this really just going to be running it back with the ults?
And we see two people ready to take the TP long for Sentinel.
Not sure where that went.
Yeah, I mean, they were just clearing the front of short like they were expecting something super aggressive at the start of the round. But that is a weird one. Limits Boostio's usage of the ult to just one more time.
He's got it back.
But 100 Thieves calling a pause and moving around. Definitely a little harder to read than their game against Leviathan.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Here we go, round two.
We
Clear
should
out
see
towards
the wall go up
Seekers.
for John Cutie.
Detainment is there. Satchel plays. Asuna can't see anything though. Blinded up. Second.
And Zekken this time is here to bail out.
Boostio returns. Spike planted.
This time the Raze is here to bail out.
Be winnable. An 8th round would be a dream. It's a tough ask for him.
Sassy's
Two flashes. One more smoke for Zelsis. It's a slow play.
Sassy Sky.
Here's the footsteps, doesn't know where they are exactly, but strikes correctly. Round ended.
Huge. That's a huge half on that Thieves.
What a clutch to end the half for our Gecko cosplayer here. Defending world champion Boostio, showing how he got it done on the big stage. That is a nuts ending to capitalize on 5 rounds in a row. It was great from Zekken to defend Sassy, who got hit by that ult. But this 1v2 just seals the deal. After an awesome turnaround in round 9, Boostio calling amazingly, then clutching incredibly.
Feel the energy that's bringing for them as well. Their backs against.
But they pick their side, they pick attack, because they wanted to play attack and deny 100 Thieves attack. Sentinels attack side. So
I don't think anyone on our team feels more pressure because we're doing badly or well and the fans have certain expectations. For us, we're a really competitive group. We're really hardworking. The drive to win for every person on the team is really high. We know we all have what it takes to be the best. So the pressure we put on ourselves is already great enough. It's pretty unchanging no matter the circumstance. I think no matter how the fans are feeling, it's motivational for all of us, and I push that on the players. We have fans that are more passionate and more invested in our success than I believe any team in Valorant. So when they're upset, it's because they care, and when they're really proud and pumped because we're doing well, it's because they care. So we celebrate that no matter what's going on.
Certainly are passionate. I mean, after these losses for both of these teams, to be honest, you'd think they'd be more doomer than zoomer. I mean, it was just absolutely dire straits for the expectations. But I think you can be pleasantly pleased so far with the series that we've got right now. You're seeing 100 Thieves battle back against this Sentinel squad that were looking all too strong in that first map.
And even in the first half of their defense rounds, they looked like Sentinels had figured out a way of playing against this. The retake strategy was working excellently up until 100 Thieves started getting a bit of momentum, got their economy going, got their ult cycle working, and then suddenly ran away with things in those final 5 rounds. So that now puts some serious pressure on Sen. This super heavy double initiator exec style worked really nicely. How does it work on defense?
I mean, it's a completely different game.
From downtown.
Get to the Olympics.
Based on
What the NFL? I don't know. What's more topical? I don't know, meat sports.
The way that Sentinels likes to play this is takes showers basically on
he's
his own.
alone, yeah, most of the time.
Yeah, a lot of the time. But if you try to fight him, good luck. Even if you double up, really difficult to stop. And just because TenZ is in showers, it doesn't actually tell you anything about which way Sentinels are defaulting. This dog from Sassy though will.
They send straight through. Wrapping around, spots out the players there. Decoy broken out. Flash forward, lots of smokes drop down on top of it. They want to try and fight this one in through Lance. There's a lot of players here. That Tether is monstrous.
Holy fuck.
No, not quite. It just about missed. That could have been deadly. A massacre, a bloodbath. But the players still stand. They take a breather. 35 seconds in this round. Not much more time to work with. Another tap. Baiting out the util. This is getting really, really tenuous. It's spam. Being
They
committed,
could
trying to
TP.
stop this one. Get spike. Planted.
Gecko is
That's
waiting
way
for
too
it.
far forward. Ahead of the pack there. No one can help him out.
And now he
20
TP'd,
seconds
and
left.
now
The
they
call is
TP.
made. TP pitted all the way through. Now they're going to be seeing as an empty beast.
He
Hey,
TPs.
Boostio. Skill to be claimed.
1 for 1. They get the plant.
Should have been able to hear how many people went through the teleport. It looks like Boostio's not quite aware, but John can't capitalize.
No, plant down.
He's
though.
gonna TP.
To the post plant now. Sassy. You dare peek this one into so many players. Well, his team are taking contact. Attention being diverted. It's all Celsius. I mean, he's cleaning these players up entirely. Lighting them up.
Good shit.
Kill feed filled with red.
We're gonna have a game. We have a game,
Calling them out
definitely.
from Sen to just put that pause in after 100 Thieves had got people in position to deny the plant and decide to take the kittens through the teleporter. That is a play. That play right there, though, could have just swept Sentinels away.
Yep.
I think Asuna rebounded it off the door frame instead of the back wall, but otherwise the tether was perfect from EU.
Could have been monstrous.
What could have been?
Yeah, and now 100 Thieves.
And they are trying to find tens in shower. Trying to deny him the orb. See rotation from the fade.
So it's a flash.
Yeah, that flash though, when you pull it out that far towards the left, it doesn't actually tell you anything, because there could be a player left, there could be a player in garden, there could be a player on site. You want your flashes to be a bit more specific than that, especially when you only have 2 of them now. They still have to nade this corner. They're giving a lot of info to 100 Thieves. There's a kill that's going to matter a lot though, because now Sentinels can make the call to end over towards A. John QD's not seeing anything over here.
45 seconds left now. We know it's an open book in terms of the plant. Anywhere you like. Dog sent in. Sassy does have the spike, so I'm not going to be able to get this down. He's got a scurry, cleared forwards.
Zelsis is calling for the spike himself to build up towards that ult. An orbital strike could be a difference maker, and you might see him go around hunting for some of these kills as well. Yeah, so he exchanges for the Stinger. They're just orb maxing.
Yeah. It's going to be a standard round here. Already won basically for Sentinels unless something goes amiss. Flash play to re-peek into this and trying to hopefully farm up some of these ults.
What a nice clone.
Reload online, 20 bullets left. Tens is helping him out, right? To him, not letting anyone escape the ire of it. It was Tens who vacuumed up all the kills.
Yeah, I mean, when you say Tens is helping him out, you mean Tens is stealing the ult orbs from the player trying to get his ult online.
Zelsis one away.
I mean, exactly. With Zelsis only one away, they can definitely try to play for one of these orbs. The advantage of Sentinel's composition and the way that they play the map is that they do put a heavy emphasis towards showers, B-long, the areas of the map that you can access that extra ult for. Good to see them thinking about that extra layer of the game.
Right back into it. There's a molly sent flying. I'd have missed that one as well as we were getting laid out of replay, but Boombot broken. Feigning like there's some sort of an attempt over towards Hookah and B, but the position's being held really aggressively by Bang.
When you look at who's got the spike, it seems like Zelsis wants this ult for the post plant, but 100 Thieves are fighting short really hard.
Satchels through and forwards here. Teva, beautiful, points him in the right direction. Zekken is there with a swing. Close! Sassy takes a
and Kaio could have a huge timing.
Linking up, joining hands near. Here's the dog. Mosh pit. Around the sideways, the coverage. Sean QT on top of bench 2 versus 2. Orb. Gonna try and use it to reposition, but guess what? Bang, right behind you.
They know where he is. And they go and find him. I really like that what Sandra Thieves is showing. Like, that's what they showed on the second half of Lotus.
And Sen don't have all of that unbelievable double initiator utility to push back.
We're gonna have a very close map.
Impossible to contest. Boostio, for a long time now on Bind, has been very comfortable playing that kind of plant denial defense. Playing inside of smokes, putting spam onto people. Sen are gonna have to put some pauses into these short pushes. Now the ults start to come online. A little faster for Sen because they won the pistol and the follow-up. Can that be the difference maker? It definitely felt like it was in the first half.
Yeah. Burned the one for Zelsis. Tens, meanwhile, taking a bit of a peek towards showers. Like we said earlier, this man doesn't shy away from it. Solo showers take. Wants to fight over it, but look at this from Zekken. There's a nade to rebound here, close to the corner. This Boombot needs to be broken, at least by Bang. Tens in trouble. Gate crash fading away. They dare really approach his position.
It's gonna flash that, yeah.
Flashing back and away on either side. B Long was given up and conceded, so Sen have got all that space now. Adjustment not there for Zekken in time. Didn't have the crosshair.
And they are gonna TP.
And Tens has actually dodged the haunt in showers. And he's looking to try to take some space for the rest of his team.
Yeah, out towards the back side. That's 100 Thieves now, realizing, giving up that space. Now they don't.
It's gonna hurt. Yeah, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna clear that old site.
Dimensional drift, maybe to spot out closer to positions, just using it as a glorified drone. Pings it out, realizing the site is clear. So John QT with a plant. Nades! Will he get out?
He is.
Just barely.
And now remember that Zelsis has Molly. He also has his orbital strike for the post. So this is going to be an extremely difficult nut to crack.
They have to go fast if they want it.
Satchels now, alongside the flash. Dizzy.
They are clearing.
It's going to be cleared now, out towards showers, and yeah, that time pressure becoming an issue. You hear the Molly landing at the feed. Okay, half on the defuse. Oh, wingman!
Oh.
Missed! Half on it, push them back. It's all down to Zelsis, but there's 4 players left, and there's already half on the defuse. It's essentially.
But he has the money now.
Zelsis, you have to spray them all down, and it's just not a chance. Not a chance. 100 Thieves.
Wow.
And that one mistake, one misstep with the lineup.
And you know, I'm not even sure that the Molly did miss. I think we were hearing the one that I would thrown out or something. Because I could have sworn that there was a Molly on the spike after the orbital strike came through. But either way, Sen not able to delay enough time there in order for their player to be able to capitalize towards the end. That's a major, major round again for 100 Thieves to win. Because that one played very differently. Instead of going for the...
I really wanted a replay of Invative's perspective of that round.
Small mistake, but doesn't really matter too much. Does give away his positioning though.
Dodging close quarters, they're trying to run this guy down. Bang!
Tens is way too naive on that. Like, he jumps in before the dog.
He's done the damage, hasn't he? And now,
like,
turning to fire away the second. Overzealous. It's a 2 versus 2 with the rifles here. Boostio, he's sending Thrash into the mix. He wants to try
and he didn't jump, like.
To cancel it. This is chaotic.
So many of these eco rounds have been won.
Here.
Or I suppose you could say thrown away. Over the course of kickoff in Americas and Pacific, it just feels like these ecos are so dangerous.
And we see Boostio playing elbow.
Far back position by Boostio.
And Brimstone wrapping.
The right read on how Sentinels are going to play this one.
Wrapping B main.
The one going in first here on 5 HP. Seekers.
He's gonna use them. Yeah.
I mean, they are going to teleport.
And the ultimate instantly going out. And Sassy is always the one, for some reason. Sassy is always the one, like he's a magnet for this ultimate.
Through here, he is as quick as anything. Do they expect this one plant down? Wall up in their face. Doesn't catch the timing here. John QT! Wingman! Drops down, dodge the stun. Just for a moment.
That's it.
Steps it up through heaven, moving through the vulnerable. John QT, that is ballsy. A tap. Trying to force these players out of position, but it's being held from heaven. Sassy holding it. Balls of steel. They do not swing. They do not approach the position. They are still holding their ground, but no. Boostio takes the timing and they know exactly where John QT is. Once more, another tap. No kill.
Holy shit, the nerves on, like,
really, really well played.
Both teams.
An iron will from Sen there, not peeking as 100 Thieves tried to draw out the peaks over and over, eventually getting their way. So close. 100 Thieves have now established themselves a really nice advantage. Unfortunately, the economy is looking a little dodgy here. They're still going to be able to get 4 rifles online, and Sentinel's forced to take a tactical timeout.
One enemy remains.
Boostio was so close to going down when he crossed.
Nice try, kid.
Through pipes, past John QT. There are small moments in this map that are making huge cascading differences later down the line.
Yeah.
And I feel like you can tell it's an elimination game. There's a lot of almost antsiness to some of the plays that are being made.
Yeah, frantic in nature.
On both sides, though.
Yeah.
And I think Sen are trying to slow it down, trying to calm things down a little. But 100 Thieves thriving in the chaos with their Gecko Fade composition.
It only gets more difficult here for Sentinels. 100 Thieves are built up a little bit of cushioning when it comes to the bank. Some money to work with, of course, if they end up losing this one round here. But of course, the round lead, nevertheless, and the ultimates that they've not now got. More importantly, Orbital Strike, the Nightfall. tons of tools to be used that can bring them up to that map point.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are fine to play retake. They're also perfectly fine to try to deny the plan. They're going to have a pit at the start of the round. Enormously favored, I would say, to be able to get up to 12. Sen have got an uphill battle here to knock them out of contention from Madrid.
And that's an annoying ultimate. For sure.
Prior pit laid down into the choke. Early access to showers gained. Tens his way through. Picks up the orb, TPs away, but the rest of his team will hold on to that space that he was gained.
Yeah, it looks like John's really trying to call a fake in this round. Put a lot of pressure over towards B in terms of noise being used.
Side out forwards, ends right behind it. Like you said, it's that fake attempt.
It has pulled EU over towards B, or Spawn at the very least.
Orbital strike. Wow. Just from the drop,
Wow.
anticipating that could have been a play, and
He baited an ultimate with CP.
didn't rotate away.
And Asuna is very good this map, like.
Maybe the safety. It's labored. Messy even, but it gets the job done with the 2 kills.
Bang.
Pit. No longer a problem. Less than 30 seconds left. Damage through the wall enough. Right to the dome. Rips it straight off for Tens here. 2 players now.
And Hughes fade is
Left the
like
Sentinels.
really clean.
Desperate task ahead of them. Attempted nevertheless here with really such little time close towards it. Sassy, the spike has been dropped
And
down.
it's
You have to
over.
accept it. Cut the losses. Get the hell out of there. But that means 100 Thieves are on the brink, the precipice.
And Sassy needs this weapon. The economy is not great for his team.
Gotta save it. He's gotta save it.
Oh my god.
Cryo.
Huge towards the end there. That's going to put so much additional pressure onto the economy. You look at what John's going to be working with. No rifle now available. He's got to pick up a Spectre. And at the end of the day, it's this position from Asuna that ends up getting the work done. While his teammate's holding short, he's in an unexpected position. And doesn't just go for one and drop off, but actually holds his ground on top of the box, going for repeats.
Just did not care.
The difference between Asuna's impact on map 1 and 2 is crazy.
3 players meeting him. Dog there. Stimmy. Flashes all abound. A truce is ordered. The pause in the play, but Shower's given up again.
Asuna gets a peek.
He's ahead of it. Ahead of it. Head of the smoke
Trade
entirely.
in.
Asuna seeks to contain, and contain he will. Bringing down the opposition. Reclaiming that space out towards Showers. They give up and concede again through into short. Still with the op. Out towards triple. How do you really seek to do some damage here? There's just an angle opened up to him.
Does he realize that they're so deep
close.
on sight?
I mean, side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Crouched down with the Prowler. Broken! Lands a shot! It's Boostio. He's still there. John QT in the meantime.
He's gonna get him. He's gonna find him. Oh.
Okay. 2 versus 2. Look at the end of the moment's notice with this flank attempt occurring. Bang! He's all the way behind them once more.
They're gonna
What is the
TP.
call to be made by
They're gonna
Sen?
go B. No.
Grouping up. No more noise. Pit.
Oh, he's gonna pit because he got a kill.
So close. Barely opened himself up a tap. Teva through. They don't know where this last player is. They are really struggling to find it, but with 25 seconds left, it's dangerous games they're playing here for Sen.
John needs second inside the pit, I think, so that he can just get the plant down.
Yep.
It's only 20 seconds left.
And he just chooses to stick it. Zekken's not even there playing with him, just seeking to hold this ground down, almost going down just from the
They know he's Shower.
Really dangerous. Back to the box. Healthy players from 100 Thieves, and this is the real turning point. Might just come down to it. Random spray, the bullets through.
I hope Sen wins that. They found him. Oh my god, it's over.
Zekken close to it. 100 Thieves right here. It's theirs. They are not out of it yet.
Massive victory for 100 Thieves. They looked outclassed on map 1, but came back into this one, recovering after a rough first quarter, showcasing the power of this Gecko Fade composition, and also turning around their individual performances. Asuna in particular goes from towards the bottom in terms of impact, right up towards the top. He was having so many multi-kill rounds, an enormous difference maker after getting raised diff map 1. This is anyone's game going into split, where both teams have already showcased really strong performances.
A reminder as well, it's an elimination match. That is what we are watching right here. It's the battle to fight to chance. Madrid
and
well.
we are going to split, the only map that both teams played.
You wouldn't want it any other way. It's time for a quick break. Come back. There's the series we've all been waiting for.
I'm gonna take a quick break. Really quick. So we are back. I'm back. And so this is the map I was talking about. The map they both played. And Hunter Thieves, they play a very similar comp to their bind comp. Except instead of the Brimstone, it's the Astra, because as we saw earlier during Furia MIBR, the preferred two controllers at high elo on split are Viper and Astra. But they still play the Raze and Gecko and Fade, so no Sentinel role, like no Sentinel, no Killjoy, no Cypher. Sentinels, they play the classic comp, so they play Cypher, Sky, and then they play two controllers, but they play the Omen, so they have three flashes, the two from the Sky and the one from the Omen. I prefer that, you know, because Hunter Thieves comp only has Boostio's flash. So maybe we're gonna see a change and they're gonna go for Omen instead of Astra. But yeah, Sentinel's comp is Cypher, Sky, Omen Viper and Raze. So very classic. And they lost against Loud, they lost 13-11, but they had a really good showing, I think. Hunter Thieves, they won, and that's the game they smashed Leviathan. They won 13-3 on split, so they were really dominating. And after that game, the end of the game on Lotus and that game on Bind, I think the momentum is clearly for Hunter Thieves. Coming into split. Yeah.
Just when you think that you can count on Sentinels to get that 2-0 victory, the Thieves rob it from them, and we're going to map 3.
So honestly, if I had, like, I said I would pick
an excellent series that we are watching here between Sentinels.
No, I said I picked Sentinels to win. And I said if it was 2-0, Sentinel probably wins against Leviathan because I see Loud winning against Leviathan. But if it's 2-1, maybe Leviathan has a bigger chance
particular, they knew exactly how their opponent wanted to play with this Yoru composition and were constantly punishing any of the forward plays they were making after those like first 2 rounds where Sentinels was able to pull it off.
And they found 12 first kill to 7, so
every time they had
2/3 basically of the first kill.
And also the way that they set Asuna up with those dizzies combined with the fade haunts, it was so clear that a lot of work has gone into this comp for 100 Thieves.
It felt just so cohesive to watch. I feel like 100 Thieves, they had so many good calls, so many mid-round plays. They understood kind of how they wanted to push and pull these rotators, how to kind of like fake everything, and it just worked out amazingly. I mean, they had so many good plays, and I feel like they started understanding the abuse of the TPs. They started understanding the abuse of Sentinels playing forward and just baiting all their stuff and then just running the other way. And they have so much neutral with their comp.
If
they were playing, I think combined really well when you're
I think Sen should win. Like, I picked Sen to win before the game, but with the momentum and stuff, Thieves could definitely win that series. Like, I thought it would be closer. I thought it would be easier, for Sen to win, but it's like it's gonna be way closer than I thought, and I think Leviathan could win against Sentinel if Sentinels win this. But if 100 Thieves win, they have a shot because the rematch against Leviathan is gonna be really tough. It's gonna be really tough for 100 Thieves.
I feel like these are just like these crazy moments that really push them to have that kind of emotion and like push towards that energy of winning that match.
Yeah, the vibes have got to be good after a win like that. They really bounced back. And on top of that, I mean, even the individuals were looking night and day. This is the first map.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, talking about Asuna, he had just 2 completely different games, right? And incredible how that could play out that way. But genuinely, Asuna, when he is activated, I've had the pleasure of commentating this kid way back in the day, back when it was like black and white times. And he, just seeing the things that he did with this agent.
The contrast of this kid and talking about him playing when it was black and white is a little interesting to me. But this guy is sick, Mirna.
Yeah, he did so good, and I think just him and EU together using those combos of utility were just so good, and it went so strongly. And you can see from that first game going into that second game, Asuna just stepped up. It felt like his team around him was using so much util for him.
The biggest stat I see here is in the first one.
Yes.
Right? He was getting
31%
in the first kill department. Him and Cryo were just getting ran over in those opening kills. This map, completely different. And again, going back to Boostio and EU, both of their initiator utility was always timed so well to set this guy up for these entries. Also, even into the late rounds. I think about that 2v1 against Zelsis, where they're like nading him at the very end of the round. The synergy is there for 100 Thieves. It really shows the work they've been putting in during this offseason.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the series layout, where we are. I mean, what big swings that we are seeing at the start, and that was 100 Thieves' pick of Lotus, and they got
going
bopped.
the opposite direction, by the way.
Right? And then you go into Bind, same thing there, but now we take the battle to Split. I couldn't think of a better place for this game to end, because I want to see what ideas are being implemented here, Mimi.
Yes, but I'm going to be honest to all the Sen City residents out there, I'm a little concerned about this map number.
Why is that?
I don't love the way they played the solo Sky comp on this map. I think it is really tough to get solo Sky right here on Split. And constantly, Saucy was running out of util early in these rounds on their defense last time
they didn't play Sova. Why is she talking about Sova?
They really have to have talked about what went wrong and how they want to leverage their tools if they want to make this
What?
work.
And now they're actually playing against the Gecko and the Fade, which is just so much more util pumping into that they're going to be able to like counter all this Sky util, so the solo initiator.
Why is she talking about Sova?
Fascinating conclusion without a doubt, but it's map 3, Riot Games Arena. Make some noise!
It's fucking Leviathan that played Sova Breach.
Brandon Sideshow for the cast.
Map 3 elimination. situation. Madrid on the line, of course, the chance to play for it as well. We've got a game on our
Whoops.
hands. We love it when you got a game on your hands.
Sorry
I tell you,
for the
we said that
volume.
a lot, but here it is, man. I mean, split as
There,
the
it's
decider.
back.
This should be, honestly, a fascinating one because Sen's defense on this map, a masterclass. Their attack side, a little bit less. They were struggling ever so slightly, but it's still a very good map for them. And I wonder what 100 Thieves are going to be bringing out here against them to try and take them out.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to look at is what the analyst desk set up, which is that there is just huge amounts more of that initiator utility available for 100 Thieves. What we saw them do was trying to pick timings to fight really aggressively on defense. They were trying to overwhelm Leviathan when we saw them play earlier, and Sen have got to be aware of those kind of setups. I mean, they had a horn.
So we see an early Prowler B, pick up the orb for the EU fade.
Doesn't appear to be afraid of anything. He's just taking it completely on his own.
3 players to meet him. So close now with the utilities. Tuck to the corner, and a right click.
And he gets one.
Going 1 for 1.
Also one, found one mid. The dog. EU is in the back. So they have to be worried. Asuna is going super low.
On their tail, EU though into B main.
They are gonna push, and they get the plant. And it's awkward for Sentinel.
Yep, just running them down, Asuna. He does not care, seeking out these players methodically, one at a time. Vulnerable. Celsius, needed out position, but nobody's watching this one. I mean, getting hectic into it. So, 2 versus 2 is what it return to now, 40 seconds. Suddenly ticking down, contacting forward, Sen just pull it out from the block.
Wow. And they are fighting like different nades.
I mean, once they had Sentinels on the run, chasing Sassy out of B Heaven, hitting 10s when he was going for the plant, they then just allowed Celsius a free kill onto Asuna, and they decide to go for a reclear even though the spike is dropped and they could just be playing on site with crossfires. Questionable decision making there to lose the pistol round, I think.
Asuna can't even afford a stinger.
This is the kind of setup over towards A that you've got to be aware of. When there's a double
And he's playing long range stinger.
They can put crazy pressure onto John QT. And you know when the Cypher's there because you can see the cages being thrown over the roofs.
The dog. And Tense fails another fucking TP, like.
Being threatened. That was clear, and it's classic. Eventually getting it through the wall here.
What for one?
Paranoia, blinded up, and enough to collect the kills up.
They are covering the weapon.
A bold plant again, but this time not punished.
Flashed, he picked up the flash, gets killed.
Gets cut down.
So a strong beginning for Sentinels. Their attack side.
But at the same time,
He has to go, like.
not the most coordinated play that we've seen. They did struggle with their attack side, I think the most out of the 2 sides that they played against Loud. And so far, I mean, again, the like pathing from Zekken there, not quite checking pillar, some of the chaos in the
Sassy's
pistol.
gonna try to get that gun. And he gets it. That was a close one.
The A side of the map is going to be really dangerous for Sentinels to try to play because they don't have enough utility to be able to counter what 100 Thieves are playing with over there. The Gecko Fade and Raise is nuts. You can use it for re-clears over towards A ramp. You can use it to fight at the beginning of the round. Sen look like they're going to try to take A ramp control, perhaps with the dog at the beginning.
Usually quite slow though off the rip their attack side. Balance here and split. Into the cage, that's a unique way to try and take it.
Thinking about getting the punish on someone who was playing aggressively there.
And the Prowler.
No one's quite on. Dog. That was class.
And yeah.
In the meantime,
No more TP for Omen.
drawn all of this presence
The
towards
reveal.
Heaven, both initiators and the raise. Zekken's got all the way deep up mid with Zelsis.
Going for this one here, flash and a peek for Zekken. Nade rebounds, nice from Boostio. But he does stand his ground. Will he deliver? Additionally, it's EU from the side. The teammate Cobra. No more bullets. That is treacherous.
Yeah, him.
3 health. Knows where John QT is.
He got him.
He's got him locked right into place.
He's gonna get the plant.
Precise aim with that one. John's gonna get the plant down, so additional funds for the rest of the team.
That's why Jan.
He's winning this with a Spectre in a 1v3.
Round win is almost entirely out of his grasp. Look at it, funneling him right into their trap. CU with 4. Nice ult built up.
That's going to be an important thing to keep an eye on as well.
That's a good bonus for Sentinel. Like plant plus 2 kill. Lot of damage.
Pretty huge. This round though, just coming down to defending that Viper wall, just drawing a line in the sand and saying, no, we are going to brawl if they step past here.
And between the orb on the gunround and that 4 kill, they have a Fade ultimate very early on. So for retake or something.
They are actually investing into this. They're not choosing to play this as a bonus. Boostio's gone for the judge.
What?
He bought himself a rifle.
Bonus was last round. Oh. Speaking about invatives, yeah, it's like the first arm round.
This is an awkward one. It's covered by Sassy.
That's a 2-for-1. That's big for Sentinel.
Opposing side, John QT's.
And they have the Cypher ult. They know people are gonna fight for ramp.
The timing here. Look at this guy.
They have a lot of space. B-Heaven.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team is going through B-Heaven.
And that John QT Dirk is huge too. But the spike is kinda like blocked behind. They have to, yeah, they have to rotate back to help him.
Information is king in situations like this. It's the call to be made. Where have these players got to?
There is no way they go back A.
In rounds like this, it comes down to
Boostio heard them.
double jump down into vent just to make sure, in case there was a player in there, they would be able to get the trade. And they spot Boostio.
There's some info. So
They saw him.
through, almost landing it with the stray bullets here.
30 seconds left.
Why not?
And there's the Viper in the back. He's gonna catch the rotation. Huge kill again.
Yeah.
It looks like a
It's dangerous to lose control of the map in that way.
Sentinel on.
Playing close to the site here, dropping down now. Bang and Boostio against the world, leave it to just Boostio. That is snappy. That is clean, but can he do even more? Answer is no.
Good shit for Sentinel.
Looking good winning that gun round.
Because 100 Thieves wants to group up and use comboed utility, I think dropping pauses into the round like this is going to be really important for Sentinels on their attack. The more you can make it difficult for 100 Thieves to find those good timings to use defensive utility, the better it's going to be.
Yeah.
Now, of course, contacting around the map comes with its own dangers. You're going to be walking into maybe an operator, players on off angles, trap plays that you didn't realize. But there is a strength to that.
So they know about the Cypher. And they are pushing A main.
Potentially, but no swing. The dog connects. They have great start onto Bang.
Good kill. Unlocks the showstopper. And he's gonna get destroyed by EU.
As connection, spotting these players out, but the site is gained for them. Boostio still towards mid. QT just wants to give this one up. Prowler chasing him down. So Heaven in control here for 100 Thieves. Nades still there. In fact, showstopper of their own.
And you have the drop.
To seek to offload it. No, he doesn't clear it. Boostio's there. And he's down and out. Tens just drops both of them.
So they navigate a fairly dangerous eco round again. John Cutie just acting as the utility sponge, drawing out all of that initiator utility as Boostio chased him around the map.
We have a timeout for 100 Thieves.
Could have seen Asuna go for that with the showstopper. Think about the way that Evil Geniuses was playing last year when they won Champions. They would send those ults on eco rounds.
Oh yeah.
When they thought they might be able to turn it into their advantage, they would go for it. That time, 100 Thieves playing with a little more caution, just making sure that they have that ultimate up for the next. And actually, the Showstopper is one of the most important ults to work around for Sentinels here. So this time I'll give them pause for thought. Because Asuna is often going to use his Showstopper to punish, for example, the dog being used up ramp. If he hears that dog, he can blast back out and try to get a kill on somebody over there. And that can be used in various different places around the map.
But grants you that luxury, right? You can play a lot more aggressive, tight corners, because you're not worried about the stun as much.
Yeah, and you're gonna super try to punish people who are static in those spots. This timeout coming at another really important pivot round. If 100 Thieves lose this, their economy is in shambles. Sentinels have already built up such a buffer. And this was actually the half where 100 Thieves were having enormous amounts of success against Leviathan, just punishing them. But Lev running the breach and the Sova didn't really have people willing to take the fights. Zekken is so happy to do that. Tens is super happy to do that.
Oh, yeah. Like to get stuck in. Reward themselves with a couple of picks here, but now half of the course here with Sentinels. We know what to expect for their attack side rounds. They like
those jump picks are...
In jump spot here, Asuna chasing them down.
In the meantime,
and they are walking up mid, B main.
With him down here, the Heaven players now have got to really worry about this one with Zelsis dropped. Evened out 4 versus 4 here, but the site is now theirs, and Tens needs a little bit more. Non-QT causing all sorts of
They're gonna...
Pricking him from behind!
And he finds him!
Asuna straight down into sewers. He's left it just 2 alive now, grouped up, side by side, holding hands, Sentinels.
And they are sending that ultimate.
It's going to be clearing out most of the site. Staircase still being held here by Bang. Lovely angle for it.
That's a lovely pick from Sassy. Like, he literally picks, not looking at it. Like,
the fuse for 100 Thieves. So, ults being utilized there.
He just walks in his crosshair.
Yeah, great play from 100 Thieves, but they did have to use those 2 big ultimates in the round. And that's the silver lining for Sentinels, is that they haven't had a broken economy there. And this play in LB main did work. That Viper lineup...
Oh my god, they lose the Viper. They lose Viper to him picking up the orb. They lose Sky to him walking in a crosshair. They lose Cypher to him like just to the ultimate when...
Careful for it. Here we go.
And they are sending it. Huge first kill.
Okay. He wants to reclaim that title as the top raise in the match. He really does. There was a TP from Tens as well in the meantime. Ult expended and bang, he did win that fight out. So
very reminiscent of what they were doing on Lotus actually. Just sending Zekken and Tens in. Those Tens teleports that I don't think they were really ever finding value, and that's another one that gets shut down. It's going to make this round more difficult. Trying to mid-round without smokes, that's got to be about one of the most difficult things that you could ask.
And you see the Astra instantly placing two stars.
The read on it.
Oh, great gamble. Great read, like you said. No smokes, the only ones being pre-placed. That's the Viper ones, so they think, okay, make our way over towards B. 100 Thieves ready to receive.
Holy.
And this could be a bloodbath. Nightfall here as the Uto comes out. The damage definitely being done straight through.
The spam through.
And you can't hear anything.
Get the spike.
Cut into the corner. Bang, taking slices out of them. And here
good shit from Invatives. Honestly, like
they had every single player ready for that hit when Sentinels had not made a single piece of noise.
Great call.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the gamble of a lifetime. Super well played. We didn't quite see it from Ten's POV as to why he committed on that ultimate, but really put his team in a bad position.
Sentinels really has no panache, I feel like. Like they had panache this series, the first half of Lotus. They played really clean. And after that they kinda like just crumble. And they are in their head. It's kinda like reminds me of their game against Loud, like feels like they have no panache, no energy. They're just playing by the book. They're on autopilot.
Maximize the usage of that molly. Let's rip now as soon as he hears the dog.
Because if they just trust themselves and like play with a little bit more energy and
You see EU start to get pulled away into B heaven.
and
They're
trust
expecting
in
this to
each
be some kind
other,
of big split.
I feel like they should win these games.
Trying to bring Cryo with him. That is on the exact opposite side of the map to where the actual action is.
Theo close to Flowers. It's not getting cleared. I don't know if that molly was intended for him. Only the one though.
Nice attempt at the discipline.
Respect it. Open sight for the pit.
TenZ is in this smoke in heaven.
And he gets the reward. That is nasty stuff. All the more difficult. And the decision has been made for them, really. 100 Thieves can't attempt to take this one. They back away with the rifles that they can have. So, Sentinels, round win.
Yeah. And I really think a large part of that round is that 100 Thieves chose that mid-round timing.
That
to
Astra
pull people away from mid.
Astra's
and
Us
instead
is
go to explore
insane,
B
man.
main, trying to gather information. And Sen calling the freeze, slowly contacting over back towards
Sorry,
main, just found the
got
gap.
distracted.
And we just seen a round from 100 Thieves where they gambled perfectly and won because of it. That's the other side. Double-edged sword if you're going to play a bit like that.
What a time to do it. 4 players surviving for Sentinels. If they lost that round, like we said, the economy would have been broken. They can live to fight another day.
One of my cameras is broken.
Same case here for 100 Thieves. Should be, potentially.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little tender, though, for the 100 Thieves economy. And both of these teams, back and forth, does put a lot of strain on your ability to be able to buy up. I think 100 Thieves are really struggling to get information and deny this Viper setup. Cryo's just basically having to sit there and babysit B main the entire round.
Just relegated to jump spot, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's the problem with not having a Cypher in the composition. Big strength of 100 Thieves comp is that they have that double initiator that the desk was talking about. It's awesome. You don't also have the Cypher to give you really good info during the round.
Isn't shown here. Flash. And the dog committed up through a ramp. He gets spotted by 100 Thieves players. EU's going to be seeing this one, and that does allow John QT up into this angle. Jump spot damage through the block. For the kill.
Double jump spots over towards A, and John Qt's now pushed them both off their respective angles. Not that that's pulled anybody over just yet, but that's the idea. Sen are hoping that they can make it
There's a
easier
big
to walk
star
through
mid.
on this B split.
Oh, and they found Bang.
All of these 100 Thieves
They
players
find Bang, like,
info and getting
huge nage backside.
Close to the choke. There was a molly in the hands of Zelsis. Hands him. An easy one. Cryo still dodging, juking. Not enough. Not enough.
See?
Sentinels.
When they play with panache and they go in and like.
Another really tough situation.
Oh, they want to fight this. They want to fight this. They want to fight this. Boostio. He shut down instantly, and like you said, Josh, it's a tough situation. Reveals the 2. Sees the reposition. Lined up, actually. Lined up entirely, but it is that crossfire. No way!
Boost. You, let's go.
It will be a monstrous clutch.
What a sick map from you.
Insane performance.
Like.
How has he managed to pull that one out? Oh.
I was really shocked at the call there. Boostio and EU committing into that when they had that player disadvantage, but...
And TenZ TPing at the worst timing every freaking time. Like, they really need to take command away from him. Like, he just TPs like he TPs halfway, he TPs like at the worst timing. Like, it's like, just block his ability to fucking buy a TP on Omen. Like, holy fucking shit, man. He did that on Lotus, he did that on Split and on fucking Bind. Like half of his TPs is just him tipping to his death. Like, just stop tipping, man. Your Omen will be better. Just stop use the fucking ability. Like.
Oh my goodness, but no kill claimed. Damage, straight bullets sent flying. John QT! How was he already there? This is ridiculous. Essentially TP straight into the fray. One player up into heaven. That's Boostio. Oh, chain, flick, adjustments, all their detainment. Is it online? John QT, the savior. But Boostio, oh, he can't get it.
What a pace increase from Sentinels, but not rushing things as well. John knew that they were fighting super heavily over main. Sentinels had the right protocol, but they made sure that they were set up to go for the exec, increase the tempo, and punish these players. John slipped through there, didn't he?
And he fucking TP'd again. Like,
And he looks very clean with the
like,
shooting.
Omen being detained is him tipping hell. Like, those fucking tippies, man. Tens, stop fucking tipping, man. Like, you're not him. Holy fucking shit, man. Every time he tippies, it's to his death. Like,
Boostio's been hitting every shot.
every time he feels like tipping, he should stop. Like, stop himself. Like, be like, no. That's a fucking dog shit TP. And again, a push to his death. Oh.
Fragile is his placement. And a thrifty round. I mean, I was about to start discussing heartbreak for 100 Thieves. After all that talk of economy to broken by, but it matters not.
And what a play from them as well. They cooked up a fake aggression towards A. Asuna swings at the very start to make it feel like they're fighting A. Instead, they walk down mid. Boostio hits a great shot. His individual skills been nuts. And then they read the fact that there's a response on A and swarm around the rest of these players trying to react. Super mobile, really dynamic, and very confident from 100 Thieves.
Excellent call.
That puts a thrifty on the board. And it's anybody's guess who's going to lead at the half, or whether we're going to have a draw.
Not the rifles. B main. Game for Zelsis. Has he spotted? No, I mean, he's pre-firing it just in case. I believe there's a jump spot. Yeah, he doesn't know. Cryo has been playing into that back corner. He's alone, he's spamming this. Calls for rotations, and here it is. Cryo just takes the fight.
It's one of the first times that Cryo has found an advantage by holding like that in B main. Usually finding himself caught out a little, but that is huge for 100 Thieves.
Massive one. It's going to be called now.
This is a fake reaction on the other side. But to be honest with you, when they find the A site empty, they might decide to call for 10s over.
Yeah, and he's got the spike in his hand, so they are going to hard commit into this one with the forward positions gained. Up into heaven with the smoke. Sassy is an important piece here. Needs to stay alive. What a kill. Zekken will not.
He gets straight in.
It's a good return of fire. Boostio is firing on all cylinders.
Oh, that's huge.
All the way behind. They are none the wiser, but only just the one. Asuna forcing his attention forwards. They want to try and take this fight straight to the site, onto these players, seeking them out, all the way to the back. A map, the spam kills, all the way. Tens is really finding it difficult, and he does.
Tens is in his util, like, they are pushing the side. Tens is like.
Oh my! It's set to walk away with it. 7-5.
Switching sides.
That one was so incredibly.
Tens Omen, like, the more I watched him, like.
The other two maps are very streaky, very one-sided. This back and forth constantly. With huge moments from the 100 Thieves players. EU, Monster Clutch, Boostio firing on all cylinders. And yet Sentinel still leads.
And he's smoking the bomb that almost gave the Asuna the ability to fucking defuse. Like.
Boostio and let's hear from them.
Right?
Thank you so
I
much for
think
running inside.
Tens
So, no,
smoked the
this game is
bomb,
very,
like.
very, very tight. It's more than just a game. There are families and emotions behind this. I'm here with Tina and Kelly, Boostio's mother and Bang's mother. I have a little Boostio poster made by you in here. All these posters. What is it like being here in an elimination match with all of this pressure and all these supporters here for 100 Thieves? And
The fuck is that fit?
Make me cry. I love all you guys. You're everything to me. I love you guys.
You're everything to us. Now, Tina, I have to ask you, how have
Holy
you seen your son grow in the time that he has been a professional player?
What the fuck are those outfits? Jeans with a fucking
that I'm not super
smoking fucking vest. That's like half black, half white, and a t-shirt. Like
the most committed, devoted player, and we just love him.
You're gonna make me cry. I can't. That's crazy. Now, if your sons were listening right now, what would you say to them very quickly?
I love all you guys.
We love all of you. We love the fans. We love everyone here. Kelly and I are very emotional, so we spend time in the evenings. We watch our boys stream, and we cry tears of happiness because we're so proud. And nothing makes us happier than to be here to support them.
This just made my entire day, everyone. What a wonderful halftime interview. But we have a very tight game to get back to. So Bren and Sideshow, please take this very tight game back.
I mean, 100 Thieves going to be earning a few more fans after that. That's, yeah, I mean, so wholesome.
But that also shows you how much is on the line. I mean, just for everybody involved too. There's pride, but it'll be warring with a little bit of devastation if 100 Thieves do end up being eliminated here. Because again, these guys, they put everything into it. All the players on both sides. We've already seen 2 teams globally get eliminated from contention in Madrid. And the rest of this map is going to define the third. You don't play until April. If you end up getting eliminated here, that's such a time to be sat twiddling your thumbs.
In the right time to strike.
Interesting setup from John QT. So the classic cam that's like just too high to not be shot, but like low enough to see like the up,
He's into hell.
He's taking a ton of damage, but
the ramp. So you can basically see people pushing him.
Piece by piece, 100 Thieves might be gaining exactly what they need, and yes.
And another tense push.
Sentinels on their defense side. Critical pistol round for 100 Thieves. Sent flying there with a spike. Oh boy, oh, the plan tonight.
Get him gone.
Oh no, oh no, 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 no. This could be a disaster.
30 seconds left.
Spike. In the middle of nowhere, John QT still tucked to the corner, but...
And he still has a good trip play.
Teva, sure there was a connection. Trip by all group damage done, but eventually the reaction. Cryo, he turns around. John QT is weak enough. One shot will do it. The damage there. 12 seconds remaining. Seeks to deny. Oh my! 10 health. Still kicking, by the way. Now EU has to stick it.
Planted.
Gets back into it. 1 versus 1.
I think he heard the shot, yeah. They are pinging.
Shot, 3 bullets, wrap around, Cryo. Are they gonna expect this one? And who's being planted for? John does not know what to expect. Spotted him. No way.
He has the cam too.
Really planted for him. Hasn't pushed up. A tap. The game of chicken is being played all for the pistol line, all on the line. Cryo! He delivers!
Holy!
The little jiggle that doesn't even bait a shot out of John QT. Cryo still has to go for the swing, and yet hits the shot. That was anybody's. Even after Sentinel's original game plan had been so disrupted, they had their chances of being able to win that round, but it's 100 Thieves that come out. On top on the pistol, set up to try to equalize this final deciding map between the 2 orgs.
What a way for this final map to play out in our elimination game.
Some attempt at a trap play here in mid. Looking to paranoia off the cams contact, but there is nobody in that area in the slightest for 100 Thieves. They've managed to avoid basically all of the danger in this round by the look of things.
Hear the noise being made. Smoke was dropped. Cryo's job here just to seek.
Very good. And that Thieves not revealing any of their setups by going A twice.
They're going to be able to take out
control. That is with the Dizzy. Additional layers on top.
Worth keeping an eye on trap plays like that though, because that's something that's very possible for Sentinels to put together with the Cypher in their corner.
EU is this series, this map.
Should have got all the angles covered. Oh my, Cryo! Hints are in them.
Cleans house. So 100 Thieves get up to 7. Gonna have slightly worse weaponry in the bonus round. Have they got some kind of big idea cooked up? On Bind, we saw them comboing their utility together really heavily to try to take the side.
And by the way, we haven't seen an Astra wall last round, last half.
The beginning of this.
And Astra is gonna have a wall very soon. Like he's 1 point away, so
Smoke drop down, potentially a recall.
I'm kind of like interested to see what they're gonna do with it.
Through, spots it out actually, just hits the corner of it. Gives him an easy one for Sassy.
A really good snake fight as well from Celsius.
And another TP
Is always going to be
in 2 bullets
little unorthodox, but they held that back really nicely.
from
Rifling
Tens.
Sassy, good support utility from Celsius, and now Boostio leads them on a round-the-world ping-pong back over towards A.
Annoying thing now for them. Yeah, like you said, around the world ping pong, but none of that prior map control gain. They didn't have somebody lurking up A.
They're not going to get punished by that. There's nobody playing too aggressively, but there's still these 2 trips here.
They can go under.
Spotted. See there, peek with the cage. Maybe a couple of stray shots might be in order. Boombot, another plan. Up to it. Missing the timing of all of this. Well, Boostio. He's right up in their faces, isn't he? Wrapped around here onto heaven. It's all cryo.
My ult's ready.
And he has his ult.
Backs away now. Doesn't want to overextend his hand.
He's gonna use it.
Definitely winnable. Wall committed. Slices up the map in a very unusual
What?
way here. Bang. Still got to worry about lots of different angles. Tux is going to be hearing them drop down now, making that information known. Bang. Weaving in and out backwards here. Celsius unable to get the half on a defuse. That's the pull, the benefit of all of this. Vulnerable. No, how does he win that? And now the wall working against him in his face. Cryo. That is disgusting.
Tens! Holy fucking shit, man! He just TPs to his death every single fucking round, man.
Bulldozed his way into the spike, mowing down 2 of them. And Tens, in desperation with time ticking low, thinks about playing to his outs, which is, I guess I just gotta go for it. What a monstrous round.
Stop, like, stop giving him omen, man, like.
Hell, we just won.
He got so many kills in the previous round on the pistol that he was able to get up a cosmic divide that caused chaos.
Yeah.
And then somehow wins that.
And it's knocked Sen right back down again. Talking the economy to death, but it is important. 100 Thieves winning that bonus. Set up for success now.
Paranoia, though, being held by Tens here.
Yeah, and here's a refight all the way together here, but do they have the guns for it? Yes, straight to the dome. Boostio removed, the spike drop down as on top of this one, right from behind, second!
He pushed out A main!
That is filthy work here, only with the classic, and they have swarmed the position. Relentless, running and gunning, Cryo, he's not taking his time of it, they have just answered back instantaneously. What are we watching, man?
Tens has been trying to set up one of those paranoia trap plays for quite a number of rounds now. Had it prepped in round 13 and 14. Neither of those worked, but this time, that push out from second.
Oh my,
that is just bonkers. What a response. There are hero plays and trap plays, set plays and big plays all over in this series.
See how much that meant for Kaplan. He realized how big that round was. Could have been the difference between 100 Thieves taking that lead and running away with it.
Yeah, you think Cryo was playing the previous round. That can sometimes just win you matches like this. And it's instantly been knocked on its head.
Thrash through now, plenty of trips to deal with. Be tying and tangling him up. Sent flying into the back of the site. Plenty of players to reinforce here. Sen. Want to bunker down here, batter the hatches, they want to make a go of this one. Still the plan's going off, second, where the hell are you? Smoke in your face with a one-way Boostio's there, tucked side, flash though. Couldn't see a thing now, this is really getting treacherous. Second, not going to be able to defuse it. Brought down in the close-up positions, is really just being seeked out, sought out. Flick of the wrist, Celsius.
Those kills are huge.
Cryo, he has one pull. Another tap onto this one, so pushes him away, buys him some critical seconds, but he doesn't have a gun for the job. Somehow removed and away, and cover.
The timing of that smoke fading.
From the Sentinel players, but man, oh man, it gets so damn dicey.
And we have a Viper pit.
You can see some of the nerves and some of the pressure playing into these.
Zensis has been playing mid, so maybe a Viper pit mid with Viper playing main.
The other way to put pressure onto Tens. Carnage in these rounds. And Cryo just trying to pick up the pieces towards the end, couldn't quite do it this time. All of this madness from the beginning of the attack half of 100 Thieves, though, should start to quiet down now. There is an enormous economy and ult advantage for Sentinels. They are favored to pull ahead here by 2 rounds. What the hell does that mean in reality?
The ecos have been seeing not too much. Still, I'll make it a little bit easier. Scared of the approach here. Where is that rocket being utilized? Well, straight through main.
That's a heavy investment when they were in a 5v4.
Can you blame them against these ecos?
Not really. John's in a punishable spot here.
Yeah. What?
Wow.
Okay.
Long have we waited, John QT activated.
Against a Dizzy, that is sometimes going to be a non and done, never mind a one and done, and instead he gets 3!
Get out of here. Yeah, they're on an eco, but I mean, look at this. The reactions adjusted aside, the transfer, the final tap. Surgical.
And that takes any kind of danger out of the eco round for 100 Thieves. So we're getting back to an even position. Ults on both sides.
And we have a timeout.
But a 2-round advantage for Sentinels on defensive split. The pressure is on 100 Thieves right now. You don't want to let the moms down. And Asuna was an absolute beast on Bind. I think the big difference maker between the performances on map 1 and map 2, a lot of it came down to how Asuna was following up off utility and finding his own timings. He's got to come up huge here towards the end. I think being the tip of the spear in all of these fights, the fact he has the showstopper online for this pivotal eco round, my eyes are on him. How does his team set him up? How does he entry? How does he find the timings?
We have a second ultimate for Cryo.
Now, only 2 rounds ahead for Sentinels, but this can steadily, very quickly.
And I'm really excited to see the showstopper from Asuna.
Last year, it really was. It was Doomer times for both. And for whichever team ends up getting eliminated here, it's going to be a long time until they see their team play again. None of these players want that.
22 for Nail. Dizzy.
There.
Down to the side, no connections. Evanade combo. Try and punish some potential read of maybe where Zelsis has been playing in the past, but doesn't get anything until used. They hear the orb's been picked up.
Right there.
Zelsis. Smokes in their face though. 100 Thieves, they can't cross that line of scrimmage.
Ready. Right there.
Maybe now though with the util.
Wingman and the Prowler.
Wingman combo with the Prowler, very difficult to work around. And Boostio is going to be able to get back in here. Pick up his ult.
They're setting up Asuna.
A slower pace to this one from 100 Thieves.
Zekin's got to be feeling like he's isolated here. Knows that mid has been compromised. It's going to be called out to him. He was hoping he could just set his sights only onto ramp, and now backs away. The heaven, 3 players still here. TP, information.
I think that's good info. Yeah. And it's immediately going to trigger 100 Thieves to make a ping pong across the map. This is going to end. No, a cancel to that. 100 Thieves were thinking about going for the B split.
Time is running out. It's an ult committed. They're trying to at least pull players over here, but it's just pulled out the pit. A lot of players still swarming the position. Oh, hey, yeah, it's working. They're off the side. Maybe cancelling his back. Sassy! Kind of read as this guy got. He's working his way back into elbow, holding down.
Commence flash.
Out to the side here to flash to connect. Boostio! He is down.
We have the plant.
Everyone following up. Spike is planted in the middle of all of this, but only 2 players left. 100 Thieves, they got too much to overcome.
On Bind, we saw one of these rounds.
That's huge. That's a flawless for Sentinel. And finally, they woke up, man. They fucking woke up.
And here, the call was great. They were going to go for a B split, turned it into a B fake, and then somehow Sassy was able to pick up everybody. He just swung through the smoke, deleted, I think it was Bang the first player, and suddenly there are too many threats on the A site.
And it's like Sassy showed up on Ascent with his solo. It's the same thing. When his team start to get down, like, you can rely on Sassy. Like.
The guns few and far between with the Guardian and the Bulldog. And the hands of just Boostio and Bang. Maybe Nightfall can do some work here. Got to wait out this snake bite. Push forwards now.
We have a portal. Why is Asuna
bullets, no connections for
with the spike? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Holds a further back position.
Oh, because
of
the wingman.
Laser there. It's Elsis. Orthodox with the jump spot.
Sentinels need to get some information somewhere else in the map, so TenZ is peeking towards ARAM. But the real threat is whether or not these players in B Heaven can survive.
Snake bite.
And a good
Respected
smoke as well, to
the
make it feel like
smoke.
they could be pushing up behind that. Is this going to be another fake, like a Nightfall into A Heaven and then quickly pivot B?
Noise made, jump down, Zekan's holding it. Just with the gun for now, he can hit him onto the ropes. Popping up and over the Nightfall. Oh! Can't really hear them, but he knows exactly where they might be placed. Still, players working to be Heaven, the fake off. Might not be working here at all. John QT still locked down into the corner. Bang! Cleans him up, cuts him out of the picture. The B plant. Really coming through here in 103s critically. They have the post plant positions. Onto Heaven, Mosh Pit down at the Sassy. You gotta get the hell out of there. And he does survive. Yes! Kill! What a kill! 2 players left. Sentinels! They're mopping them up. In the midst of it. Pandemonium in the round. Bang. 1 player standing. He's got the pit, but no mollies. Multiple players swarm in a position, light them up and listen. They just follow true. And Sentinels get to 12.
4 chances to put 100 Thieves away. And it's Sassy again, who to me has the big impact here. Look at the timing, just peeked away. And of course that kill onto Asuna is enormous too. But Sassy was under enormous amounts of pressure. He had a mosh pit at his feet and still managed to pick off EU, who would have been a backstab to try to help 100 Thieves win. There are micro moments in this
Give it to me.
that are making all the difference.
1 more round.
TenZ has picked up an operator for the final round. He's got a rifle as well, one would assume.
And they are all in small armor. So.
Doing this one a lot. It's a mid take. But all these close rounds, I mean, it's just whittled that economy. Still down to the half armors, the Guardians. Bargain bin buy for 100 Thieves to do unthinkable to stay alive in the series.
This is such a committed position for Zelsis to be playing in. Against a Thrash, Boombot, Dizzy.
Oh, and here it is. Someone needs to deal with this one. It doesn't clear
Oh,
out.
he's not clear.
Doesn't either. Perfect time to strike. Molly at their feet. They seek to capitalize.
Let's go at this.
He might have just finished it for them. Make their way through B main. It's all Sentinels. Castle, bang! Up in their faces. 2v3s maybe made this winnable. There's a
Could
chance.
have the timing on
They've really
Zekan.
got to capitalize. Seekers. Right behind them.
They hear the
Chasing, toss
rotation.
on the heels, spams down only to one of them. Just going to be pointing them in the right direction. Players towards me. There's 35 seconds left. And here's where you got to get a move on. Only one player to meet
Sassy.
30 seconds left.
He has been huge.
Anything to clear him out. Not really too much util at all. 25 seconds left. How do they want to take this? 100 Thieves. Time is of the essence. They drop down themselves. Into the back of the site. He's tucked close. And he gets the kill. That could be
16
it.
seconds. The flash. Flash again. Let's go, Sassy. Holy fucking shit. TenZ is a weight. Holy.
All roads lead to this titanic matchup between these two squads, retooled with a cultural shift in the off-season, but it's Sen that come out on top. Heartbreak for the 100 Thieves. They won a map in each of the series that they ended up going out in, but we won't see them for quite a while. Unbelievably difficult group, and both of these teams gave it everything today.
And as I said, Sentinel win.
It's going to be a heartbreaking situation for 100 Thieves.
I honestly, with how fucking TenZ played, like, holy shit, like they should not allow him to just TP forward. Like, if he wants to replace himself defensively, like sure, but like the TP forwards, they need to stop. Like the aggressive TPs are like.
Earn their right to continue deeper into this kickoff tournament.
They're just a big no-no. Like.
And very quickly, thoughts will start to be turning to their next opponent because it doesn't get any easier. No. The loser of Loud Leviathan faces them. They've got a while to prep though, rethink, retool. But man, they got pushed here. 100 Thieves certainly had some people popping off.
But the players are firing.
What a clutch this was.
Yeah, just insanity.
And this one, I mean,
huge
enormous plays, big moments, but just couldn't quite get it done towards the end. At some point, this series was completely tied up, anybody's game, and Sen just pulled it off.
Running away with the tried and tested defensive setups on split, yeah. That is just an absolutely unreal series here. Now, unfortunately, I have to say goodbye to 100 Thieves for that for the kickoff tournament. This portion, of course, there's
Goodbye to Furia
the rest
too.
of the season to look forward to.
Yeah.
It's not over just yet, but that is their time and their path, I suppose, to Madrid is going to be cast a little bit early for them.
Everyone knew that it was going to be difficult in this group. It's an outrageously stacked group. But I actually think, considering how little time this team has had together with Boostio at the helm, they had some really good ideas.
I agree.
The Gecko fade, the meta idea, the way that they got more vigor into the team and more aggression, they're on the right path.
Well, let's send it down to Elizabeth down at the stage. She's standing by with John QT for the Verizon post-match interview.
I mean, can we get a round of applause for John QT on Sentinels? What a monstrous performance that was. I wish y'all at home could see just how intense this crowd is. And I mean, you tweeted earlier after you lost the other day, no failures, only delayed successes. This is a heck of a success, John.
Yeah, we felt like we kind of dropped the ball against Loud, and we worked so much this offseason and before this tournament. I felt like we didn't show our true face. We obviously have a very hard group, so it was a difficult first matchup for us. But I believe in the guys, and I knew we'd win this game. Yeah.
That's actually what my next question. The camaraderie you have with your teammates is visible across everything you do. Talk to me about leading those boys.
It's pretty easy to lead them. They make my job pretty easy. Everyone is a hard worker. Everyone has a goal in mind. Everyone is like laser focused since like months now. So it's pretty easy to lead the boys.
Now, does it get ever, like, do you ever get tired of being an insane fragging IGL, or is it just, you know, what is that about?
I mean, it's not a surprise for me. I work very hard to get here, and every day I work hard to work on my mechanics and everything else. So it's not a surprise for me. Maybe others are surprised, but it's regular.
Something I also want to talk to you about. I'm sorry, there's just so much screaming. Everyone's so hyped for you, and I want you to take this in.
That's a subtle. Shut the fuck up, you cocksuckers.
You deserve this. You fought your way through Ascension, lost in the finals, were away from Kaplan for a year while you were pretty much cooking on Amity, leading them, and now you're back with him. Talk to me about being back with Kaplan.
It's been great. We have a great relationship. Even when I was on Amity, we always talk like every week, every other day. We have a pretty good relationship. He's the one that got me to pro, so like he scouted me from ranked. So it's a very special relationship for sure, and it's been great. We get along well. It's easy to talk. I think I talked to him more than anyone in my life. So yeah, it's pretty.
It's the cutest thing I've ever heard. Now, one last thing. Your job is not done.
Yeah,
you still have an insane job to do. What are your thoughts about going into your next match, or would you like to say anything to your possible opponents?
We're taking it match by match. The format is obviously very difficult for everyone involved. I do believe 100 Thieves is a good team. It's just like at the group of death, so it is what it is. And yeah, we'll be ready for our loser bracket against Loud or Lev. Doesn't matter who. And
doesn't matter who.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. I mean, when you have an IGL like John QT, it doesn't really matter, does it? No? Well, thank you so much. Give it up one more time. I know you've been screaming out for give it one
Thank you guys,
more
I appreciate you.
for John QT. But then we're not, we have a little treat for you, Zelsis and Zekin in the post show. So friends, take it away. Double Z.
Thanks very much, Liz. I'm here with New Jersey's finest Zekin straight off that match win. How you feeling after your first win in Americas for 24?
feeling good. It's good to get the first one on the year.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, I pulled a round here from you guys' play, and I want to ask a few questions about it. Super tight OT match here that came down to, or not quite OT, but nearly that came down to the wire up against up against 100 Thieves. I want to ask in these moments, who's making the calls? Who's coming up with these ideas? Because I know you're a team with a lot of voices. This one in particular is around where you wrapped around into A Heaven. I want to ask, who's coming up with these pre-round ideas, and how does that come to be for Sen?
Usually pre-round, it's John making the call before the round starts, and then once we're in the setup, it's kind of just everyone around it kind of leads it. So it could be like Jordan calling to set it off. It could be me. It could be Tyson. But it's just kind of a group effort once we have the setup. But it's always.
I refuse to believe Tyson's fucking tense has any fucking impact on the team decision. Like that, the only thing he does is TP forward and die. Like.
I think it's really nice.
I refuse. I know it's harsh, but like if you watch the whole fucking series, like.
All right, I want to watch this round in particular. You guys set up 3 in
they need to stop.
Was the idea from the
to stop him, like put him a fucking chip and fucking shock him every time he TPs forward with his own and like Pavlovian training or some shit. Like he needs to stop. Like
what's going through your head?
Every time Sen's TPs forward, a baby seal dies.
Tyson had his blind out. The only reason I went for the satchel
baby shields that
once I saw that they were blind, that's when I decided I wanted to go for
can't, man.
And is that just off of Tenz's call then, hearing that you're blind, that you commit to that?
I saw that they were blind when I threw my nade. So like in the little split second that I was throwing my nade, I saw 2 blind guys behind the box, and I was like, oh, I can go for this.
Do you feel like your team enables you to go for a lot of those kind of plays where you see a timing and just take the opportunity?
My team trusts me to be able to make these kinds of plays if I see that they're right, and I'm really glad that they trust me to do that because it gives me the freedom to do stuff like this.
Yeah. Is it something specific to when you're playing Raze? Is this like the agent that you feel the most free?
I think Raze and Jet, I guess, because of her dash, but just any agent that can move the way that these agents move, it gives me a lot of opportunities to be creative and kind of just do something cool like that.
Dash in equals creativity.
Shoot them
Noted.
when the back their head is to you and they're blind?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty good. All right, let's walk over. We got Jordan standing by as well, Mr. Zelsis himself. Why don't you take a seat? And GB as well off that great game.
Yes, I am here as well. It is good to see you. Wonderful to have you here. Congratulations on the win. I mean, dude, you guys just seem to clutch up in adversity all the time, and I could tell from the demeanor, a little tired right now, a little drained a bit, huh? How you feeling?
It was a long series for sure. I think we really wanted this win. You know, like losing 2 series and just being out like the first tournament, I guess, like kickoff is like pretty demoralizing, honestly. Like I feel for 100 Thieves, like we could have been in the same position as them, but it feels good to win because I think we kind of fumbled against Loud. So yeah.
So you feel like the Loud loss was more you guys just dropping the ball than it was you guys being outplayed?
I mean, I've come on here once before and said Loud was win, so I'm not gonna do that again. But Loud definitely played good. You know, Sadhak is always innovating, no matter like the teammates he has or anything like that. Like his teams are always like top tier. But I mean, I think we should have split and at least took it to a 3rd map. Yeah.
No, it's completely fair.
But I love Loud and Brazil. I love all. He loves Loud. He loves Brazil. I love Loud and I love Brazil.
Guys, we love Brazil.
No, the allegation's not true. Just a lover of Brazil over here. I'm really happy to see that. Zach, I wanted to ask you, now playing with Zelsis Jordan permanently on the team, how does the vibe differ?
Okay, I think I'm gonna call it for today.
I'm still a sub.
It's a lot worse.
I still think that Cloud should beat Leviathan in this group, and then Leviathan against Sentinel is like...
a really nice person to have on the team.
No, of course. And by the way, guys, if you have a question, we're going to be monitoring Twitch chat, so make sure you get out there and let us know what you got. We want to hear from you. Yeah, and second, I guess, you know, to that, right, you're coming into this, was there a little concern on your end that you might not be wearing this jersey coming into this season, or were you always really confident that you were going to be a part of this team and that you were going to, you know, be in the role that you're in right now?
I mean, I knew that I was going to be on the team this year. I knew I was going to be on Sen, but I didn't know that Jordan was going to be here. But.
Yeah, so did you know, like, the pieces that they were planning to bring in?
Not right away, but, like, the team slowly came together. Yeah. And then we had a bunch of practice and some trials as well.
So you get told Zelsis is coming on board. What's your reaction?
Okay.
Just like, sick, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just here to play. Whoever I end up playing with, I play with. I'm just happy to be here.
How does that make you feel?
I mean, he's my young star, so however it makes him feel good, then
I'm gonna
I'm
call
here
it for
it.
today.
I'm your
It
biggest
was
fan.
fun. It was very tense.
Zelsis, you have
Series.
you've built quite a reputation for
Like,
yourself in this
no
league.
pun
You know,
intended,
you're,
but
you're a vocal leader.
yeah, I think Loud should win in this
There's
group.
always,
They should
something
win against
good to
Leviathan.
extract from what you bring to the team when you
And
find out that you are gonna
Leviathan
be
Sentinel
joining
is
this
gonna
roster
be
as a sub, but you know,
another
playing a little
tough,
bit more.
tough
Were you
game.
ecstatic? Were you looking forward to being able to play with these guys, given what you've seen from them, and also played against them too?
But I said
yeah, I mean,
earlier, I said I
was gonna
think
compete. Like I know it was a shock for
I
some
think
people when I took the
Sentinel
solo, but I was
has
gonna
it
compete, like I'm a competitor.
against
I mean, I
Leviathan.
think everyone on the team
No,
is
I
like,
said
they played
Leviathan
with
wins
Tens and
if
LCQ
Sentinels
like,
goes 2-1
year and a half ago,
against
whatever it was, 2 years ago.
Undratives.
He was
Leviathans
really
win,
picking
and
up
if
when he was just a young lad on
Sentinels
D1.
go 2-0 against
So it's kinda like
Undratives,
just like all coming
Sentinels
together.
win.
Obviously,
So Leviathan
you know,
should
Saucy
win.
is an unreal
I
player.
think.
How's it playing with him?
I think Leviathans
You know, everyone like I'm like the quote
is
unquote emotional
is
leader,
better.
but he's like the dad, and I'm like the fun uncle.
Okay.
But when the dad,
They got smashed
really
on
pissed, you know,
on
the uncle's
split
always
though
like,
by
"All right, everyone, like,
Undratives,
calm
but
down." Like dad's pissed. Yeah, so it's kind of like that.
Sentinel
we have a
kinda got
relationship,
smashed
and then
on
obviously Captain
bind.
and me still rallied the troops. So I mean, it's just fun playing. Like I always have fun no matter who I'm playing with, and yeah, it's always competitive.
I watched an interview with Saucy where he described you and Tens as the kids of the team, and that it was you two's job, being you, Zelsis, and Saucy, to kind of take care of the two. What's your relationship like with Tens after over a year of playing together now? How have you two kind of grown as a duo?
We've definitely gotten like closer both in and out of the game. I think like we hang out a lot outside of the game and we play a lot too. So I think it just adds to the whole like synergy that we have that people always talk about. I think it makes us a better duo overall.
No, completely fair. And
So Leviathan won bind against Undratives, and Undratives won bind very convincingly against Sentinel. So probably a ban on bind from Sentinel, even though they have the Yo and shit. And then split Leviathan got smashed and Sentinel win, so probably a Leviathan ban on split.
This is going to be a tough job that I have to do, but
were you excited for it?
I was excited for it. Duelist is a
We
fun
could see a
It was
Lotus
a learning
map.
process for sure at the start, but I eventually got more and more
We
comfortable.
could see a
and I feel like I'm at
Lotus.
really
What was the thing you needed to learn?
how to op.
Ooh, and how you think that's going?
Great.
All right.
But yeah, no, I was just building comfort, and then obviously with the new guys that we brought in, building comfort with them too, and building synergy. It's just slowly getting better and better day by day.
I think Leviathan
How do you manage the
wins
voices
this.
in your team? Because you have John QT, who's a very vocal IGL. You have Saucy, who's secondary called for a lot of his teams, and you as well, who can pick up that role. How does it work behind the scenes with all the different voices fitting into this roster?
I mean, I think we have a good like thing where like if someone calls something, then we just kind of stick with that plan, like no matter what it is. You know, Ape always stronger together in this game. But I mean, obviously John is like the actual IGL, so he either
I
gets final
just
say or,
don't
you know,
like
he
the
disagrees with the call, but
Leviathan
usually pre-round,
split
like Jack said before, it's
team
always,
comp, like the
always John,
surround
unless
split
someone
is
has
like.
like a hard read.
I hope if
But
they
usually,
play
yeah, it's
split,
it's like kind of
they
like a
need
team
to
effort.
change that
Obviously,
comp.
like I have a
Sentinels,
pretty
they
strong voice
don't
in the team,
play
emotionally
like
and everything else like that.
weird
but I think
comps.
we're like
Like
we're
they
still trying to find
play
like our
very
dynamic of, like,
classic.
what works
Outside
for
of
us,
the
but
Euro, maybe
yeah,
where
we're
you
still,
can be
I
like.
mean, we shown today like
You
we're
could
still
play
still have it.
something
We're not
else.
an off-season team.
But
Well,
yeah.
we did get a question from Twitch chat. Geekmind says, "Who is scarier, Leviathan or Loud?"
Zach, go ahead.
Loud.
I would probably go Loud just because they have a core of 4 players who have been together for a very, very long time. Lev is still, they have a lot of superstars, obviously, but they're a new team and they're still
Yeah, I
developing.
think
So
Leviathan
for now,
wins
we'll go
against
Loud. We'll see.
Sentinel.
Okay.
You agree?
Honestly, the more I look at it, the more it makes
I
sense.
think like Lev having Aspas is like obviously unreal.
Even
and it's kinda
though
like, you know,
Sentinel's
how will Loud do
wins
without
were
him,
more
but I think, you know,
convincing
they showed against us that
than
they're still a top contender. They still, you know,
Leviathan
Sarlacc is
against
still innovating the game.
Undratives. Undratives has a weird playstyle.
Whatever's
And I think against
So I'll definitely
the
go with Loud again,
classic,
as, I mean, I've never beat them, so I love Brazil.
solid, solid
yeah,
playstyle
I'd go with Loud.
and classic
Okay, we
comps
got
of
another one
Sen.
from the chat. This
I
is
think
from
Leviathan
Clutch Vibes.
could
Will
pull something.
Zelsis go back to the buzz cut hair? Would you like to join me?
I'll join him.
Yeah.
If we make champs,
So Tambien, you want to come on? You want to?
Not me.
Make
But he's got it. He's got it.
Okay. We'll hold you to that. We've already gotten Demon 1 to.
Oh, dude.
He agreed to it too?
Yeah, Demon 1 got shaved on this
sensual
broadcast.
touch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Demon 1 did get his head
It
shaved
actually
on
happened
broadcast.
right here. You're on hallowed ground.
I mean, I guess I'm
You
next
could just
up.
do it right here.
I'm next up.
Yeah, do we have a clipper in the All right, we got another question for the chat.
Okay.
How was the transition to
I'm gonna
Smokes
leave.
for 10? How did it affect the team? And I guess it was
was
fun with you
fun.
on that one because you
Had a lot of
played with
fun.
him when he was, assisting you in those.
See you tomorrow. And yeah. I mean, technically today for me, but tomorrow for NA. And we're gonna watch the EMEA shit. VCT, Kickoff, all of that stuff. Anyways. Bye-bye.